Broadcasting. And in today's news, we definitely subscribe to Disney Plus and Hulu on the Bundle Pack Premium that has a lot of anime and R-rated content. Fun for the whole family. Yeah, just being just corny with the Disney Plus and Hulu merger. Since I
This
subscribe,
Disney DVDs. It has Disney's Fast Play.
and then that's where they put Robin from Teen Titans Go. Alrighty then, just making sure if it's going live right now as it should be.
We lie.
Alright, are we live now? Okay. So,
We are.
goody, got the Marvel drip, got the Spider-Man shirt, got the Wolverine beard, because I am the ice cream man running over fat kids in my van. I remember Trevin used to say that, some random YouTube video that makes fun of the Iron Man theme song. But alrighty then, my roll chums, I'm about to start promoting this on my social medias, because why not, because I'm a YouTuber. Let's go. No, that's not how we roll. Deadpool and Wolverine, phases 1 to phase 2. Let's go.
Alright, who is in the chat?
Yeah, I only see like one person just watching just for now.
Bro, ain't typing.
Yeah, not exactly. It's like, well, y'all, it's Saturday. I know most of you are not in school yet, but I know some
It's
of them.
summer. Yeah. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah, whether it's for a couple of days, for this like for a couple of days this week, or if you're like Lesnar, a whole month. Let's see. Click. Where's the arrow? There we go. Okay, don't get copyrighted. Don't get copyrighted. YouTube on the YouTubes. The bingo. Okay, we're done. We're done. So, I'm guessing no one's still in the chat just yet. If not, then that's good because I'm still quote unquote promoting my socials.
No one typed yet.
Okay, no problemo. Let's see. MCU Movies tier list ranking streaming now. Spider-Man starts tomorrow. Part 1. Pat 1. Firmly grasp it. There we go. Alrighty, now I'm already checking the chat. So far, nobody at this point. As a matter of fact, where are the YouTube audience analytics? And like, are y'all tripping with me or what? Let me see. Today is Saturday, right? So that means it's 3:30. Most of y'all should be active, or unless y'all are just, a little delayed.
Sleeping until 5 p.m.
Yeah, that would be hilarious. I mean, to be fair, I don't want to make this stream like super duper long, but this is just one way just to be like, hey, here's some content, please watch. For the money, but also for the pop culture phenomenon. Yep, I can literally hear myself because I'm like, yeah, don't need any headphones for this. Because last time when I was doing Pixar, I just walk back and forth, be like, so guys, can you take care of talking this movie for me? Thank you. Tough crowd, if you ask me.
Yeah.
So, nobody speaking? Oh well. I might as well do the introduction. So, since last weekend, for those that have seen Deadpool Wolverine, good for you. I mean, there's only one person in this chat that Lesnar still hasn't seen it for whatever the reasons are. That movie has been out, already breaking records, almost $1 billion. And now another reason is because the whole big Marvel announcement extravaganza from the new Captain America, new Thunderbolts movie, new Fantastic Four movie, and then the big reveal of bringing back Robert Downey Jr. as one of the big Marvel baddies. And I'm not saying this in a horny level, but just saying like Doctor Doom, who I first got introduced to that character from a video game called Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2 and the Lego Marvel Superheroes video game back in 2013 when the MCU was at its peak. So the fact that they brought Robert Downey Jr. back, you can clearly tell from these thumbnails and everything else, the fans are very split, they're very divided, but since you got the GOATs, not just RDJ, but you got the same directors who made Infinity War and Endgame from the Russo brothers, who directed Infinity War and Endgame, to direct the next two Avengers movies. So I'm like, you know what? After the Deadpool Wolverine shenanigans, and after the big Marvel announcement that happened around that weekend, why not just make a Marvel tier list, even if nobody shows up to care because it's not Sonic or any of that. I decided to, like, bring some content, but also ramble about not all these movies in this one stream, but probably like at least half of these 34 movies that are produced by Disney. But for those that are watching the chat, just to clarify, this is only the Marvel Studios Disney produced MCU movies. I'm not counting the Fox Marvel movies. I'm not counting the Sony Spider-Man movies, which that would be cool for a separate live stream. But for now, since this is very MCU-ified from the concept of last week and everything else, I'm like, you know what? Let me just start off with even though these weren't like really the first Marvel movies, because Blade, X-Men, the Tobey Maguire Spider movies just kick it off where Marvel movies were good, but then we got this franchise in particular that not just changed superhero movies forever, but just changed Hollywood in general forever, just because of how mega successful it was. So without further ado, this is the Marvel tier list ranking stream, and along with me, apparently he's the only guest because Gabriel is, no offense, a slow bum when he comes to like getting prepared. The other boys probably busy, but for now it's just Lesnar. Say hi to this ghost town of a chat.
Hello, invisible chat. Welcome to the stream, I guess.
Yeah, since there's only 3 of you and nobody's commenting, it's more like oh, you're streaming? Yeah, I'm out. Who cares? Because I want to start off with the stream. So without further ado, I say we should start the ranking just in a minute, just to not make this too long of a ramble. So we'll be starting off with the first Iron Man movie. Would you like to take the honors, Lesnar, or you want me to speak for it first?
Like I said, I ain't got much of an opinion, and I'm not gonna speak much, so I think you should go first.
Alright, since basically I'm easy about it, because clearly, let's not forget, Iron Man, the first one came out 2008. You were just a baby when that movie came out, so obviously you don't know much about it. For me, I was 6 years old when this movie came out, when I was in kindergarten. And my history for Marvel, just to let you guys know, for me, I didn't got really hooked to the MCU until I've watched the first Captain America movie in theaters, which was like my first MCU movie. When that Captain America movie came out, and then when I watched the Avengers, I'm like, okay, I'm hooked with the MCU. But around that time, I've never watched any of the MCU movies in theaters because, one, I was young. Two, the second reason is because I was mostly into Spider-Man when I was a kid, and most obviously, as you can expect, is the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies. And yeah, I mean, thanks to the merchandise that me and Gabriel used to have from the Spider-Man, Hulk, and Wolverine popsicles, which, look, we are right now. We got back Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, and we got a comic accurate Spider-Man. Hopefully, we bring OG Hulk back. But back in the day, I only knew Spider-Man, Hulk, and Wolverine, and maybe Captain America before the movies, but then you got the DC characters from Batman to Superman to Wonder Woman, because obviously they were popular in both animation and movies. So clearly, when the first Iron Man movie came out, clearly not a lot of people knew who Iron Man was. He was just a C-list Marvel character, and people don't really care about. Hey, what's up, El Sean 2006? I like that you got Chris Pratt's Garfield wearing a Mario cap. Good for you to hop into the chat. But anyway, back to my original MCU history. So, back Iron Man was not that well known. Not a lot of people cared about him. Like, I think he had a cartoon, but it's not as big as Spider-Man or X-Men. So, clearly...
Armored Adventures.
Well, Armored Adventures, that show existed after when the first movie was a hit. But I'm just talking about before this movie became the hit today. So, Iron Man was a C-list character that not a lot of people know about. Secondly, you cast Robert Downey Jr., which, I mean, I'm not going to get too deep, but that man, great actor, but went up and downhill when it comes to his career. But then, when he got this movie that came out, this movie was an unexpected surprise. Like, I wasn't expecting the first Iron Man movie to become the birth, the origin of the Marvel Cinematic Universe to fruition, but thanks to Robert Downey Jr.'s perfect peak casting as Iron Man, like, RDJ as Iron Man is up there next to Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, like, irreplaceable. You can have multiple actors playing Batman, Superman, and Spider-Man, but Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man, like, when I read the comic books, I'm like, I can not think about Robert Downey Jr.'s voice, like, better clinch up like a loss, or I am Iron Man. Like, I can just think of RDJ's voice. Okay, this user just puts, saying when I was a kid, I was only interested in Spider-Man, not X-Men, Spider-Man, just no Fantastic Four. Yeah, because, Spider-Man's relatable and he's iconic, and obviously the Tom Maguire movies around that time. But like I said, as a kid, I didn't appreciate Iron Man that much just because I thought Iron Man was a bit too, like, more for the grown adults. But as I got older, it's like, holy crap, man. Not only the filmmaking around that time, from the armor suits and practical effects before, the later MCU movies did fully CGI on all the suits. Got to give props to the practical effects of Iron Man, like how the way his armor's built from the first one to the next one and the next one. But most importantly, I definitely say this, like, on rewatching Iron Man, this is probably one of the best superhero origin movies next to the first Spider-Man movie with Tobey Maguire, then Batman Begins, then the 1978 Superman movie. I definitely say Iron Man 1 is like one of the best origin movies for a superhero movie. And without this movie, without the perfect casting of Robert Downey Jr., but not just that, like, this movie is a great character study of Tony Stark, where he's a billionaire douchey playboy that doesn't care about anyone but himself. And even when he comes a bit cocky from how he gains this, like, egotistical rich boy playboy attitude, in a way, I like how the movie builds up where Tony Stark is like his own enemy before other enemies came around, whether it's terrorists, whether it's Jeff Bridges as Obadiah saying, the bald guy that says, Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps, like that guy. But I like that Tony's, like, faces inner demons when it comes to, like, his ego, his own weapons are built against him, but most importantly, like, when he was, like, literally building the armor in the cave with, the other guy, I forgot how to pronounce his name, but the other bald dude that was basically like his Uncle Ben type, that shows a little bit more that Tony Stark does have a heart. And you literally see that not just in this movie, but later in Iron Man's other appearances in the MCU, where you have the iconic arc reactor that says, proof that Tony Stark has a heart. Where literally it just goes to, like, to the thematic theme where even though Tony could be, like, very sacred from his ego and his rich celebrity profile personality, but the humanity that he kept in him for just to build up from his downfall. And I like that he kept a little bit more about his father's legacy, even though he barely knows his dad, Howard Stark, that leaves the legacy to him. And throughout that work and throughout that growth, like, we go to, like, the build-up, kind of like what you see with Spider-Man or Batman movies, where you see Stark's journey of how to fly the suit, which this movie definitely has its funny moments when he tries to mess with the suit and then he accidentally just hit himself to the wall like douche. And like I said, the movie definitely has its charm. Gwyneth Paltrow, who plays Pepper Potts, not a top tier love interest, but I do like the fact that she gives a little bit more empathy to Tony Stark, where, Tony, whenever he sees chicks, either he doesn't care or he ends up making out with one of the news reporters. But for Pepper, she's not used as an object, or at least, like, a caretaker, but definitely more see someone that can balance Stark's humanity out of the ego. And then, like I said, about the villain Ironmonger, yeah, this is just the trend where Marvel movies just copy, like, well, let's make the villain like a copycat of the main hero, but just make him more bigger and bulkier. So, like I said, outside of the quote that I just said where the villain says, Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave, he's decent. I won't say he's, like, great or anything, but I do like the contrast that he's trying to do just to fight Iron Man in the final back and everything else. But either way, if it weren't for the blueprints, for what makes the Iron Man movie so special, like, outside the casting of Robert Downey Jr. and outside of, hey, this was the first movie that started the whole cinematic universe, it's the simplicity. Like, it doesn't, like, tries its hardest to, like, tie it into a connected universe. It's just a character study of a billionaire playboy that has to suffer, that has to be punished in order just to have, a heart and actually care for others. So that's where he decided to use, for his abilities and his intelligence as a genius billionaire playboy philanthropist, just for the good. So, just for the ramble out the way, where do I rank Iron Man? I would definitely put this on, hold on, if I can click this. I don't know why my tier list is not working. Work with me, tier list. No. It doesn't belong on a D tier. Personally, for me, it is absolute S tier for me for the first Iron Man movie. Like, on rewatch value, it still is peak after, since it came out 2008. Without Iron Man, we wouldn't have the Avengers, no Guardians, no Infinity War. Sure, we had Spider-Man and X-Men, but we wouldn't have this big successful universe if this movie was a flop. Like, this is the hero versus anti-hero, what it's called. Yeah, basically, but it's not against a villain at the beginning. It's Tony Stark versus himself. It's like the thematic message of man versus self. So that's why I put Iron Man 1 as S tier. Robert Downey Jr.'s Galactus. I know, right? Because, bro, that's the one thing I find this funny as we're talking about this right now. You're telling me you hired the man that started your franchise, and clearly, arguably, he's the biggest star of the whole entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, and here we are as the big bad boy for the next Avengers movie. And
How the heck did I join?
wait,
I'm out right now. What the heck?
wait, Dwayne, what are you
Well,
doing here?
I know I accidentally answered.
I was like,
Not able to join. So.
I'm just talking about how peak Iron Man is in the stream right now, and I was not expecting you just to join along into the chat.
Well, yeah, I made a cameo.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
obligatory cameo. Okay, at least Dwayne just gets like his $50 million paycheck roll, just like the other countless cameos in the MCU. A second thought, I thought that was Gabriel joining in the chat, but then
He did.
No, Gabriel's not here.
Oh,
Not.
bro, like I thought.
No, he died.
When I first heard him, like Dwayne was in the chat for a bit. But anyway, what's up, Gabriel? How's it going?
Hey, okay.
Let me get
How's everybody here in the stream, in the chat?
So far, the chat's been going fine. We're just making a couple of RDJ jokes because he's Doctor Doom. But basically, I've already talked about my review for the first Iron Man movie and why I put on an S tier ranking. So that's where we're at right now. We're just literally at the beginning of this tier list stream.
Yeah.
So, did you sleep good, not staying up late for 4 a.m. for playing Fortnite on rounds? Seeing Deadpool dancing to Bye
I
Bye
was
Bye?
definitely not playing. I wasn't actually playing anything until that late. I was I was in bed. I couldn't sleep. I was like, hey, let me play YouTube because I'm bored. And then I fell asleep.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Well, for me, I woke up till 9 a.m. My dad has to go out do other things. Surprisingly, the storm hasn't started yet, but I'm like, you know what? Let me just do the storm, like, do this tier list out the way so I'm not wasting any time. And also, I'm home alone, so this is the best time to do it. And my mood and my mentality is like, get to the MCU. But luckily, Gabriel, you're not too far away. I've already said what I had to say about the first Iron Man movie, but just to recap, without this movie, we wouldn't get the success of the MCU nowadays, of Robert Downey Jr.'s casting, a great character study of Tony Stark, of him becoming this egotistical billionaire that could care less, but then this billionaire has a heart after building scraps out of a cave with his Uncle Ben mentor, and it's a great origin story, and it still holds up to this day. And I would say this, S tier, like, it's not, I won't say this, it's better than Spider-Man 1 or Batman Begins, but it's definitely one of the best superhero origin stories. So that's why I said Iron Man, S tier easily for me.
I could agree.
All right, so
Did Lesnar speak about it?
Nope, because okay, to talk about Lesnar, it's kind of like the Sonic tier list stream, Gabriel. Like Lesnar's not like really a die-hard fan of Marvel or Sonic, so it's kind of be like a similar way for this tier list.
Yeah, but like, I'll still talk.
Yeah, for at least little that you know about the movies, specifically the Phase 1 to 2 movies.
Okay, so Lesnar hasn't seen Iron Man 1?
No, I've seen it.
Yeah, but Lesnar doesn't have much to say about it. Like,
Yeah, no, much memory to be honest.
Yes, Iron Man's cool. Next.
Yeah, well, that's how it's gonna be. It's more like, 10 out of 10, even though I don't remember much. I mean, not kidding with you guys. I literally had to rewatch the first Iron. Like, I did watch clips. Like, I rewatched clips of the later MCU movies, but Iron Man 1 is the one I rewatched again full length because not only is the first movie to talk about, it's like, what was so great about this movie after watching back at it? And now looking back, it's like, yep, still holds up.
Yeah, when it comes to the MCU, it's a lot easier for me to remember compared to like the Pixar films we were doing because I rewatched the heck out of MCU movies and it's just like a big part of my childhood. So it's easy to remember. But
Totally.
as for Iron Man 1, I remember I think I've only watched this movie like twice, but I remember the first time I watched it was in a car.
Just play some AC/DC.
I remember.
Bam now. Oh yeah.
And I remember
give the movie credit.
in the movie the sex scene was playing.
Oh yeah, I rewinded that scene where he makes sex with the news reporter for like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Worth it.
Yeah. I was like, oh well, thanks for making this car trip awkward. But
thanks, Jon Favreau.
I love the soundtrack they chose. AC/DC is perfect for Iron Man. Forever iconic.
Yeah, without
also Stan Lee's cameo.
I remember that.
Goated.
Burger King.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Burger King at the time was in its prime.
it
That
was where
rhymes.
Tony Stark
Uh,
literally eats a burger from Burger King, and then obviously that's where Burger King sell the toys of Iron Man.
that's why they collab with Hulk too. But we'll get to that.
Yeah, later on.
So, like I said, love the soundtrack they chose for this movie. I like how they just like the development for Tony Stark's character. Like obviously it evolves more and more throughout the whole saga, but just in this movie alone is already off to a pretty interesting start. You know, he's this billionaire cocky guy. I mean, why wouldn't he be with all that money? And you know, he's also a genius. There's that too. He's got all this tech, cars, everything.
Player, he got the.
And just seeing him go from that to being humbled, and then, you know, this freaking, you know, experiment with the missiles and all that crap, his tech wasn't a great success. So it all gets screwed over, and he gets freaking kidnapped after the accident. And then it's a whole different turn, and I thought it was really cool and interesting how that happened. And we transitioned from him being rich and cocky and all this, and has this great lifestyle, to then now being miserable and surrounded by terrorists or whatever. And it was really nice to see him bond with I forget the guy's name.
I can't
but
pronounce his name. Yzma, you know who I'm talking about, like the mentor that
Yeah,
helped him in the
yeah.
game. I can't pronounce his name.
Yeah, the guy who helped him out.
Mm-hmm.
He's a real one. R.I.P.
I got the feels, man. I got the feels.
That was cool. And the whole like montage sequence or whatever, him building the armor, that's iconic.
Yeah,
Iconic.
Badass with that tank top
And-
with that hammer clench.
And when he finally got out of the cave on his own, well, kind of, because he got help from his friend, but after his friend died, then he goes out with that armor. That was, I mean, I know it's Mark 1, it's like all trashy looking, old, but it's still iconic.
I love
I
the
still
prosthetics
like
of how
it.
it's built. It looks so real on screen.
And it was a lot of fun using it in the video game also.
Oh yeah, the Lego Marvel game.
that
And
part.
yeah, the Iron Man video game itself too, where Robert Downey Jr. did
Yeah,
the
exactly.
voice.
Yeah. That was cool. That him just going all out against the terrorists and everybody with that armor for the first time is just super. It never gets old. Later on, I think the coolest part, and this goes for like almost any superhero origin story, is like when the hero is trying to get used to their powers or get used to their abilities and stuff like that. And Tony getting used to his new armor, that was funny with
Yeah,
like
the way he
I
hit
forget what
himself
mark.
to the wall.
Is it Mark II?
Yeah, I
The
think
one with the silver?
It is the Mark II suit where, you know, he went to the sky, then he ran out of energy, and then he just falls down where
Yeah,
his
yeah.
gets frozen. You know.
That he hits the cars.
Yep, that's
That was really fun. I love that kind of stuff. And his first not Superman flight scene, where he uses the official armor that he uses towards the end of the movie and stuff. That is like one of his best suits in the entire MCU, I would
it's
say.
really so iconic, bro.
Just the design, and that design alone has made Iron Man so iconic. And I personally like the MCU's design better than the comic book design for Iron Man. I mean, I like Iron Man in the MCU better than the comics in general. Because he's not just a douche. He is a douche, but he's not just a douche compared to the comics, where he's kind of just a douche.
They make this douche have a heart, literally.
Yeah, exactly. They gave him more of a heart, more character development, and he's not just the same guy over and over. But that goes on with the rest of the film. As for this film, I think they did it right. He stayed in character. He was humbled because of what happened in that cave, and then, you know, the the heart transplant and everything.
Oh yeah, where he lose, like changing the heart boss when Obadiah Stane removed the heart where he's literally dying.
Yeah,
And then literally trying
and
to get the arc reactor to
obviously that line where he what did he say?
What
He
line?
built this
Yeah, Tony Stark was able
Scrap
to
of-
build this in a cave with a box of straps.
with a box of scraps. Yeah.
Mhm.
That iconic as heck.
Yeah, from
That-
Jeff Bridges.
Yeah. But he's like, it's kind of weird because to me he's like kind of an iconic villain in the MCU, but he's also like forgotten at the same
Yeah.
time
If you want to remember
because
his name,
you have like Loki and Thanos
because clearly they
overshadowing everybody.
But yeah, Gabriel, if you don't remember his name,
I thought he was a good villain.
his name is
I think he was the best villain out of all the Iron Man movies.
I would agree. I mean, his name is Obadiah Stane, but you know his alter ego name is Ironmonger. If you don't remember,
Yep.
the name,
Yeah, the big armor at the end of the movie.
Yeah,
That fight was cool.
sure was.
I think it's underrated. That fight is underrated. Not really talked about anymore.
Agreed.
But yeah, I think this movie's fun. It's a great it's one of the best superhero origin stories, ever. One of the best superhero movies ever. And yeah, I'd put it at S tier because it's a great beginning to a franchise. It's a great origin story, and it balances between being real and being a superhero movie.
Agreed. Like I said, without it.
So I'd put it at S tier.
It's okay, so Gabriel's not the only one who's alone on that, and well deserved. And yeah, thank you for shining out for AC/DC. Every time I think of AC/DC, I just think of Iron Man every single time. Like Back in Black, and obviously
I mostly think of Iron Man, or sometimes I'll think of Thor. I don't know why.
to Florida.
Or Megamind.
Yeah, I was thinking Megamind as well. Oh, speaking of which, the comments. Okay, Cameron just put Iron Man is A tier. I want to hear Buzz say that. What? The line of where Obadiah is saying it's like, Tony Stark's able to build this in a cave. No. Tony Stark's able to build this.
Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps.
Super bullets! I don't know.
Super bullets!
It kind of reminds me when, okay, chat, y'all don't know about this, when Buzz was about to get shredded in an Instagram reel and then Lesnar said it to it, I just imagine Gabriel's Buzz going, super bullet! And then gets oh man, that would have been so...
It's kind of like in the Woody Depp video where he was in the ocean.
Oh yeah, the third beach video where he just randomly just gets punched by the wave. That was comedy gold that we did 6 years ago. But yeah, that's all we have to say.
But yeah, back to the MCU.
Back to the MCU. So, like what me and Gabriel said, easily an S tier for Iron Man. Now we get to, in my personal opinion, the most underrated MCU movie of them all. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, if we talk about the MCU, nobody talks about the standalone Incredible Hulk movie, which I know Universal got the rights, so Universal has the rights to produce, which I'm still confused about that. So you're telling me Disney could use the Hulk character, but they don't have the rights to make a solo Hulk movie because Universal's like, no, we want to keep that money for the credit that we did for that standalone Hulk movie. So that's where I'm confused about the brand future. I mean, I know in the 90s, Marvel got bankrupt where they sold Spider-Man to Sony, they sold X-Men, Fantastic Four, and all those other characters to Fox or whatnot, but I don't know, man. Like, it just sucks that this was the last solo Hulk movie, if I'm being honest with you. And I'm going to be honest with you, my dad is not really a big fan of the MCU, but he said his favorite MCU movie is this one, The Incredible Hulk. So... about the movie itself, does it hold up? I'll say this. The visual effects? Oh, hell yeah, it does. Like, it really does. The fact that this was the next MCU movie in 2008, like, that's really stupid. Yeah, I know, right? Cameron, why would you want Grumpy to say, I am Iron Man? It's kind of like saying, like, I am...
What?
No, Grumpy would make sense if he's Thor, not Iron Man. That's what I'll be thinking.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, did Lesnar left?
He said he'll be back.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, to be fair, I don't think Lesnar's seen the Hulk movie. I put Hulk on an A tier. It's underrated. Okay, before I get to my letter, yes, I definitely say it's definitely the most underrated MCU movie because, dare I say, it's more underrated than any of the Ant-Man movies. But either way, as a Hulk standalone
Yeah.
movie, I'm gonna be honest, it's not great, but it's not terrible. Like, I would watch The Incredible Hulk than other MCU movies I would consider to be bad. But why do I think it's decent? Because, first of all, okay, this is gonna be a personal hot take. I don't know if Gabriel's gonna agree with me, but I think Edward Norton, despite, he was not a big fan of the whole cinematic universe thing, and like this direct sequel, I want it to be more darker, but Kevin Feige says no. I think Edward Norton, I mean, no disrespect to Mark Ruffalo, I think Edward Norton fits more better as a Bruce Banner. I don't know if y'all agree or disagree with me. Gabriel, anyone in the chat?
I think they're both really fitting for Bruce Banner.
Yeah, for
It's
Bruce
just, Edward Norton was given a better script, and they, did make his character a joke compared to Mark Ruffalo's Bruce Banner. I mean, in the first Avengers movie, Mark Ruffalo's Bruce Banner was pretty good. I liked him.
Yeah,
I liked
cool.
his performance
Yeah,
in
cool.
the first Avengers.
Yeah, without.
As for the rest, not so much.
Yeah.
But that's not really his fault, because you could tell just from the first Avengers he did great what they gave him, but the rest they kind of just treated him as a laughing stock.
Yeah.
But I do like Edward Norton's performance the most as Bruce Banner.
Yeah, for Bruce.
I would say I like his Hulk also. I like Mark Ruffalo's Hulk in the first Avengers and Thor Ragnarok.
Yeah, definitely.
A lot.
Sure.
But I would still probably give it to the Incredible Hulk 2008 movie.
Yeah, that hair though. And
Just because
the
I don't
roaring
know.
rage, it's fire, man.
The design,
The effects.
he just had that aura, man.
Yes. Like, literally, I mean, even though despite the fact this was a standalone movie, I mean, this reminds me of the glory days where Hulk was the Hulk, and actually people treated Hulk like, because like I said, before Iron Man, Hulk was like still one of the most iconic superheroes around that time. Everyone already said he's a fan of the 70s, Bill Baggs show, and you could tell it took influence from the movie. Yeah, I think, what's the actor's name? Lou Ferrigno, the guy who played the live-action Hulk in the 70s show, made a cameo in this movie as, like, a guard or something. Either way, I did like Stanley's cameo where he drinks, like, the Brazil juice, and it's, like, the Gatorade, and then Stanley's like, wow.
Brazil.
And then he just drops the bottle cans, which I thought that was funny. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention, I know Betty Ross was not in the MCU for long, but I'll admit, I smash. Hulk smasher all the way. But the one thing that sucks about Bruce Banner is when Bruce and Betty were about to get down and get sexy with each other, Bruce was like, I can't get too excited. I was like, right. It's not about you wouldn't like him when he's angry. You wouldn't like the Hulk when he's horny, bro. He'll literally smash you under the grease, and, well, if you saw Deadpool Wolverine, or else he'll be smasher bathing to himself if he can't make love to Betty Ross. Brother. Anyway, all joke aside, I thought Betty was hot, not gonna lie. General Ross, I mean, rest in peace to the actor, William Hurt. I definitely say spot on casting choice. I know he's not alive to this day, but he was very spot on to be cast as General Thunderbolt Ross until, Harrison Ford is now the new General Ross for the MCU. Now I'm reading comics. Mark Ruffalo is more iconic. Compared to Ruffalo's Hulk, 2008's actually scary War Michael monster. Yeah, I was going to say it. Like, Hulk in this movie was more threatening where he was a monster. Like, the iconic scene where he just bashes through the glass and kicks, the human version of Abomination kicks them to the leg to the tree. It's like, this movie does a really good job of making the Hulk so threatening, so scary. He's kind of like Marvel's Jekyll and Hyde, like Marvel's Frankenstein. And I will admit, the fight with him and Abomination, give me a real fight. Like, bro, from the streets to the bus, and during the moments where Hulk was about to choke Abomination around that time, like, it sucks that in She-Hulk, it was such a downgrade. Like, even though they got the same actor from that movie in the She-Hulk show, but why would they downgrade such an epic fight in 2008 and then just put it in a mid-tier show like She-Hulk, and then put it with Professor Hulk and just fight out? It's like, it doesn't hold up to the fight in 2008. And let's be fair, guys, this is the only MCU movie where Hulk says the iconic line of, Hulk smash! And then literally just said the iconic line, and we never hear that again from Mark Ruffalo. Like, we got Cap telling Hulk by saying, Hulk, smash, and then Hulk just did his thing, but Ruffalo's Hulk never said the line, but Edward Norton actually does. the movie's trailers scare me when I was little watching Iron Man on DVD. Like, yeah, I thought this movie was gonna be rated R horror, but I will admit, what is hilarious about Incredible Hulk is the Burger King commercial. If y'all see this on social media where you have the Burger King dad,
I know what you're talking about.
yeah, Hulk, I'm so sad. And then when Hulk just came in, ah! And then Hulk just started just punching the Burger King restaurant. Oh, Incredible Hulk toys now in BK. I will admit, I think as a kid I actually got one of the toys where Betty actually tries to
I
make
did
Hulk
get.
more. Yeah, I did remember
Yeah,
some of
I
those
got the
toys.
same one,
Same one
and
where
I was mad. I was in line. I was like, "Mom, I want the Hulk
yeah, but
toy from Burger King," and then I got freaking Betty, and I was mad. I was like, "Mom, turn it back. I want another one."
yeah, I mean, as a kid, we cared less about the women. I mean, as we got older, she's hot. Looking back at the movie, like, but for Hulk, that's what we came for, or the Abomination toys. And I know people are gonna compare Abomination, like, oh look, it's Doomsday from Batman v Superman. Well, at least Abomination, on the other hand, actually had personality. His design was sick, which I'll admit, I get that when he came back to the MCU and Shang-Chi She-Hulk, I get they try to make him comic accurate. But I feel like his design in the later MCU appearances just downgrades the character's look and the personality. Like, it got so bad in 2008. Will we get to see Red Hulk and Hulk fight? Well, when we go... No, okay, oh, I almost forgot.
They might tease it, but
oh,
who knows?
Speaking of which, what's that character's name? Dr. Samuel Stearns, who helped Bruce Banner get the Hulk DNA out, and he's teased as the leader when like he gives the same DNA to Abomination in the movie, and then literally the movie, like he literally like his head grows like he's about to grow a tumor, and he's literally teased as being the leader. Like after this movie, we never see that guy ever again, but now he's back in the brand new Captain America movie where Sam Wilson's Captain America, Harrison Ford's Red Hulk. Okay, that's the mix of, like, that's why I feel so mixed about this new Captain America movie. It's like, okay, so you're telling me you're bringing back this one character from the
16
Incredible
years,
Hulk,
dude.
this one character from the Incredible Hulk that never became a real Hulk villain, and that's one thing that's baffling. Like, even though I know the original actor who played General Ross passed away, and you got Indiana Jones himself, Harrison Ford, playing General Ross, but now he's the president now, and he's being the Red Hulk. So you're telling me you're using Hulk villains in a Captain America movie? That's the one thing that caught me off guard. It's like, then why not just make a Hulk movie? All right, because of Universal rights. Because that's the one thing that feels so weird of how Disney used the Hulk brand. It's like, can't we just let the Hulk be the Hulk, man? Like, come on. Watch the interviews and behind the scenes. Edward Norton's a fan of the Hulks if you want to see done the character justice. I mean, the worst thing about Edward Norton is, even though I will say he is the better Bruce Banner, even though Mark Ruffalo's is cool, don't get me wrong, but clearly due to, like, you know, changing script changes during behind the scenes, and now the fact that Edward wasn't a big fan of how this is meant to establish a cinematic universe, and that the sequel was going to be more darker, which it did sound interesting. Like, the Scrap Incredible Hulk sequel did sound cool, but clearly that didn't happen. At least they'll make the toys. Yeah, exactly. I mean, McDonald's spoiled the Red Hulk toy, so that's one way or another. But anyway, back to the point. So, even though I would say this, I would definitely watch Incredible Hulk than Eternals or any other bad MCU movie. But I will say this, it's not as bad as most people would say, but I won't say it's great. I don't know where to rank it. Maybe either B tier or C tier. What do y'all think? Because I think it's decent, but... Where would I rank
I would put it B tier
B tier.
personally.
Yeah, I would put B tier. But anyway, that's all I have to say about this. Like, as a solo Hulk movie, I mean, I'm going to be honest, it's at least better than the 2003 Hulk movie where the effects don't hold up. And I don't know. Some people like the 2003 movie. It's like, no, Hulk just randomly just looks at a lake in the desert. This is the better Hulk movie.
You're done.
B tier, just give the giant green some love. Yeah, for the only standalone Hulk movie, I say B tier would fit for it. So that's all I have to say about the one and only solo Hulk movie. So Gabriel, you take it away.
Yeah, so I think, like, when you compare this Hulk to the Hulk we have now, it's a completely different like, Hulk feeling, different aura. Everything about this Hulk movie is just so different from what the MCU is now.
Totally.
It's a lot darker, and I think seeing that out of the Hulk was super, super sick, super cool. Obviously back then Hulk was in his prime. He was part of the big three: Hulk, Wolverine, Spider-Man. Those are the big three until, you know, the MCU started, and now everyone prefers Iron Man over Hulk now, which is crazy. But I don't know. At the time, it was just like the way it was just like the I don't know how to explain it. Like I said, the aura, just the feeling of that movie felt very like
Incredible.
horror movie ish, and seeing that from the Hulk, I just think it's so fitting because he's not a big dumb guy like he is now. He's a freaking like. Why do you think people were scared of him? Why do you think Bruce Banner was scared to let him out? Is because he's a big green monster, not a big dumb dude. I don't know. So I think they portrayed that really well. The great actors. Edward Norton, I think, gave the best performance for Bruce Banner, and I think his Hulk was the best so far.
Agreed.
Because you would actually feel excited and scared at the same time for this Hulk. And you could like Bruce Banner is a guy that's just like, yeah, he's smart, but he's also like very depressed and scared and everything because of what he's got going on with the Hulk. And Edward Norton portrayed that really well and just made it believable. I mean, I will say Mark Ruffalo's did a great job at that in the first Avengers movie, but after that, not so much.
Unfortunately.
So, yeah, I don't know. I like the way they made Hulk in this movie. Love the horror kind of aspects to it, like where the laboratory scene, and also love when he was like breaking out as the Hulk and fighting all the military and all that stuff. That was awesome. Until What If ruined it. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, they totally butchered that. I hated it so much.
But that was really cool. The final fight scene, obviously, is the highlight of the movie. The main one, at least. Versus Abomination. The whole freaking place is destroyed. They're duking it out. And Abomination is not a joke compared to what they did to him in She-Hulk.
Horrible.
He was a big, scary guy, just like the Hulk. And they were both fighting it, duking it out. I mean, that's what you want to see when you're a kid, when you're a young boy and a superhero fan. That's what you came to see. Two giant dudes just punching each other, destroying everything. It's so cool to see. It's simple. That's all we need, especially from a Hulk movie. And I think they did it just right. I don't remember too much of the score of the music. It's not memorable to me.
That's all I remember. Just the main theme. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
It's not that memorable, but it's not the worst either. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's a good Hulk movie. It's fine for what it is. It's not peak. It's not top tier or anything, I would say, but it's not by any means bad. It's a good Hulk movie. Yeah, I would keep it at B tier.
I definitely say B definitely fits. And also, shout outs. This is not related to like what's in the movie, but also the video game. The video game. Dude.
Oh, the video game was awesome.
Man, the way that you destroy buildings. I like that I destroyed the Daily Bugle and I just put Daybug just to destroy the signs for Spider-Man destroying the Baxter building.
Those early MCU games were so cool.
Yeah, and yeah, Edward Norton did the voice of Hulk. Same goes for Chris Hemsworth as Thor, Chris Evans as Captain America. Like, those games around that time was peak. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, like, let's not forget, that whole game was produced by Sega, right? And there was a Sonic the Hedgehog billboard, and I literally just made the Hulk smash the Sonic billboard. And not only just that, the fun thing about that game was throwing people to the ocean, throwing people to the buildings, the military, the giant Iron Man Hulk busters. You can even change the skins to make comic accurate Hulk, or plays Abomination, or maybe get like the Iron Man cheat code where you play the Iron Man game and you can play the Iron Man Hulkbuster. Which, yeah, I almost forgot about when I was a kid, I didn't really pay attention to the post-credit scenes of Iron Man or the Incredible Hulk, but I know the first Iron Man movie was like, this Stark, you're part of a big universe, you just don't know it yet. And then the Incredible Hulk's post-credit scene is where Tony Stark comes to General Ross where he's like, what if I told you we're putting a team together? And then General Ross says, who's we? And then just cut back just because, you know, setting up the Avengers. But either way, that video game, like, if there's like one non-Spider-Man game that I would play back again, Incredible Hulk without question, of destroying buildings after buildings as the Hulk and get angry. It's like, that was so fun just because of that movie that exists. And outside of the video game, bro, the Skillet Monster AMVs with this
Yes,
movie,
dude.
fire, man. I see
Perfect.
this out of me, and I can't control it. I feel like a monster.
Control it.
Like, I remember there's one moment in the Skillet music video where there's a scene where Abomination goes, give me a real fight, and they switch it in the AMV where it goes, feel like a monster. It's like perfect. Like every time I think of Skillet, I either think of Hulk or symbiote Spider-Man with Venom. Like those are like the first thing that pops up into my mind.
Freaking Werehog from Sonic Unleashed.
Sometimes Wolverine or some other characters. I'm just saying the Skillet AMV, especially during Phase 1 of Marvel. Fire. Don't flame out the fire, bro.
Yep.
So, let me just read the comments. MCU Hulk, a toddler who can't fight Thanos. 2008 Hulk, who's the strongest one there is. Oh, yeah. In the video game, he actually says that line. Hulk is the strongest one there is. In the video game, but he didn't say it in the movie. So, we finally get the actual Hulk villains like the leader, but they're giving it to a Captain America movie. Yeah, that's so weird about it. It's like, why?
Without Hulk.
With Red Hulk, and now we got Beta Professor Hulk. Missed opportunity just because, we don't have the rights. Why is it so hard for Disney just to make a solo Hulk movie where they can make it work with Sony with Spider-Man, and then Fox with X-Men and Deadpool and Wolverine, and then later on we're getting a Fantastic Four movie? Just, man, just forget about it.
You're done.
You're done. But either way, Incredible Hulk, I still say it's the most underrated MCU movie, and it definitely deserves on the B tier. But now we get to the first MCU sequel, which obviously this was the dark horse of Phase 1 around that time, as none other than Iron Man 2. So, do you think I should go with Iron Man 2, or you should go next, Gabriel?
I'll do it.
Alright, go ahead with your review on Iron Man 2.
Alright, so I think Iron Man 2 was overhated. I personally really liked the movie. I had fun with it when I was a kid. You know, the beginning of the movie, he drops by in his suit at that one party or whatever, and then he gets drunk and then pees in his suit or something.
Pants.
Yep. That's just Iron Man for you. How could you not like that? That was fun. That was funny. Freaking I don't know. When it comes to Rhodey, I know they recasted and all that, but I personally, I was okay with it. I like Don Cheadle as Rhodey.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good casting choice. And him, I think he was trying to steal one of the suits, I think,
Yeah,
and
he
then
did.
him and Tony were fighting. That was kind of fun to see. I will say the weakest point of this movie was the villain, Whiplash.
Give me my board.
Yeah, I don't know. He was just not all that interesting.
However,
I'd say
what about the secondary
I
villain
don't
who's
know.
played by Sam Rockwell, aka Justin Hammer? He's funny.
Oh yeah. He was fine, I guess. Not all that. I mean, it still didn't really make the movie
Yeah.
better. Like, I think that was the weakest point of this movie was the villains.
Mm-hmm. Just whipping.
Just weren't all that interesting. But I do like that scene. I mean, it's obviously another iconic scene where Tony is like at the race, and then the car crashes or something, and then he hops out and uses the suitcase that Pepper gives to him,
That was
and then he suits up out of that. That was really cool. That suit is also, I think, really cool.
Yeah, very sick.
And him and Whiplash fighting there, that was cool. What else? Yeah, Whiplash is just. I mean, his abilities, were okay, but just him as a character, I just don't find him interesting.
Agreed.
I couldn't really take him that seriously. But
Pretty mid.
everything to do with Iron Man and Rhodey as well. It was very fun to see their dynamic and their friendship build up from there. Was cool, and then obviously, I don't remember anything else in between. I'm just remembering highlights from the film, but like the final battle where him and Rhodey are teaming up,
That was awesome.
fighting those other bots, fighting Whiplash. That was so cool. I don't know how you could hate that.
No, exactly.
That's one of probably my favorite scene in the movie. And made me appreciate War Machine
Yeah.
more, and
He's a real
Rhodey
one.
as a character. Yep. So yeah, I thought the movie was funny. The movie was cool when it came to its action. Obviously the music as well. I don't know, and also Tony's suits. I like the triangular symbol on his arc reactor,
Yeah.
Uh,
Changes it.
which he uses in the first Avengers movie.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was cool. So, yeah, I think Iron Man 2 is overhated. I don't see why people hate it so much, and I like it personally. I mean, you could call me crazy, but I enjoy, as like in terms of entertainment, I enjoy the second movie more than the third movie
Agreed.
of Iron Man. But yeah, I don't know. I like Iron Man 2. I would put it. I'll probably. This is just. If anyone puts it lower, I understand, but I would put it B tier
Same.
at least.
Okay, good. I'm on the same mindset as you. I'm thinking of B tier as well.
Yeah.
Well, that's a pretty valid reason. So I would agree with Gabriel on this. Like, okay, I'm seeing people in the comments. I used to have a poster of Whiplash for the 2. That's cool. I used to have the buildable Iron Man 2 for Burger King. Yeah, I remembered. I think I had one of the Iron Man 2 toys. Or, I don't know. I think it was the first or second one. It was based on one of the silver armor suits. I think it was the first one. I don't remember. But the point is they made Burger King merch from Iron Man 2. But I did remember from Iron Man 2, which is a scene in the movie where one kid at Stark Expo used the armor helmet, like the Iron Man, like, switch armor helmet that goes up, and then Tony Stark's like, good job, kid. And then...
Oh, wait, how could I forget? I'm sorry. Black Widow, dude. That's, bro, one of my first ever celebrity crushes.
Ooh.
Scarlett Johansson, bro. Gosh, dang.
Damn. Like,
Peak casting. I love Black Widow. She's badass. Also, we didn't know it at the time, but Peter Parker was in this movie.
Yup, as that Iron Kid with the Iron Helmet.
with
that's what
the
I was
helmet.
talking about.
Yeah.
Which is funny because
So-
in real life, we do have those Iron Man helmets, which I used to have a roommate
Yeah.
that had.
Another reason why I absolutely cannot hate Iron Man 2. Black Widow, dude. Come on.
I mean, come on, it was her first
All right,
introduction.
you were saying?
So yeah, the point I was saying, like, the Iron Kid where Tony started to say something, that was Peter Parker. Yeah, I like that in the comments. But yeah, I was gonna mention that. So Iron Man 2, I would agree with Gabriel. It's overhated. I mean, to be fair, it's not. Well, obviously, it's a downgrade compared to the first one for sure. But it definitely has its problems. Like, I could definitely tell. Like, obviously, Nick Fury in the post-credit scene was, "I'm going to talk about you, the Avengers Initiative," which I know that was Marvel Studio interference, where they're trying their best to make a solid Iron Man sequel, but at the exact same time, try to make something with the Avengers. Which Sam Jackson literally explained that he's just there for exposition, not just for the Avengers stuff, but just what Stark is about to plan for his next move. Like, I will admit, the scene where Tony is eating the donut at the donut shop, where Fury was like, "Sir, I want you to exit out the
Iconic.
donut," which I thought that was pretty funny. And yeah, ScarJo's Black Widow, even though this is like our third Avenger that's not the Hulk or Captain America where she's in the movie, she was fine, and obviously she was there to show her boobs for the Avengers. And
The car scene.
and yeah, the car scene where she was changing, where Happy Hogan was driving, and not only just that, where she did the scissors move, where she was like finding those dudes in the hallway, iconic, and also pretty hot, dare I say. And then, like what Gabe was talking about with War Machine, even though, yeah, they recast Terrence Howard to play, well, they got Don Cheadle to play Rodney, which, just like with Edward Norton's like, oh, you don't give me much money? Okay, I'm not coming back for the sequel. That's fine, because I think Don Cheadle is more iconic in the role as War Machine, and they actually got the suit better. The one thing that baffles me about when Rhodey put on the armor, like, I know he's trying his best to, like, help Tony Stark, like, you know, after when he got drunk, because, you know, Tony Stark is an alcoholic, like, in the comics. But the one thing that I just felt that was pretty odd is the fact that Rodney learns how to wear one of Tony Stark's prototype armor suits that he wore in the first movie, and he mastered that, like, very quick. I'm like, wait a minute, didn't Tony took like half a movie to master it, but Rodney, however, just knew how to fly it that well? Like, that just caught me off guard. However, like, his suit armor, like, got upgraded when he's fighting off with the robot droids. Thought that was cool. But yeah, like what I said, Whiplash, not referring to the movie where J. Jonah Jameson is yelling at Mr. Fantastic from that awful Fan Force.
Not quite my tempo.
Yeah, not that. Whiplash. Okay, I get the point that, yes, he is an Iron Man villain, trying to adapt from the comics, and I get that Whiplash is trying to be like a dark reflection of Tony Stark, where he lost his dad during the terrorist attack in the first Iron Man movie, and now he wants revenge, and that's why he wants his he's basically just mimicking for what Tony did, like building this in a cave, and that's what he's used for his technology. But I will admit, his motives are quite forgettable. But I will admit, it was pretty funny where he collabs with a scene-stealing side villain. Justin Hammer was played by Sam Rockwell. Why is that dude not back in the MCU? Like, he's basically like Tony Stark, but more like douchey, likable in a very 12-year-old teenage way, but he is like shameless about his ego. But yet, him dancing on stage, that was pretty funny. But I like that Whiplash and Justin Hammer were talking to each other, like, so you have something about a bird or something? He's like, I want you to give me my birds. I don't know, something just made me like laugh about that. But I will admit, what is so fire about Iron Man 2, dude, the way how Tony Stark lands where you play AC/DC's shoot the thrill, not a kill, and then
dude.
Then you got the sexy Iron Man strippers all around the stage, everything else. Hello, Harry. Not Harry Osborn, Harry Potter, what's up? I know Don Cheadle was in Space Jam 2. He was freaking out. Algae Rhythm word. He faced LeBron James in the basketball court where he goes, I'm a monster.
Okay, go.
Ain't got nothing on me. So yeah, War Machine eventually was the villain of Space Jam 2. So yeah, I knew that. But anyway, back to the movie. Like, Ham jumping to the stage, absolute fire, man. Like, great use of practical effects and CG effects around that time. Like, I know Jon Favreau had a hard time directing this movie because, like I said, this movie sort of had an identity crisis of being a Tony Stark center movie where the theme of the message is all about legacy, keeping it. Like, I will admit, the one scene that was the best, in my opinion, was Tony was looking at a graph of what his father has intended to give Tony when he got older, even though, like, his dad is dead, obviously. But the last video file that he gave to Tony around that time is literally when he's talking about, like, the graph they use, and then he actually makes, like, a hologram version of it just to keep his father's work legacy alive. Like, that's pretty wholesome. Just like how Robert Downey Jr. barely knows about his dad, and he had to use drugs, just like Tony Stark, just to get closer with his father. And kind of like how thematic but also therapeutic it is for Tony Stark to just connect to his dad's legacy and keep it alive at Stark Expo. And I like that. Even though the one thing that caught me off guard for Pepper Potts in this movie, even though I will admit she glows herself up in this movie compared to the first one, but I will admit she's totally fine with Tony Stark with the armor suit. But I like that she gets like very panicking where he starts racing in a race car for the first time. Like, wait, so you're cool with your man wearing armor suits but not with the car? Oh well. But I will admit, it was funny when Pepper and Happy were in the car and running over Whiplash 3 times in the middle of the road. As goofy as that was pretty silly, not gonna lie. But like I said, Iron Man 2, obviously not as great as the first film, but we will talk about Iron Man 3 later on. But definitely, I would watch Iron Man 2, and like, from the filmmaking aspects, from the cinematography, the explosions, the visual effects, and also, it has really good variety of AC/DC songs. Like, for instance, like, I mentioned Shoot the Thrill at the beginning of the movie, but the way how it ends up, I'm on the highway to hell. It's like, man, AC/DC, man, like, every time, like, when I see Tony Stark build it's like, you know what? For once, I'm just going to be in my dad's garage and feel like a Tony Stark and play AC/DC. It's like, I think just to give credit to the Iron Man movies, the first 2 movies to be exact, because for some reason Iron Man 3 did not play AC/DC, but the first 2, I'm like, you know what? AC/DC is like the go-to soundtrack for me just to pop out some guns and to work out. And it's all thanks to Iron Man when it comes to that. And Megamind if you want to consider Megamind. But either way, Iron Man 2, sure, a letdown compared to the first, like, clearly, it doesn't have substance like the first film, but Iron Man 2 definitely does have its moments. The racing scene with the suitcase suit is iconic. And bro, the trailer where that shot when it shows the Iron Man 2 logo where Tony puts the suitcase where it plays the theme in the trailer. Bow, wow, 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 man, boom, in theaters May 2010. That was sick around that time. So either way, Iron Man 2, not the best, but I would watch Iron Man 2 than Love and Thunder, then Eternals, and just the bad Marvel movies. Like, it's not as bad as most people say, so I have to agree with Gabriel. I would put this on, yeah, I mean, people are going to disagree. I will put Iron Man 2 on B tier, so that's what I'll put for Iron Man 2.
Yes.
Is Lester still here?
I think.
No, he's not. I'm making sure.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, so no worries. I mean, like I said, Gabriel, I think this is going to be like the Sonic tier list where obviously Lester's a casual, so we can't say much about the movies, but you and I are fans, just like of Sonic and Marvel, we are, so we have plenty to say. Oh, if we do a part 2, can't wait to say that when we talk about Thanos.
Oh, I forget. Elon Musk was in Iron Man 2.
Oh, yeah, wait. He was? In what scene?
Yeah, where Iron Man, or Tony was walking around some bar place, and then Elon Musk talks to him. And then Tony rejects him or something like that. I forget.
How ironic as we're talking about that. So, thank you for mentioning that when I literally almost forgot about that from the movie. Aside from Tony Stark talking about world peace in that conference meeting. But now we get to Thor, which, yeah, we're going to talk about the first Thor movie. Full disclosure, I did not see this movie around its release. Like, not on theaters, not in, DVD. You want to know when did I finally watch this movie? In 2014 during a YMCA after school program. That's where I end up watching the first movie because around that time I wasn't interested with the character. But before I get to the full-length review, should I talk about the first Thor movie or you want to go away with the first Thor movie, Gabriel?
You can go first.
Okay, so back to the point. I did not watch the first Thor movie despite I did have the Burger King toys where I had Loki in like different clones or duplicates of himself like he does in the first movie. And I originally wanted to play the Thor video game where Chris Hemsworth did the voice, Tom Hiddleston did the voice for their respective characters, Thor and Loki. But for some reason they just thought the movie was like a bit too dark for them. But either way, the first Thor movie, I'll say this, it's decent. I'm not going to say it's best, but I will admit it's like, clearly this movie's made by a director that makes a lot of Shakespeare movie adaptations, so that's why the dialogue is very Shakespeareanish of to be or not to be, that is the question. What's with the throne? Kneel before your king. You are no man and a fool. Like, definitely this type of Shakespearean type of dialects when it comes to the script. However, I won't say this movie is as great as the first Iron Man movie, but well, like I said, it's just alright because, like, on a formula standard, it does, like, the very cookie cutter superhero origin movie, but I will admit, Chris Hemsworth, absolutely perfect as Thor. And the funniest thing is, if you know behind the scenes, Tom Hiddleston, Loki, himself was going to play Thor and behind the scenes, but I couldn't take the dude seriously when he was, like, all jacked up and screaming to the screen, so I'm like, you know what, I think it was better off cast as Loki and then give the Brit playing the villain and give the Aussie playing Thor. So, clearly, I do like the cinematography. I do like the lighting of how Asgard's bring to life from how very aesthetic and real that looks. Anthony Hopkins as Odin is a pretty good casting as well. And I like that the moral theme is, it's kind of like Lion King in a way, where you got Mufasa and Scar trying to, like, fight each other to take the throne as king. And Odin's trying to do the same, where Thor is his biological son, while Loki's adopted since he's, like, half a frost giant, I think, because in the first movie, Loki, when he got older, is trying to please his biological father, which is this blue Bifrost giant, which are enemies that Thor and his friends, Sif and the Warriors 3, which nobody talks about those guys that much because I'll admit they are pretty forgettable side characters, which is why the later sequels, they just kill them off, basically. But the first movie, I understand they were like Thor's close buddies. I will admit, Sif, the main female lead from Asgard, I thought she was pretty hot, not gonna lie. But either way, I like the moral of the message where Thor doesn't respect Odin's authorities, where Thor is banished in a way. It's kind of like a thematic thing, because I know they're all Norse gods and Greek mythology, where it's like, well, if you have no honor of being a king, you must be gone! Be thrown to the world of human stupid civilization! And clearly this movie has a lot of fish out of water comedy, because clearly Thor is not a human, he's a god of thunder. But I will admit, that's where the movie shines. Like, in terms of comedy, it is funny where it has the fish out of water moments where Thor, like, was at the diner with Jane and the others, and he goes, another! And then I like there's one funny moment where he's at the pet shop and he's like, I need a horse. And it's like, sir, this is a pet shop. We have dogs. Oh, and then Thor's like, I'd like to have one of those. So I thought that was funny. Including the moment where Thor was getting kidnapped by S.H.I.E.L.D. He's like, you cannot destroy Thor, son of Odin. And he got tranquilized in his butt cheeks, which I thought that was funny. Then his face is like plump on the window. Like I said, the movie does have its moments. Like, I think in terms of comedy, like, I will admit this, even though Thor Ragnarok is more colorful and more leaning to the comedy, but I feel like the first movie had the balance of, it's generally funny, but it's not forced in your face type of funny, like Love and Thunder in comparison. But that's what I just like about the first movie. Like, and I will admit this, even though you got Padme from Star Wars, Natalie Portman, how can you get a science meteorologist, whatever, this science chick that looks super good, that she looks like a model, and who happens to be single, and then thirsts on, you know, Thor's Asgardian abs? It's like, how is that chick single before Thor? I'll admit, another baddie, I forgot what's the character's name. I think her name was Darcy, who's that one chick from Two Broke Girls. I mean, not gonna lie, she was banging, even though she's a dork. Just like what Fred told Velma in the live action Scooby-Doo movie.
Caster as Velma.
Yeah, dorky chicks like you turn me on. I'm like, bro, like, that guy Thurston. Like, what is with the Thor movies? The first one specifically got hot women. You got Jane, you got Darcy, you got Sif. Like, man, so much fine woman in that one movie alone. But I will admit, I will say Thor and Jane's relationship is at the best in the first movie. I'll admit it downgraded fast in the second one and the fourth one. The first movie was done decently, even though I will admit it was kind of dumb that Thor considers magic as, like, no. Like, he says to Jane, I do like the fire camp scene where Ham and Jane are talking about, they're building their development by saying, like, here you call this science, but here on Asgard we call it magic. It's like, yeah, I know Marvel has to shoehorn away just to put science in every single MCU property, and it never stops there. But either way, I thought it was quite sentimental and heartwarming. But I will admit, when we get to the final act, which, you know, it goes to the cliche of origin superhero movie where Thor has to go through his journey just to appreciate, like, his worthiness of being a worthy god, but also playing the mighty Thor into his title name, where his warrior friends came by just to help him out, and then you got the Destroyer that came down to Earth, which we got one iconic moment where Thor's like, you're big, but I fought bigger. And I will admit, the effects does hold up to this day. And for Loki, like I said, I didn't talk about Loki that much, but I will say this, Loki was a great villain in the first movie and the Avengers, but then later on he's not really considered a villain anymore. But his motives, like, yes, it is very much like the Lion King, where he wishes that he would be redeemed to be king, but at the exact same time he betrays Thor. He even betrays his own biological father so he can impress his adopted father Odin, which at the exact same time, you want to empathize for Loki, but at the exact same time, you can understand his motives around the time why he wants to banish Thor, but also wants to be the ruler of Asgard despite not him being the real son. And I will admit, even though Loki made a sacrifice when Odin let him go, like, I get it was supposed to be a sentimental moment for Loki, but I can't take it seriously. Like, so you're telling me Loki, quote unquote, fakes his death. But then the post-credit scene, oh yeah, he's alive with that one professor from the first Thor movie, and then obviously set up to be the main villain in the Avengers. Which, I will say this, I mean, I guess one of my complaints about the Thor movie is the fact that it does have formulaic tropes for a superhero origin where it doesn't stand out like the rest. But I will say this, if you go watch the Avengers movie, I bet for those that skip the Thor movie, because as a kid, I did not see the first Thor movies, like, so Loki was the main villain of that movie, and now he's the main villain in the new Avengers. Like, the first ever Avengers movie, I'm like, did I miss something after when Thor just talked to Loki in that first Avengers movie? He's like, I thought you were dead. And then I was like, come home, brother. And it's like, oh, so it was explaining the first movie. Now I understand why this is all connected. But either way, I think it's pretty a decent solo movie, which, oh yeah, I almost forgot, Knuckles himself, Idris Elba, is Heimdall, which I know in Thor the Dark World, he hated the production of that movie, which we will talk about Thor 2, but I will say he's pretty decent in this movie. I mean, obviously, other action movies got him into better roles either way when it comes to that, so I will say he's pretty alright, but clearly, I like that Idris Elba talks about when he was voice recording lines as Knuckles for Sonic 2, he was trying his best for his voice to not sound like Heimdall at times, but Either way, I just thought that was a fun trivia fact. Which, to be fair, guys, for any Sonic fans in the chat, this was the first movie that introduced me to knowing who Idris Elba was. Way before Zootopia, Finding Dory, or Jungle Book, or The Suicide Squad. This was like my introduction knowing who Idris Elba was, just because of this movie. So, I'll say this. The movie, I don't know. I'm still probably thinking of either B tier or C tier. Because like I said, the movie doesn't blow your mind. But for what it was actually pretty decent. Oh, I almost forgot. Hawkeye made his first cinematic debut where he had like a cameo when Thor was about to pick up his hammer, but he couldn't in the rain, where Agent Coulson was like spine through him. Like, oh, nice. We got Hawkeye before he appeared in the first movie of the Avengers. So, a part of me feels like I want to go to a B tier. I don't know about you guys, but that's what I'm heading to. Gabriel? It's either B
I don't know. I
tier or
mean,
C tier.
it's pretty underrated. Again,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know what to give this one.
Yeah, we'll just leave it there. To answer your question, Harry, yes.
Yeah,
I
I'm
do
stuck
like
between.
those Spider-Man shorts. Just answer your question.
I'm stuck between A or B.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah, it's pretty underrated. I think it's a solid film.
It is.
Um,
Forgive me, Jane, and then destroys the Mario Kart Rainbow Road.
I think like I think it's kind of the same like with the first Iron Man movie where the character is like cocky and is like, yeah, I have all this power. I'm the prince. I'm cool, man. I get all the ladies.
Mm-hmm.
And then Odin is like sick and tired of his crap and not taking things seriously, and then he's like, you know what? You're not worthy because you're immature. And as punishment, he sends him to Earth or something like that. And just Thor learning from his mistakes and being humbled and learning what it means to be worthy, I think was it's a great lesson. It's a great story for Thor alone, because that's literally his whole thing, is to be worthy of that hammer. And to be worthy of being a prince, son of Odin, and who knows, eventually king of Asgard. But it was a great lesson for Thor, great adventure and journey for his character development. I thought it was really fun to see him interact with Earth, or as he likes to call it, Midgard. And seeing like how everything's different from Asgard and stuff, was really fun to see, and it was just hilarious seeing him like, I need a horse, and then eventually when he meets Jane and Darcy, I think, and they're in the restaurant and he breaks the glass. Another. That was funny. I just love stuff like that from the first movie. And just like when Jane is like thirsting over Thor, because his Asgardian abs. Just, I don't know, it was just funny seeing Asgardian go through the experiences and exploring the world of Earth and seeing how different it is from Asgard, and him blend in with that world. I thought it was interesting. I thought it was funny. It was fun. I forget the name of the villain, the big giant metal monster thing. I forget the name of it, but I thought that fight was cool. Towards the end of the movie. I didn't watch this movie when it first came out, so the first time I saw that villain was in Lego Marvel Superhero 1 or Lego Avengers, I think. One of those games. And then I saw him in this movie. I was like, oh, that's pretty sick. And I don't know. I liked it. Seeing him protect his loved ones, protect Earth like that, and prove that he isn't immature anymore and learned his lesson and did what was best. And then obviously before that, you know, his interactions and relationship with Loki, complicated, but he still very much cares for his brother. And Loki, on the other hand, is jealous and full of hatred. Obviously, it could be because of his DNA, and you know, he was born from the enemy side, which was the I forget what their names are. The frozen ice people. Uh, I know they're frost giants, or I think that's just what they are, frost giants. I don't know, but he was born from that side, which were the enemies of Asgardians. So obviously it makes sense for him to be kind of the way he is. Um, but you know, he had a loving mother, had a loving
I
father,
forgot about the mom.
and just I don't know. I think it was interesting and wanting to have the role of king, uh, and his attitude and everything. I also like his abilities. Don't mind the left side. What was I saying? His abilities. His abilities are really cool. Where he makes the self and the magic and fear, and then his outfit. It's okay. I don't know. I just think Loki at the time was a fantastic villain. I think Loki's one of the best MCU characters because of his character development alone. But
Agreed.
at the time, he was just the best villain in the MCU.
He was around that time.
And I don't know, the turmoil and the drama between him and Thor was interesting to see. Seeing how, and no matter throughout all of that, Thor still cared for his brother, and it was just a nice thing to see between brothers. And they did that really well with the emotional aspects of this movie was really well done. The humor was funny. I don't remember too much of the music. It's not all that memorable to me.
Same, I don't remember much.
But everything visually looked really cool. Well done. I really like the rain scene where Thor's trying to pick up the hammer and then Hawkeye's there trying to assassinate him, I think.
Yeah, we're trying
and it was a cool introduction to Hawkeye. I also really love Stan Lee's cameo.
Oh yeah, with the truck scene, I remember.
Where they're trying to take out Thor's hammer.
That was funny.
That was funny. And yeah, I don't know. I think they did the emotional aspects of this movie well with the relationship between Thor and his father, Thor and his brother, Thor and Jane. They did it really well, and his character development just off that film alone was well done. Thor is one of the best MCU characters. Just his development is amazing. Until Love and Thunder.
Butchered it, bro.
Yeah, I think, like, I get why people aren't as interested. I wasn't interested at the time because I wasn't into Thor as a kid.
Neither was I.
But after watching it, I'm like, yeah, this is a great way to introduce Thor as a character, as a superhero. It's a solid movie. I think I could put it. It might sound crazy, and people can disagree, and that's fine. I wouldn't blame you if you put it lower, but I would probably put this at A. I think it's genuinely a good movie.
You like this more?
It's a good movie.
You like this more than Iron Man 2 and the Incredible Hulk?
From a film aspect, yeah, like it's better written.
Yeah, I would say that, like, in terms of story execution, the acting, and the character dynamics, I would say Thor was.
I mean, obviously Iron Man 2 and I get, yeah, probably the Hulk are more entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
They're more rewatchable. Or is it better written?
Yeah, I would say that, like, in terms of a character story,
It was a great beginning to his character.
it sure was.
And Loki, too.
Yeah, but before, they're most importantly tied to the Avengers just to establish them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess we'll put this on A tier. I don't know if people in the chat are going to be angry. I know some kids like, oh,
Yeah, you could, as long as it's between A and B, not lower.
yeah, like, honestly, people would put it on lower, which I'm going to be honest with you, Gabriel. I know we're not going to talk about Ragnarok yet, but just to ask, which Thor movie do you prefer, the first one or Ragnarok?
I used to believe 3 was better, but I think the first one is the best Thor movie.
Yeah, I would say this, like, as a Thor movie, from how it takes its balance for its tone, I think it's better, like, than Ragnarok. Because, don't get me wrong, Ragnarok is entertaining, but at the exact same time, it sort of just makes fun of the Thor IP. It's still a fun movie to watch, but in terms of a Thor film, I say I like the first movie more.
I just think Thor's more in character in the first movie than the third. The third one is hilarious, and I think it's fine. It's a good movie. It's just I don't know. I think the first one did it better for his character. They did his character more justice.
Absolutely, for sure. So, I definitely say, I mean, no pun intended, first Thor movie literally just strikes down, bro. But either way,
Yeah.
now that we're done with Thor, now we can finally talk about, well, the last origin movie in Phase 1, but also I mentioned earlier in the stream, this was the first MCU movie that I saw in theaters. Like, the other movies from Iron Man to Thor and Hulk, like I said, I didn't get to watch Thor till, like, middle school, but I did watch the first 2 Iron Man movies and Hulk on DVD, but I've never watched any of them in theaters. Captain America the First Avenger was the first MCU movie I saw in theaters until I watched the Avengers a year later. And to me, it was just a way for me to get to know who Captain America is. And yeah, it's pretty funny where obviously Chris Evans first played Human Torch in the Fox Marvel movies. I mean, for those that watch Deadpool Wolverine, y'all know what I'm talking about. But either way, him transitioning to Johnny Storm to Steve Rogers in the MCU is like literally transitioning from day and night, where Johnny Storm is more youthful and a lot more adolescent, while Steve Rogers is a lot more like stern. And I will admit, like, now watching the movie now, for the first Captain America movie, like, bro's just a skinny boy from Brooklyn trying to fight to the war, and when some dude was trying to beat him down, and then he's like, I could do this all day, it's like, bro's literally me when I try to pick up a fight in my skinny ass bones. But either way, this was a good superhero origin movie, because not only this movie, technically this is the first MCU movie that takes us to a different time period that doesn't take place in the modern day, whether it's 2010 or 2011 or whatever. We're back to the era of World War II. And I will say this, like, this movie does a really good job of the timeline from how it executes from not just how World War II impacts on America, but it's a great, not just coming of age story, but definitely a good underdog story, kind of like Iron Man in a way, where you got Steve Rogers, who's basically just a skinny boy that wants to be fine for the war and actually be taken seriously as an American soldier, but clearly you got Tommy Lee Jones as the military dude, and then you got this one dude, which is James Buchanan Barnes, aka we know him as Bucky Barnes, which I will admit, this one quote that basically plays thematic in Captain America's movies and later the MCU, where he literally gets on Steve's shoulder and he's like, I'm with you to the end of the line, pal. It's more like, yeah, true brothers from another mother. Gotta give respect to that. I do like Bucky's partnership with Steve, where they definitely feel like they're a true brotherly dynamic. Even though it was expected that Bucky was not going to last long, but him just like, Bucky, take my hand, where they're on the train chase scene and then Bucky got frozen. Felt bad for Steve, because that was like Steve's confidant around that time. And the professor that worked with Tony Stark's dad, Howard Stark, that worked on the super soldier serum, kind of like what Iron Man had, where he kind of like is some sort of like a non-American mentor that just definitely believes in the nobility of Steve Rogers. That's kind of like the same way of how this other dude that died was passed away and they got for Tony Stark. And like I said, even though I like how Steve, he take the risk on taking the super soldier serum, which I thought Captain America never had powers, but technically he does. When he has super soldier serum, he has the ability just to pick up heavy objects, break through car doors, and carry heavy objects. Like, the man is indestructible unless you put a bullet through his body. So clearly, that's the one thing I also like about the origin. Which also, by the way, even though he falls in love with a Brit named Peggy Carter, I'll admit, smash Peggy Carter, smash the actress who plays her.
100%.
Like, damn, I mean, like I said, I know I'm mixed with Brits, but I will admit, that's a fine Brit right there. And also, another thing, I like that Steve did kiss the chick, and I know she was doing her best just to, like, you know, encourage Steve to man himself up, even when he's skinny, but during the montage where they made his shield out of vibranium, and then she shots the bullets just trying to, like, make sure it's indestructible with the bullets just to get past through, I thought that was pretty cool. And yeah, the funniest thing is, even though he had that smooch with Peggy but never got that dance, it's like, man, sad to know that Steve Rogers is a 90-year-old virgin, never, you know, banged Peggy Carter around that time, except for a lip lock, just because he had a date and he could have had that dance. But either way, Red Skull, who's played by this actor that always gets typecast for playing villains in science fiction franchises, whether it's The Matrix, whether it's Lord of the Rings, whether it's Transformers, Hugo Weaving. So clearly, the man is great for playing villains, but him playing Red Skull, the makeup on him, it was creepy when I saw it as a kid, but I will admit, I mean, I know in the later movies in Infinity War Endgame, he's played by a different actor, but obviously it's all CG, but I will admit, the makeup prosthetics on Red Skull makes it look believable when he removes the mask and then gets in front of Steve Rogers, which I definitely say Red Skull, I won't say he's a top tier villain, but he's definitely one of the more memorable ones around that time. But the one thing that also baffles me, that we got the introduction of Dr. Arlim Zola way before he got reintroduced in the Winter Soldier, where he kind of looks like that one character from Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, which, yeah, to be funny, that is the same actor, now that I'm noticed about that. Before he got eaten by the Indoraptor, that was Dr. Zola from Captain America, the First Avenger. But either way, I do like the internal conflict that Steve and Red Skull have, which, oh yeah, I almost forgot, in the first Captain America movie, literally the training montage, not just the training montage where you have all these American before by saying Captain America, where Captain America was more portrayed as a celebrity, as a, you know, a Disney character mascot for the stage, where I like the Easter egg where they got Captain America comic books that the kids put, and the moment where Steve Rogers just beat like a fake Hitler on stage. Excuse me. Also, I think Steve Rogers actually maked out with a girl, which I think she's played by the same actress who played Peter Quill's mom. So I'm like, wait a minute, did Steve Rogers just banged Peter Quill's mother around that time? That's just wrong, bro. But all joking aside, I think She-Hulk made a joke by saying, oh yeah, Captain America fought, which basically Steve Rogers is not a virgin, so he probably must have banged that chick, but not Peggy Carter apparently. But I will admit, the other soldiers that like look Steve Rogers down just because I'm like, bro, you just become like a skinny boy from Brooklyn, now you decide to become some sort of a costume freak, even though obviously they represent, like, you know, the stoic bullies from your football team that will just bully the hell out of you. I will admit, one dude decided to pull down his pants and show his ass on the audience chair. I thought that was funny because I thought he was going to show off his tattoo or something, but it was just way to humiliate Steve Rogers around that time. But the one thing I like about Captain America, like, sure, he's not like Marvel's Man of Steel, but he definitely definitely has like the definition of patriarchy, but also being the symbolism of America. So despite the sacrifices that Steve Rogers has lost, whether if it's Bucky Barnes, whether if it's like the professor that believes the good in him, or the sacrifice of not seeing Peggy Carter again and just to like keep him frozen, I like that he sticks to the nobility of, like, you know, what makes to be like not just a patriotic hero, but what does it mean to step up his game for his time of being a soldier before he becomes the man out of time. And I will admit, the way how Red Skull used the Tesseract, which, let's not forget, like, the Tesseract was basically like the first Infinity Stone, but also the MacGuffin that lead to Loki having the Tesseract in the first Avengers movie. So that's why they titled this movie Captain America the First Avenger, because it's different from that lame 1990 live action movie, which clearly this is the better Cap movie. But I will admit, the sacrifice scene where he froze himself and then he fell asleep for 75 years. As a kid, I was so confused of what's going on. I'm like, wait, did Steve time travel and just went to the ice? I'm like, oh, so that was the point. He got unfrozen and then woke up till present day, and then Nick Fury out of nowhere just pops up in Times Square just like, you fell asleep, Cap, for almost 75 years. And then it just ends off with Steve by saying, I had a date. And I will admit, the credits, including Captain America's theme, not only it just sounds very patriotic, where it goes, bum, 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 bum. So I will say Captain America's music is, in the first movie, is more memorable than Thor and Hulk's. It's no Iron Man 1 theme, but it is memorable for what it was. So, if I'm going to be honest, the first Captain America movie, if I had to put a ranking, I would say I'll put it on A tier. Like, it's a good superhero movie, and sure, the later Captain America movies got better, but as an origin film, I liked it. It makes Cap seem cool. For me, at least.
I agree.
So, I would say A tier for Captain America 1.
Yeah, Captain America 1 is one of my favorite MCU movies ever, and it's a movie I grew up with, and it made me love and appreciate Captain America as a character. Made me a lot more interested. Why do you do this when I'm talking, man? Every time I talk, you just want to ass, man. Get out! Anyway.
Shut up, Car!
Man, what was I saying? Oh, Captain America. I like him as a character, or I appreciated him more as a character because of this movie. I would not stop rewatching this movie over and over again when I was a kid. I played the video game a lot when I was a kid.
Captain America, Super Soldier.
This is when the first Avengers movie came out, but I got the Lego set with him. I got Build-A-Bear with him, or of him. He was just my favorite Avenger. He is still my favorite Avenger out of the main six. And he's top 3 MCU characters for me,
without question,
personally.
Yes, for sure.
But yeah, and I would have to say he has one of the best trilogies in the MCU as well. But we'll get to that.
For sure.
As for this movie, the first movie, again, just like the Thor movie, great introduction to a character like Captain America, and a hero like this. They like, usually I'm not the type of person that is into like war movies or stuff that's involved in the past like that too much. But this, I think they did it just right, where it didn't feel too much like a regular war movie, and it also had the balance of being a superhero movie, comic book movie, where you had people like, you had the super soldier serum. You see Steve Rogers wanting to become a soldier even though he was skinny and scrawny, but he had the heart and he had the bravery to do so, and to take the super soldier serum. And people saw that in him, like Bucky. Like, he saw that in Steve ever since he helped him out against the bully, and then stuff like that. And seeing Steve's and Bucky's friendship build up off of that, just because Bucky had faith in him, and they both trusted each other. Since then, it was just really nice to see. It was really wholesome, and just seeing Steve's journey, being someone who was just like everybody doubted him, everybody saw him as a scrawny kid, but then he proved himself because of his bravery and his heart, that he could do it. They gave him the serum. He became an absolute unit, and now that's when, like, okay, this is the real deal. This is the guy. And because not only his powers, but because of his heart, they were like, you know what? This guy's worthy of being a captain. And now he's Captain America. They're building that shield, vibranium. It's all looking good. I like the part where Steve is in training and then he like tries to cover the grenade.
I remember.
That's another example just of his character alone. And seeing Peggy, you know, at first she's like, this dude's an idiot, and then later on she trusts him and they fall for each other. And I love that kind of romance story kind of thing, that trope. I personally really like it. And what else? Red Skull was, I mean, as a kid, I didn't know too much about Red Skull. Though when he like revealed himself in that one area where there was fire or something, and he took off the mask and showed his real face, I was like, oh, so that's why they call him Red Skull.
It's like
But that
one
was
joke.
cool.
It's like that one joke from the Phase of First crossover where Dr. Doofenshmirtz says, "Is her head gonna turn into flames, or am I thinking about something else?" So I'm like, kind of like an inside joke to Ghost Rider, where Red Skull's face did not turn into flames, where he just removes out the mask and then just reveals that he's the Red Skull.
Yeah. But that was cool. And then you have Red Skull's iconic car, Hydra.
Mm-hmm.
And
Deadpool and Wolverine.
it's kind of crazy because Hydra is supposed to be like this huge organization, and they do utilize it in a lot of the Captain America movies, obviously. But like Hydra's so big, I'm surprised they haven't used it anymore after that.
True. Well,
I mean, maybe we'll see in this new Captain America movie with Sam Wilson, but I don't know. I'm surprised they're still not utilizing Hydra.
yeah, like
as much
outside, like
anymore.
outside of Captain America's own movies.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But still, I think they did it right, and you know they mentioned Hitler.
Yep.
So
because
that was
basically
kind
Red
of
Skull's like the Marvel's Hitler dictator type, so it makes a lot of sense because
Yeah,
you know it's
the fact
in World War
Red Skull was, I guess, a bigger threat than Hitler is like says enough about his character.
So minus the mustache and his face and
yeah.
flesh.
Yep. But yeah, Red Skull was a good villain, I will say. I do really like the ending where he has the Tesseract. He's about to use its power, but then
Indiana Jones
he gets
style.
pranked. He gets pranked. He goes to not where he thinks he's gonna go.
Yep.
And at the time, you know, we all thought he was dead.
Yep.
Anyone would have thought he was dead because we don't know what that did.
No clue.
Because Infinity War, now we all
Infinity War
know.
happened.
Bro
But
was
it's-
trapped there.
Yeah, but he's a
Watching
different
people
actor.
die all
He's
the
just
time.
running in a cloak. A soul for a soul.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I know. Not younger me would have never ever expected that, but here we are. I like that they did both. They modernized Captain America's suit and made it like fit for the times that he was in the war, but also they gave homage to his comic book looking suit and gave him like a cheesy looking comic book Halloween party looking costume. But I thought that was cool, and also the shield, the like triangular shield that he had at first during that play he was doing or whatever. I thought it was cool, and seeing everybody make him like a celebrity, and seeing how Steve dealt with it, where he was kind of like confused and kind of like uncomfortable and stuff. Like he didn't want to do all that. He just wanted to fight for his country. I thought it was cool. Again, showed more of his character. Kind of weird. They used the same actress who played Peter Quill's mom for that one lady, but we're gonna pretend that didn't happen. Also cool that they showed Tony Stark's dad back then, who made the shield.
Yeah, Howard Stark.
For Cap. Yeah. The music. Oh man, his theme is iconic. To me, at least.
Like, it still slaps till this day.
That
Since 2011.
it's so good, so good, so good. Obviously, I love the first time where he uses the shield, and then that one scene where he throws the shield. That shot that they use in Avengers Endgame credits. That part was really cool. Never gets old. And obviously, Bucky's death was sad. Well, quote unquote death was sad. Bro didn't deserve that.
Nope.
But part of war, it's what happens. And I think they did it in a good, like, they executed it well. I don't know. It was kind of a sad movie because Steve finally gets what he wanted. He becomes a soldier. He builds friendships and relationships with people and gains all this respect. But then he loses those people. He loses Bucky. He loses. I mean, Peggy didn't die, but he himself thought he was gonna die, and Peggy thought she lost him. And he gets frozen after crashing in the jet or whatever, and he gets frozen for how many years was it?
70.
70?
Sleep for 70 years.
Yeah. He gets frozen for that long, and I really love the twist where he wakes up and this is in modern times. This is like we're in the 2010s here, or 2000s, whatever. And he wakes up. He's in freaking Times Square, and then meets up with Nick Fury, and then he's like, "Hey, we need you, man. We're building a team, bruh." And
Literally.
he's just so confused because he thought he was dead, but he wakes up and he's in a different time.
Where am I? Really? Keeps asking that question again.
And yeah, just I thought that was really cool. It was a great cliffhanger. Oh, setting up first Avengers movie. I don't know. The emotional aspects of this movie was really well done. So, Cap is such an inspiration, and even since the beginning, he's always a humble guy. Even during his fame, he was cocky. But why one of my favorite characters, and his story is just so interesting. Can't forget the scene where he's chasing a car and all that stuff, and he's around.
Yeah,
That kid falls in the water, and he thought he
the kid's like, "It's
drowns or
okay,
something,
I
and he's
can
like,
swim!"
"It's okay, I can swim."
That was so good.
That part, I enjoyed that whole sequence. I don't know. To me, it's a very inspirational movie. Great introduction to his character. Fantastic music. Each character had an important role to the movie. The MCU is. It was sad. It was exciting, fun, funny. I don't know. It's a great movie. I wouldn't put it. Well, no, actually. That's hard. I mean, people can disagree because maybe but people are biased towards Iron Man, and it's the first MCU. It's what kicked off the MCU, and I get it. But personally, I enjoy this movie more than the first Iron Man movie. So I'm gonna put it on S tier.
So you would put it on
That's
S
just
tier.
me.
So you'll put it on S tier. The reason why I put it on A
Yes.
tier, because even though, and first introduction for Captain America movie is the fact that, I mean, when it was first released, some people did overlook Captain America till like Winter Soldier, Civil War, which personally for me, I agree that those are the better movies in comparison to the first one. But it kind of sucks that back then some fans did like Cap, but some people just didn't take Cap seriously after not just this movie, but the first Avengers until Winter Soldier came along, which, like I said, don't get me wrong, Winter Soldier is an upgrade for sure, but it's still a good MCU movie for what it is. So that's why personally I just put on A tier, just because it's like Thor. It's like a good origin movie from how it was for the beginning for me. So I could definitely tell, like back then, you did say Captain America was your first favorite Avenger and one of your favorite MCU characters, period. So it's like, yeah, it does make sense because, you know, Buzz Lightyear, I'm Captain America.
And I'm Captain America.
It's crazy that we predict the future for this. But yeah, still a good movie, so it still deserves to be higher on the list. But now we get to the whole reason why Phase 1 existed in the first place. Mainly because the Avengers. So technically, if we're not counting X-Men, Fantastic Four, or Spider-Man, these are the only Marvel characters that Marvel Studios had the time where they can merge all of these characters in the same movie outside of Spider-Man, X-Men, Fantastic Four, because, you know, different studio rights. But now, in later years, now they have. So for Avengers, do you think I should go or you should go?
You can go ahead.
Okay, who dare cross the Avengers? It's Loki. Wait, I forgot my shield. I think my mom has it. For you uncultured people in the chat, it's a reference to that peak 2012 Target commercial of the Avengers around that time. And I'm going to be honest, sure, like this movie was hype back in 2012, man. This was not only the movie that, sure, Iron Man started the MCU, but no, this was the movie that changed the MCU. Not just the MCU forever, it changed Hollywood forever, because after the gigantic success of the first Avengers movie, every studio franchise tries to be like, oh, we need to make it more like the Avengers. We need to make a cinematic universe out of this. And da-da-da-da-da. I mean, some are good, some are not good. Like, you've seen it with the DC movie. You've seen it with the Godzilla King Kong movies. Tom Cruise tried to do the same with the Mummy movie, but that did not work out. Sonic the Hedgehog's doing the same. And I guess SpongeBob sort of copied the Avengers in the second movie. Sesame Street made a parody of it. So this movie was a game changer to the entertainment industry as a whole, just because how this mega successful movie has become from all the build-up from the origin stories of the four main Avengers minus Hawkeye for a cameo. But man, the Avengers. I mean, as a kid, I know there's lawn mowing in the background, but for those who are listening, just get used to it. But it is what it is. So for the first Avengers movie, definitely as a kid, I did not care too much about the plot. Like, to me, I was just eating. I was like in the theater with my mom, just like, oh, I just want to eat some funnies. I just want to see characters fight each other. Even though I was definitely like a weak ass boy around that time, or literally around that era, I was like, I don't want to see blood. I don't want to see anyone die. But it's like, but bro, it's a comic book movie. It's a superhero movie. Get over that, Daniel. You had to get over your fear of Green Goblin from the first Spider-Man movie. So it is what it is. But man, that theater experience of the first Avengers movie, everyone was laughing, everyone was clapping and cheering, including the moments of the, you know, the puny god moment where Hulk was grabbing Loki. I'm a god, you dull creature. Everyone in the theater was like, ha 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 ha, woo! Like, I believe the first Avengers movie was like the first theater experience where I actually got like a reactive type of audience outside of laughing, like a lot of cheering in the background. It's like, okay, so this is what people must have feel about the MCU hype phenomenon until it got better with Infinity War and Endgame. But I did got the Lego sets, which Gabriel did have a couple ones. Gabriel had Captain America. I remember me and my buddy Angel had Iron Man, the minifigure sets. And around that time, my dad did not like this movie just because the scene where Loki was trying to make all the human people like kneel to him, and since he's like a fake Norse god, and then this one man starts by saying, not to men like you, look to you other people. My dad didn't like it because obviously, since I'm raised in a Christian family household, they're like, no false gods, I do not endorse this. So it's like, well, that's what the villain represents, the evil, and then the heroes are just not meant to be worshipped. But either way, that's like past history with the movie, and of course the Build-A-Bears that Gabriel mentioned when we're talking about Captain America. But anyway, in retrospect, man, even though Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, and Hulk is what make the MCU kind of like the origin movies walked so the first Avengers movie can run. And around that time, it was like such a unique build-up because, yeah, of course, you have to watch their origin movies around that time. But, man, how would we could have thought of how they balanced the screen time of the four main Avengers, Iron Man, Captain America, Hulk, and Thor, with the addition of Black Widow and Hawkeye just to be added to the movie. Which I will give out my one complaint. Hawkeye was cool in the final act, but it did suck that he was like, introduced as a villain just because Loki used the Sector just to, brainwash him, hypnotize him, and just, breaks the shield character. But I will admit, I feel like that's one downgrade about Hawkeye, that we didn't get to know much about him as a character until Hawkeye becomes more cooler in the final act. But the only scene that we know is the fact that he has a close friendship with Natasha Romanoff, aka Black Widow. But I will admit, I really love the dynamics between all the different other characters. Like, even though Tony Stark is definitely, the billionaire playboy philanthropist, Steve Rogers is the man out of time, which I did like the boxing scene where Steve is just in the punching bag during a boxing gym where he's just fighting the past, trying to figure out, what is his purpose here, until then Nick Fury tried to bring him out just to revive the Star Spangled Hero back in the 1940s. And I like that Agent Coulson was a fanboy of Captain America, that he wished that Steve Rogers just to sign the cards that had Captain America around that time. And since Loki was the main villain, which I'll admit, around that time, I was expecting Doctor Doom, but I understand Doom was owned by Fox around the time. But I will say this, Loki was a good choice just to have for a first main villain. I mean, like I said, if you haven't seen the first Thor movie, that's going to be an issue. You haven't seen the first Avengers around that time. So Loki was a great villain. Like, he definitely has some great quotes where when he makes all the people kneel down, he was like, "You are made to be ruled. In the end, you always kneel." And then you got the old elderly man that goes, "Not to petty men like you. Look to you, the people." And I like the scene where Captain America talks about his history, about his past, not just when he fights Loki, but even the moment where Iron Man comes in and be like, "Hey, Romanoff, you missed me?" Because obviously Black Widow and Iron Man team up in Iron Man 2, and then play shoot that throughout the exact same time. And this iconic shot of seeing Cap and Iron Man together, including the moment where Thor takes Loki and have his moments where he still cares for Loki. He's like, "I thought you were dead," and then "Come home, brother." And then basically Loki just banished himself away. And then we get to this funny but also awesome action scene where Tony Stark was talking about how he captured his brother Loki, and then Thor's like, "This is beyond you, Metal Man." And as a kid, I didn't get this joke because obviously I didn't get these inside dope jokes that Tony Stark was saying. And then Tony was talking about Thor's like, "We just got your brother Shakespeare in the park." And then Tony just says, "Does mothers know you wear it for drapes?" And I will admit, like, seeing Iron Man in that Mark 6, 7, I forgot which armor it was, but him facing Thor in the woods, that was sick and fire. And then when Captain America comes in to break it down, where he's like, "Hey, that's enough." And it's like, "You want me to, put the hammer down? You want me to put the hammer down?" And then when Thor bashes into Captain America's shield, that was epic. And then boom, that's how we got the trinity of the OG MCU trio heroes there in the same room. And then I didn't get to talk much about Mark Ruffalo's Bruce Banner. Like what Gabriel said earlier, even though I prefer Edward Norton as the Bruce Banner, but I will admit this is the best performance of Mark Ruffalo's Bruce, because not only he acts like Bruce in the comics, but also we get to see this iteration's Bruce dynamic of being a science bro to Tony Stark, but also his insecurities when it comes to his anger, including when Black Widow tries to bring him to sign into the Avengers and he wasn't up for it. Which, by the way, I mean, even though Black Widow was hot in Iron Man 2, I will admit her hair was pretty iconic in the first Avengers movie. I do appreciate the ass shots when she was talking to Loki when they captured Loki in the shield helicarrier. So I thought that was nice. But either way, him as Bruce Banner, I totally dig it. And then for the Hulk, even though he wears the iconic purple pants in the later movies, I will admit this is probably this movie and Thor Ragnarok, and dare I say parts of Age of Ultron as well from the Hulkbuster scene. This is probably the best introduction to Mark Ruffalo's Hulk, where he's running, chasing Black Widow, where it's kind of like a reverse version of Marvel's Beauty and the Beast in a way. When he bashes into the helicarrier, and I like the moment where Thor comes in to fight Hulk, and he's like, "We're not your enemies, Banner." And I like in the Lego Avengers video game where Hulk smacks Thor, and you hear the sound where Thor goes, "Ugh." And it's funny if you think about it, because in the Lego Avengers game, they keep reusing the as Thor, because It's just like, it's kind of like with the Roblox sound effect where he goes, oof, 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 every single time, which I thought that was hilarious. But, as time continues on, like, as fun as the movie was, like, in the first act, I do like the drama conflicts and the disagreements for what the Avengers have come through. Like, for instance, when they talk about the argument of how to handle Loki's scepter, where Thor disagrees with what Nick Fury needs to do to keep the Tesseract sacred before Loki gets his hands on it. And then you get the most iconic conflict where Steve and Tony are talking to each other, where he's like, big man, a suit of armor. Take that off and what are you? Genius billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. And then Steve cannot handle Tony's ego. You gotta stop pretending you're being a hero. And then Tony's like, Rogers, everything about you was being made out of a bottle. So I like that it was like teasing like the differences and the confliction that Steve and Tony had in that first Avengers movie. And then despite the disagreements is after when Agent Coulson got killed by Loki and then just like abandoned Thor all the way down to his downfall. Hulk was down to his downfall, and then Black Widow has to face Hawkeye, where Hawkeye was hypnotized by Loki, where Loki just hypnotized all the previous Shield agents, and then they break in the helicarrier. And I like that Tony and Steve have a moment together. And after when Steve was signing the baseball cards, after when Coulson died, and they eventually decide to have a way just to acknowledge the dead, and what Nick Fury talks about his speech and why they're called the Avengers, because they're not just avenging Phil Coulson after his sacrifice, they're avenging New York as a whole after when Loki decides to terrorize everywhere in New York City, where you got the most iconic scenes where Tony Stark comes in and talks about Avengers, Earth's Mightiest Heroes, and I like how Tony just talks smack to Loki about, literally where he talks smack about Loki like, not a big plan, like, not a great plan. And then Loki tries to like hypnotize Tony with the scepter, but with the arc reactor he couldn't. And then literally just throws Tony out the Avengers Tower. Jarvis, deploy! And I will admit, moment when Jarvis deploys the Iron Man armor, it was so sick when he got the Iron Man armor flying away, and then Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye are in the Quinjet, which is very iconic. They made a legacy out of that. And just be honest, when Thor went out to say, Loki! The funniest thing is I think my stepmom around the time thought Thor said, Donkey! I thought that was hilarious. By the way, Gabriel, am I cutting off? Gabriel?
No, you're not cutting off.
I'm just making sure. But anyway, back to the point where Thor said, Donkey!
I'm just mute because the freaking lawnmower.
Okay, that makes sense. But anyway, back to the point I was saying, where Loki's like,
Here it comes again.
It's only the war that so be it. Like the conflict and the bashing between Thor and Loki was pretty awesome, of how personal it was between them. And then Thor looks at the destruction that Loki has caused in New York. Brother, look around you, we can stop it together. And then Loki just literally backstabbed Thor on Thor's rib, and then they took down the Quinjet. And I will admit about Captain America, even though Chris Evans complained about this on the set of the Avengers, yeah, the suit looks very Halloween, Party City, commercialized Captain America. Like, even Chris Evans had a hard time hearing when he's not wearing underneath the helmet, which I thought that was pretty hilarious, which obviously that suit wasn't like the best suit for what it was, but for what it is, it's pretty decent. It just looks very Halloween costume for Party City, which no wonder they sell suits of that. But during the moments when the Avengers just like all clash, including from Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Thor, facing all the Chitauri villains over there, and then Bruce Banner, I like the fact that he was naked, and then some other dude just give him like regular clothes, and then Bruce Banner finally make it to the Grand Central Station Bridge, and then the Avengers reunited, and then Tony was saying, I'm definitely bringing the party to you. And I like that. Earlier, Bruce couldn't control his anger around that time, but later on, he actually managed to control the Hulk in him, which I thought that was a pretty sick moment where Steve was like, all right, Dr. Banner, now it's time for you to get angry. That's my secret, Cap. I'm always angry. And then literally, this reminds me of a funny blooper where Bruce Banner, where Mark Ruffalo just makes Bruce a coward. He's like, do it, you're on your own. And it's like, that would have been such a funny alternative cut. But it was sick when Bruce transforms to the Hulk and that giant Chitauri worm breaks in, Hulk punches it, and then Iron Man unleashes tank missile. Hold on. And then one of the most iconic moments, not just in the MCU, but cinema history, where you got Alan Silvestri's score of the Avengers theme. Dun, 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 dun. Then you got the iconic Groot shot where you have all 6 of the main Avengers, 360 Groot shots. Like, man, cinema at its finest. And not only just that, it's like, man, with all the buildup of the MCU, and even though as a kid I didn't took it that much seriously, but now looking back at those movies, I'm like, oh, I get it now. But it wasn't just like fan service moments. Like, you literally got the live action debut of all the Avengers all together, minus Ant-Man and the Wasp, because they originally were supposed to be in this movie. But I will admit, despite this is Joss Whedon's like first Avengers movie, I mean, in my opinion, the only good superhero movie that he made until he messed up Justice League with the DC's Snyder cut of Justice League. But either way, I felt like it definitely has the tonal balance of fun when it needs to be funny, but serious when it needs to be serious, and then other Marvel movies did it better. But I will admit, like, this movie does a perfect job of not how they show the abilities of each Avenger. Like, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Captain America, they're obviously grounded. Thor and Hulk, they're the muscle, and then Iron Man can fly as well along with Thor. I like how they utilize their abilities of what makes the Avengers the team as they are, with the cooperation of teamwork for what they pull off despite their disagreements. But once when a loss like Coulson died, or when their city is about to be in danger, or they're about to be invaded by this evil Norse god with big horns, that's where they all came to avenge the lost ones and the ones that are about to be defeated or even dead at some point. That's what they do, and that's why they call themselves the Avengers. But like I said, the final climax is pretty epic, where you got Captain America defending that waitress who happened to be Ellie from Last of Us. Who knew? And then Hulk and Thor having been the muscle meatheads on the Chitauri tech, and then the hilarious moment where Thor and Hulk are standing by each other, and then Hulk just punches Thor. Like, Hulk was definitely such a huge scene stealer, despite Hulk did not talk too much, aside from one word where he bashes Loki, like, I am enough, you dog creature, and I'll not be bullied by. Like I said, everyone in my audience died with laughter when that happened. And obviously Hulk's only line they said in the movie was, puny god. And it was hilarious where Loki was like, oh, where it feels like the bro just literally felt like that he broken his own bones, but in reality, Loki was very injured. But I did like the moment where Iron Man was willing to make the sacrifice just to put the missile just to destroy all the Chitauris before they start invading more in New York when they got the portal in the sky. Which, to be honest, the MCU's original trope was like, oh, portal in the sky, and then all CGI faceless villains came in by. That was like the OG comic trope before that trope in Final X become very repetitive, but around that time, it makes sense for what it was during the Battle of New York. But I will admit, the one thing I will complain about Avengers 1 is the fact that I'll admit the first 25 minutes is kind of boring, but that's the point of the build before you get to the main Avengers themselves. But when we get to Captain America and then we get to Iron Man, it's like, alright, this movie's actually pretty interesting. It's pretty entertaining. It's just a slow build. And the one thing that did baffle me, which I think the later MCU movies fixed this issue, like Age of Ultron and Civil War, is the fact that how did the Avengers communicate? Like, how did they communicate with each other without the earpieces? Like, Tony Stark makes sense, but everyone else did not have earpieces. Even if you look back at Steve Rogers, he did not have like an earpiece at all. But I like that Tony Stark was the one that made the sacrifices to go all the way to space and just to make the explosion of the Chitauri tech and all the Chitauri folks to make sure they don't follow the explosion down to New York, or else New York City will turn itself to Armageddon. But I like that they matched the time just to save Tony Stark. And Thor's like, he's not slowing down. When Hulk rescued Iron Man, once again, my audience cheered by saying, woo, yeah! And then, literally, around that moment, as a kid, I thought Iron Man was dead. But hilariously, Hulk just made a scare, like, whoa! And then Tony was like, please don't tell me no one, anyone just kissed me. And then Steve was like, we won. We did it. We won the battle. And Tony's like, yeah, have any of you guys ever tried shawarma? As a kid, I did not watch the post-credit scene because I did not know post-credit scenes were a big deal for Marvel movies. But it was pretty funny that after the battle, after a big long day of work, they went to a destroyed restaurant where they're eating shawarma. Never tried shawarma, but I would love to eat it someday in the future if I ever could. But either way, good scene. But I will admit, the ending, it was very bittersweet, where all the Avengers disbanded, and then Nick Fury's talking about the S.H.I.E.L.D. higher-ups, and then you got all the people, not just in New York, but all the people around the world just appreciating the love for what the Avengers have done for them. Like, basically, they've created their own fan base, basically. Kind of like us in a nutshell, where we became fans of the characters is because this movie was so dope. But not only just that, of how the Avengers, quote-unquote, well, for the most part, saved most of the New Yorkers' lives from not just in New York, from different other countries. And I like the cameo where Stanley's like, superheroes, give me a break. And then you got the Avengers disbanded, Loki's locked up, Thor and Loki return to Asgard, Tony has a sick car, and then after that, Steve rides on a motorcycle. Like, the Avengers disbanded until they meet again in Age of Ultron. However, I like that Nick Fury talks to the S.H.I.E.L.D. people by saying, whenever it was come to the Avengers, we'll need them whenever they have to. So either way, the Avengers, I don't think it's going to be any hesitation. Like, around that time, for what it changed the game for the MCU, but also changed the game for Hollywood and everything else, I feel like most Avengers wannabe sort of fails for what makes the Avengers success so special. It wasn't the crossovers. It wasn't like, oh, let's just put all these characters one. It's all about the build-up, the conflicts, and the failure that these Avengers have to go through, but also the redemption that they did as a team. Despite their disagreements at first, later on they just become allies rather than enemies. So clearly the first Avengers, being the last one, phase one, it's easily an S tier for me. So that's all I have to say about the first Avengers movie. Woo! I'm almost running out of breath. Yeah. That's all I have to say. Anyway, Gabriel, you're up. I need to drink some Aquafina.
Okay.
So,
First Avengers movie,
Avengers film.
truly iconic. One of the superhero movies. This defined my childhood. My
MCU was peak.
childhood was just reliant on this movie, and it made me love each and every one of these. Loki was a much better villain than he was in the movie, and it sold him as the best MCU villain of that time. Every actor, everyone performed their butts off for these movies. They all did a fantastic job. Joss Whedon, he has his history with second Avengers movie, with Justice League movie, not so great. But with this, he did a fine job. He really did. The best superhero movie he's done. This movie has everything. I mean, got Chanel done. The action sequences, a lawnmower outside my house. No, but everything is just so well done in this movie. It was the birth of the iconic Avengers year till this in MCU movie. And that scene on where they group up together and theme song plays like that ever. Forever gonna be best. And I love that they took time with each character. Not even just the Avengers, just like the Agent Coulson, Fury, Rhea Hill, Loki. And then the way they brought all the Avengers together was the thing. They didn't like each other or trust each other. Which was bound to happen. Hawkeye tried to kill Thor. Bruce Banner didn't really trust anybody. So it took a lot for him to join the team and for Black Widow to convince him. And I actually really like that they talk to each other. You see how messed up. I don't know. It goes to the emotional side of them. And you see, after figuring things out, talking to Nick Fury and everybody, and he still has a good attitude about it. And makes him. And that's cool. And everybody is seeing them interact with each other is what we wanted to see for a while. They did it well. Their chemistry was put well on screen. And man, I tell you, the Black Widow hair, she's number one. She's my favorite. Celebrity crush. She's number one. Man, 10-year-old me. Speeding. Anyway.
You're hot.
You're hot. Same actress. Yeah. And then Hawkeye being manipulated. Something I wouldn't have expected, but was still cool. See him and Tasha fight. And then gets his batouche kicked and comes to his senses. Then they both have an emotional moment. Friendship and stuff. That was cool. That was nice. Awesome. Then I love everyone else's like their interactions, like with Tony and Bruce, both the smart guys, the tech guys. So yeah. So their dynamic was fun to see, and seeing how Tony's teasing, trying to get the Hulk out of him, and Bruce was resisting. Then you see Steve Rogers and Tony go at it since the beginning. They have their beef. They don't trust each other very much. Cap thought of Tony as just an idiot, that selfish and a narcissist, that and he wouldn't put his life on the line for anybody else. What Cap thought, till Tony is about to sacrifice himself, the city or the world, and he was lucky enough to survive and proved himself as a hero. Each character proved themselves as a hero in this movie, and that's how they all became this iconic team, the greatest superhero team in the MCU. I wouldn't say Marvel, because then you have X-Men and Fantastic Four, but
Guardians of the Galaxy.
in the MCU, that too. In the MCU, they became the greatest superhero team. Yeah, I mean, and then Loki, he was just a lot more menacing when he went to that party or whatever and took out the guy's eye just to unlock a door or something, or unlock something. It was crazy. Him telling everybody to kneel, and then freaking Iron Man, Black Widow, and Cap come in, and that was super cool. The chase scene with Hulk and Black Widow. It was scary but fun to see, especially in theaters. Like your anxiety built up with Bruce turning into Hulk, and then chasing Black Widow, who's just a regular. Well, I wouldn't say regular, but she doesn't really have the same abilities as the other heroes.
It's just like
Same with Hawkeye.
She doesn't have any powers.
I mean, she is still a little. I don't know. The way they portray her in the MCU, she's more just regular martial artist or something.
Yeah,
Agent, super agent,
yeah,
super spy.
They
But like
more depth
in the comics or whatever, she's kind of like, I think she has the super soldier serum, so she is stronger than she looks. But yeah. So that part was exciting. It was cool. Hulk destroying that jet, and that guy was just freaking out.
Get off of me,
That was
big
funny.
Help!
Yeah, freaking Lego.
The Lego game.
Yeah, and then You know, you wouldn't have expected Agent Coulson's death to be all that sad, but the way they did it was, you know, unfortunate to see him go that way. Yeah, and then everybody getting emotional, and then kind of puts the name, like puts meaning to their name, the Avenger. They went to avenge Coulson by stopping Loki, and avenge everybody else that Loki has harmed.
Everyone was.
And that's why they're the Avengers.
Everyone.
So that was nice. It was a good motivation, and for them to finally get along and work together for something, which was to avenge the people that were harmed and stop Loki. And then the interactions with Thor and Loki, great. It was a great follow up to the first Thor movie, where they're like, "Man, I thought you were dead, bruh. Don't do this, bruh." And then he's like, "No, I'm gonna do it. I hate you." And then yeah, and I also like the scene where Thor is on the jet with Iron Man, Cap, and Black Widow, and then he takes off with Loki or whatever, and then Iron Man goes to try and find him, and then right before Cap jumps out, he says something to Black Widow. He's like, or no, he's about to go, and then Black Widow's like, he's a god or something like that, and then Cap says, "There's only one god, ma'am, and he doesn't look like that." Or something like that.
I forgot about that joke.
And
That was nice.
that was goated. That's why he's the goat.
Amen to
So that was cool. And also that whole thing where they're in the forest and Cap, Thor, Iron Man, the big trio, the big three out of the Avengers,
Of the MCU.
fighting each other. That was just great. Cap trying to be the mature one and stop them fighting, and then Thor and Iron Man with their egos and trying to be the strongest and all that stuff. They fight each other, and that was just fun. That was super fun. Thor versus Hulk, also really fun. That's an iconic duo. Yep.
Yeah, with Lego Avengers.
And the ending, Parma, man, that food alone is iconic just because of that movie.
I'm hungry for it, man.
Never tried it, but still.
We got to someday.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just highlighting my favorite moment. This movie is just fun. It's got every aspect right. Well done. And this movie, I mean, almost all the movies that come after the Avengers movies, they all connect to the first Avengers movie, and that
Always.
alone
Even
is
Spider-Man
why the
Homecoming
first
did.
Avengers movie is so iconic.
Mhm.
And it's one of the best superhero movies ever made. I will put this at S tier. It deserves it for
Easily an S tier.
what it started.
Like I don't know, like just like what you said, Gabriel. I don't think without the MCU. I mean, even though, like I said, as a kid, I was definitely more of a Marvel fan because of Spider-Man and because of these characters and movies, and obviously shout outs to that Avengers Earth's Mightiest Hero cartoon. Assemble we get back to a battle's won. So yeah, shout out to that cartoon as well. It's like, well, I feel like because of this movie and everything else, I'm like, look, DC's cool. Well, I'm a Marvel fanboy, and I think because of the recent Marvel announcements, now I'm just still sticking to like, yeah, I do like DC, but I just felt like I just loved Marvel more as a kid, and even probably now to this day I do, despite, you know, the downfalls and the upgrades that, you know, the MCU has.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Hello?
Oh wait, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I thought it was quiet.
Yeah, I left because I gotta wash my hands because I was like eating some snacks. But yeah,
Okay.
I was like, you were gonna say something.
No. That was it.
All right, that's fine. What do you know? My dad just went back home. Okay, this is slightly off topic. Before we get to Phase 2, Gabriel, they leaked the Sonic 3 5-inch figures. They leaked it.
Again.
Yeah, I'll show you what the figures look like before, you know, not sharing this on social media because it'll get copyright. But now we officially got our 5-inch figures of Sonic, Shadow, and Tails all in packet form. Like, you know what? I like the box art. I like it a lot. I do. I mean, for those that I don't know, see in social media, you'll find out yourself. See, there they are. I'll admit. Oh, I see what they're doing. They're doing the Super Mario Bros. Movie treatment.
Let me see.
Also.
Oh.
Yeah. Also, I'm assuming.
That's not bad.
I'm assuming their eyes.
Shadow looks kind of weird, but not the worst.
Yeah, not at all. Hey, at least Shadow looks pretty sick. I mean, to be fair, the only 5-inch figures is just those guys along with Jim Carrey's Eggman, but it's most likely a re-rendered use of the second movie. I don't know.
Yeah.
But either way, shut up and take my money. I want to have these for my birthday and Christmas gifts for this year.
We shall see.
Yeah, but hey, it's crazy, man. I mean, I'll get it. Just like what Dwayne said about Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Marvel Ultimate Alliance, I want that game. That would be pretty funny. But anyway, as I'm going off topic about Sonic the Hedgehog merchandise, that's pretty cool. Whoop! I almost dropped my phone. So just making sure Discord's going good. So yeah, for y'all to see a sneak peek, yep, here we go. Before I get strike down, Tails, Sonic, and then you got Shadow. Alright, you can see these on social media later. Don't want Jack Pacific to come to my house. So either way, we're finally done with Phase 1. We'll still continue this stream because I want to talk about Phase 2. Because for this stream, talk about Phase 1 and 2. Like I say, you agree, Gabriel, we should stop at the first Ant-Man movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I say we should stop at the first Ant-Man movie, then we'll just call it a day for the stream. Because I think from Captain America Civil War to Endgame, that's like a whole separate stream that we'll do for Phase 2. It'll be like, I don't know, almost 24 hours. So we're done with Phase 1. Now we can just focus on Phase 2, which is from Iron Man 3 to the first Ant-Man movie. So I guess I'll start with the first Iron Man, like my opinion on Iron Man 3. I'm going to admit, for those that defended this movie, I mean, good for y'all, but I'm going to be honest, man. This is basically the Spider-Man 3 of the Iron Man trilogy, but worse in my opinion. Look, I don't think this movie is bad, but it's weak compared to the other ones because it leads to, like, add so much potential, but so many questions just being asked. Like, I know originally this was, like, Robert Downey Jr.'s last Marvel film in his contract. It was just one Avengers movie, 3 Iron Man films, and this movie was meant to be a closure to the Iron Man story arc and the Iron Man trilogy. But, you know, once when they give Robert Downey Jr. $50 million to come back for Avengers Age of Ultron, it's the MCU's like, well, we gotta bring Tony Stark back. So either way, some moments in Iron Man 3 are pretty pointless, but I'm not gonna completely bash on the film because I'll say this. The theme for Iron Man 3 is not as iconic with the first movie because the first movie goes but I will admit, Brian Tyler's score for Iron Man 3, yes, the same dude who made the music for the Super Mario Bros. Movie. I will admit, the theme does slap. Another good thing I could say, Rodney's new War Machine armor, aka the Iron Patriot suit, slaps pretty good. Like how the way it looks in the movie. The one thing I felt that was pretty ridiculous is how the Fire Flame people, whatever they're called, kidnap the president inside the Iron Patriot suit before it blows up. Like, I don't know. I thought that was a bit too silly just to utilize that. But, fun fact, nerds, that's the same armor suit that Norman Osborn wears in the comics, but clearly it's not going to be Willem Dafoe by being, you know, I'm something of an Iron Man myself. That would have been so funny, but luckily they decided not to do that. But another good thing I could say about Iron Man 3 is, like, at least it goes more in depth about Tony Stark's PTSD after when he literally sacrificed himself by putting the missile up in the Avengers. Like, he was some random kid, and Tony joked to this one blonde kid with glasses where Tony was like, oh, I love you in the movie, A Christmas Story. And I liked how this kid just randomly traumatized him. How'd you get out the wormhole? And then Tony's like, ugh. Like, for instance, I will admit, like, it goes get more to Tony Stark's flaws about his insecurity, paralyzed with fear, where he sometimes, I won't say like full panic attack, but he does get like nerve breakdowns whenever he thinks about him dying or during the moments where he had his fights during the Avengers and everything else. But I will admit, some of the downsides is the fact that, man, the fact when Tony told Jarvis to play some music, bro, how dare you remove AC/DC music out? Because I get it that Jon Favreau directed the first 2 Iron Man movies and he plays Happy Hogan in those films, but it does baffle me that obviously they got a new director, which is Shane Black, and Jon Favreau still played Happy Hogan, but obviously he's not directing. But I will admit, I kind of hated that they nerfed Happy earlier in the movie where he got these, I don't know what are the name of these villains though. Like, I know they work for the AIM mechanic stuff, but I don't know what's the name of these fire goons where basically they blow up. Like, the one thing I question, like, they have the abilities to regenerate, glow, getting hot, and they got flameproof clothes, including when Pepper Potts had the power, and even her bra and her yoga pants was still flameproof, which got very questionable for me. I mean, even though luckily Happy Hogan did not die, but it was still questionable, like, when one of the fire dudes exploded by the Chinese theater, then Happy luckily lived. Oh, I almost forgot to talk about the main villain. So, this movie was marketing so hard that the Mandarin, who's played by Ben Kingsley, which, by the way, who was the OG Mandarin in the movie, where he's basically another fellow terrorist that basically is not just terrorizing Iron Man, but terrorizing the president and the America citizenship as a whole. Like, literally, I'm like, oh shoot, this probably might be an agonizing threat for not just Tony Stark, but for the rest of the world. We're literally, like, from his videos where he's just going over, he's like, you've never seen me coming. But it's like, as stupid as it was quite funny that the real Mandarin is just a washed up actor that's pretending to be the Mandarin. Like, when Tony Stark break into his home and just hook up with a couple of chicks where he's like, my name is Trevor Satterley, an actor, the Mandarin, he's not real, no. And then literally when Rhodey was trying to like catch up with them, and bro's literally like watching a game of football, and he's like, oh, ole, 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 Tony. It's like, man, what were the writers thinking? Like, don't get me wrong, it was funny, but they were doing such a good job of making a great comic accurate, but also a threatening villain to be the Mandarin. And what I've read from the comics, isn't the Mandarin like Iron Man's arch nemesis? For what I think, it's like, it's not just ignoring the comics, this is just dropping their pants and wiping their butts on them by saying like, yeah, this is how we're gonna bait the fans with that. But instead, the real Mandarin is this guy named Ulrich Killian, which basically the main villain is a ripoff of Syndrome from The Incredibles. You can arguably say like, oh, Batman Forever did it first with Jim Carrey's Edward Nygma, where a nerd idolizes a billionaire, which is Bruce Wayne, and then after when the billionaire idol pushes down this nerd becomes the villain, which is where he becomes the Riddler in Batman Forever. Or Syndrome, just like in The Incredibles, fly him home, buddy. My name isn't Buddy. And also, you want to make some more uncanny about how Iron Man 3 is like The Incredibles? So, Ulrich Killian kidnaps Tony Stark where he's unable to move, right? Just like what Syndrome did with Mr. Incredible. Not only just that, but if you think about it, Tony has a black best friend. He's not played by Sam Jackson, who has a really cool suit like War Machine. It's like, bro, they're literally just copying elements from The Incredibles, Pixar's best Fantastic Four movie before the MCU does. But yeah, Ben Kingsley was also funny in Shang-Chi. I will admit, that payoff from Iron Man 3, that paid off later on for Shang-Chi, that was funny. But I felt like Ben Kingsley was kind of like pull off his own Robin Williams type of funny mannerisms with that. Like I said, as funny as it was, it's pretty disappointing of how the Mandarin is not led up to Trevor Satterley, but instead it's Ulrich Killian, which is some nerd that idolized Tony Stark, but when Tony Stark diss him, that's where he wants revenge, and then eventually just blow fire out of him. It's like, man, that's my problems with Iron Man 3, how the way they bait the switch, the Mandarin setup, and then this Ulrich Killian guy. And by the way, I will admit, the Mark 42 suit in Iron Man 3, the marketing makes it look good. Like, I like that people compared the Iron Man poster where he's falling from the sky, and it's a lot like the Cars 3 poster where Lightning McQueen was tipping over. But I will admit, the one thing that was so dumb for what Tony has done in the film, where publicly, where all the news reporters were catching around with them, and I almost forgot, this movie takes place at Christmas, so I guess you could say Iron Man 3 is technically a Christmas movie, the first Christmas movie in the MCU. But literally, these reporters and paparazzi folks are asking Tony Stark about the Mandarin, and Tony, I don't know what he was thinking, but he was exposing live to the Mandarin, even though it wasn't the real one, it was all of his henchmen, like exposing his personal address. He walks back home, gives Christmas gifts to Pepper Potts, then lets some random chick walks to the front door, and Tony's Mark 42 is just a prototype, and the rest of the Mark armored suits were not up just to save Tony's life when all of the Mandarin's army men decide to take down Tony's Malibu and destroy it, and Jarvis did not let any security system go down, and it's like, where's the police? Where's S.H.I.E.L.D.? Where are the Avengers when you need them? I'm like, wait a minute. So when Tony uses one and only armor that works while the other ones are put to sleep, it's like, so wait, you're telling me Nick Fury will show up for coffee and donuts in Iron Man 2, but not showing up where Iron Man could have been dead, as the public would have thought Iron Man was dead? So that's where at least Tony just being abandoned with the suit, which I'll admit, the cinematography shots where Tony is like playing the armor suits, it looks pretty cool, like visually on shot. But the one thing that baffles me, like, if Tony's trying to be like, you know, under disguise and not be recognized by the public, it's funny, like, okay, like I said, for any of you Sonic fans watching the chat, Tony Stark ends up meeting Wade Whipple from the Sonic movies and the Knuckles series as a cameraman. I'm like, oh my gosh, you're Tony Stark. It's like, well, funny enough, that's how I know who Wade Whipple was actor Adam Pally, way before I knew him in the Sonic movies, plus the Knuckles show. He was in Iron Man 3. So clearly, Wade Whipple helps Tony Stark out. And then we get to one of the most important characters, which I forgot what, the character's name is Harley, I think, and he's played by this one popular actor named Ty Skippins, the boy that was in Jurassic World. I like the dynamic that he had, but the one thing that still confused me, like, even though he's an Iron Man fanboy where he makes like his own tech stuff as well, and originally he was supposed to be Iron Man's protege before Tom Holland's Peter Parker took the spotlight out of that kid. If I'm gonna be completely honest, Tony should have got his all tech mantle to that kid in Iron Man 3, then Peter Parker in the MCU. But hey, it is what it is. Just because that one kid that had the Iron Man helmet in Iron Man 2, it's like, hey, that's Peter Parker, since Peter Parker idolizes Iron Man. It is what it is. But I will admit, it was kind of weird when the kid did not know Tony Stark is Iron Man, despite he just grabbed a newspaper where he assumes Tony Stark is dead, and Tony Stark literally announced to the world in the first Iron Man film where he's like, I am Iron Man. But I will admit, during the moments where the kid and Tony tries to fight these fire human beings, I will admit it was pretty cool that Tony, even though he's not as strong or at least like versatilely combat like Steve Rogers or Black Widow or any of the grounded street level Marvel characters, but at least it shows Tony's like level of self-defense whenever he's not using his armor or any of that. But it is what it is. But I'll admit, the plane scene, which I literally legit thought when people were falling off from the plane, I thought it was gonna be like fully CGI, but in reality, it's a bunch of stunt people wearing in work clothes, and you got a stunt double wearing the Iron Man suit. Then you got Robert Downey Jr. doing the green screen and all that. But literally, that moment where Tony's trying to rescue all those people from the falling plane, that was all practical stunt work. So it's like, man, back then when Marvel used to have the balls, kind of like what Michael Bay did with the Transformers movies, or what Christopher Nolan did with his movies like Inception. It's like, man, I will admit that sequence was pretty cool. But then it was stupid when Tony's like remote control Mark 42 suit just gets ran over by a truck unexpectedly. So that suit got ran over by Optimus Prime. It's like, man, like I said, worst Iron Man suit ever. I'm not saying the design looks cool, but the design does barely anything. It didn't save Tony when some terrorists were trying to take over his home, and it was the only armor that didn't make him fly or anything. It's like, man, the suit just sucks, man. Like, literally, like, earlier in the movie where Tony was trying to, like, assemble the suit when he was catching where he goes, 5, 4, 3, come on! 2, 5. It's like, Tony, you could literally have Nick Fury, the Avengers, or anyone have anything else. But like I said, I like how Rhodey, despite the Iron Patriot, was pretty cool, and it sucks that the Iron Patriot was getting rid of just to kidnap the president. But either way, I like that he still helps out Tony, despite the ridiculous shenanigans that happen. But then when we get to the final act, when the president gets kidnapped, and then Tony and Rodney decides to assemble all of the Iron Man armors, and I like how Tony was like, Merry Christmas, Rhodes, since, you know, it takes place during Christmas. And even though it's quite cool that Tony just changes to different armor after armor, but I will admit, the moment that, I know we assumed Pepper was going to die, but literally when she was like kidnapped from Ulrich Killian and everything else, literally, where Tony's like, take my hand! And then after when, I don't know, something, I forgot what's the name, but it's a construction thing that falls, she literally fell to the fire. It's like, oh damn! I did not expect that! It's like, I thought she was literally gonna grab Tony's hand. But then, literally, Ulrich Killian, like I said, syndrome ass wannabe ripoff, where he just goes like, I am the Mandarin! I will admit, this is where the movie loses me at the moment. Like, outside of, like, as cool as it was seeing Tony's armor assembling for what the best they could do to stop all the Alrich's men, it was so dumb where Alrich reveals himself that he's the real Mandarin, not Trevor, and then Pepper Potts, even though thankfully she survived. I'm like, wait, so Pepper has powers now because of the fire radiation? And not only just that, she literally beats this dude's ass in flame-proof yoga pants and a flame-proof bra on, and she literally did like a sidekick. It's like, since when did Pepper Potts learn how to fight that, even if she had powers? I mean, I know they never addressed that in later movies because the actress, I think her contract expired after Iron Man 3, which is why she did not come back until Spider-Man Homecoming, which is hilarious to think about. Like, the two major Iron Man side characters from Happy Hogan got nerfed in this movie. Pepper she broke up with Tony Stark in Age of Ultron and Civil War, which is why she was not present in those movies. But then she's back in Homecoming, but yeah, she doesn't remember she was a part of Spider-Man Homecoming, which, that's hilarious, despite, around that time it was Iron Man 3 was her last screen debut until Spider-Man Homecoming brought her back. But either way, as dumb as it was, I do like thematically, Tony Stark wants to literally obliterate all of the Iron Man armor suits and just make sure that Tony wants to live his life as a regular man and removes the arc reactor, which I remember how it should have ended, made a parody of this where all the Avengers decide to hire Pepper Potts because she has powers. Tony decided to blow up his suits, and then Tony's like, I am Iron Man. And then basically it's like, so Tony, are you retired or something? So I like that how it should have ended, make a parody of that. Like, Tony, we needed you, but now you're retired already? Come on, man. So even though for character development's sake, it's nice that Tony just wants to take a break for, being Iron Man and just be with Pepper Potts and just, be Tony Stark and throw away the arc reactor, and Happy Hogan somewhat finds love until he meets Aunt May in the Spider-Man Home trilogy. But either way, Iron Man 3 is not bad, but I'm just saying, like, it's very missed potential, man. It's like, Iron Man 3 has its moments, from that Harley kid, the plane sequence, his theme song is pretty cool. Trevor Slattery, as stupid as he was pretty funny. The Iron Patriot suit, but man, like I said, I just feel like Iron Man 3 was just Iron Man 3, like, out of all of them, but worse. So, if I'm going to be honest, I would put it as average, but now I'm noticing more of the fundamental flaws in the fact that it was supposed to be a closure to the Iron Man trilogy, but if I'm putting this too harshly, it's a D tier for me. It's not the worst MCU movie because there are some cool moments, but it's disappointing if you compare it to the first two movies. I mean, it makes sense because you got a different director making this movie, so it kind of makes sense. So I guess I'll put Iron Man 3 in the D tier. I don't know if Gabriel will agree with me, but Gabriel will go with his opinion on it.
Yeah, I mean, oh wait, repeat. What tier did you put it in?
I put it on D because it's not bad, but I was
D,
disappointed
okay.
about it.
Yeah, it didn't hit the same way the first two movies did. It wasn't. It didn't hit. It really didn't. It's not a rewatchable film to me.
Unfortunately,
I didn't like the suit, the new suit he wore with all the gold and stuff.
It's awful, man.
I didn't like that suit. And I remember seeing the promotion for that movie like crazy. Like, I would see
It made $1 billion.
Lego sets for it everywhere, and it was like a lot. And
Sure was.
even still, I never watched it in theaters. I just wasn't all that interested in this movie, and I can't remember too much about it because, again, I've only seen it like maybe once, at the most twice. The whole Mandarin thing I thought was just a joke. I just never took it seriously. And it was disappointing. I mean, I do like the whole action sequence where the helicopter blew up the mansion.
Yeah. Use a freaking Christmas tree ornament just to take down the goon without the armor suit. That was silly.
Yeah. And also his armor moving around and talking or whatever without him even being in the suit was kind of funny.
It was.
I do obviously like towards the end of the movie where all his come together and fight and then eventually explode, but still, that was cool. Uh, the kid, I don't even remember his name, but
Harley.
same kid from Jurassic World. Yeah. Um, it's a very unexpected team up or duo, whatever, in this movie. Just some random kid and then Tony. And I get it, Tony's like in the middle of nowhere pretty much. Doesn't have his armor working and he's at a low point in this movie. And he's traumatized after what happened in the first Avengers movie. And he's kind of changed a bit, matured a little more. Um, I don't know. And obviously, you have the funny scene where he's dancing in his lab or whatever, um, with all his armors in that room. And I remember the Lego sets. I think
It was crazy,
uh,
man.
I think it was Angel. He
Yeah,
had the
he got
Lego
like
set.
he had like two sets. He has the one where it's just Iron Man and the Mandarin. There's one where it's just the bow with Aldrich Killian, Iron Man, and War Machine. I even like that in the Lego Marvel game. They just reused the exact same skin of Aldrich Killian exactly from that movie. Same goes with the Mark 42 suit.
Yeah, I don't know. Um, I think because I know this movie feels more like a movie about legacy compared to the second movie.
And that's what the message of the
Especially because
second
of the
movie was
ending
supposed
or
to
like
be.
the cliffhanger. Yeah, like the cliffhanger, and we thought that was it for Iron Man. Uh, but obviously not because hey, we need money, man. Um, but I do like the where he's in the snow area with the kid, and then he fights, or he doesn't use his armor, but he uses his brain, his IQ, and other everything else other than his suit to fight against those fire people. I thought that was clever. It was fun. Um, the music definitely not as memorable uh as the first two movies. Um, and I will say this movie is more slow paced compared, or at least it feels slow paced compared to the other two movies.
It does, honestly.
Just I don't know. As a kid, I didn't find it interesting. Maybe if I went to rewatch it now, I would maybe enjoy it more. But as a kid, it just wasn't all that to me. Um, it was a downgrade compared to the first two, at least to me. Uh, but it's not the worst MCU movie out there. It's just the weakest out of the Iron Man trilogy. Uh, and obviously, at the time we thought, no, I like this is a trope that is so like common where the villain is like a dorky guy. Hey man, I appreciate your work, and then
Thanks a lot, Incredibles.
Tony's like, yeah, I don't know who you are, man. And then he eventually turns to this bad guy with fire powers or whatever. He wants revenge. We've seen this before.
Around, man.
To me, just wasn't all that interesting as a villain. And I do like the dynamic with Tony and Pepper. I think it shows a lot more of their chemistry, their relationship, and yeah, maybe they had issues. I mean, they always have since the beginning, but Tony really showed that he loved her and cared for her, and it showed even when he thought that Pepper died in that one moment where she helped him out against the one dude. So I don't know. It's not the worst. It's got highlights. There's good moments to the movie. Good things to learn from Tony's character. But overall, it's just kind of a downgrade in the first two movies. a slow movie. Which I guess doesn't always mean it's a bad. Like, again, it's not a bad movie.
Yeah,
It's
far
just
from
not on the same. I would put it in the same tier as the first two movies. I would put this movie at least C tier.
C tier
Well,
or D?
either C or B between those.
You sure? Like, I don't think it deserves
Yeah,
that.
I wouldn't put it D. It's not that bad.
So, speaking of which, I'm reading the comments. Dwayne just put, hell no, that movie's an A-tier material. The best behind Iron Man literally uses two outside his arm was peak. Straight comic book stuff in the movie. Especially how creative how they got to. Limited Tony with technology needed to stop the bad guys to save people. Airplane scene was peak. Yeah, I've already talked about the plane was peak. I'm not going to talk trash about it, Dwayne. The ending where all Iron Man armors are from comic books and made cameos. It's a Bugs Bunny. Relax about it. Iron Man 3, Ant-Man theme, Spider-Man theme, Moon Knight theme, and the Captain America First Avenger theme. Yeah, we've talked about how peak the Iron Man 3 theme is, but you know what? Just to not treat this movie too harshly, I definitely say it belongs more on the C tier list as of right now. So, yeah, like we said, it's a disappointment, but I can tell Dwayne's not happy.
I guess I'll put it in C.
Dwayne's not happy about it, but hey, it is what it is. I don't think it deserves that much praise, but either way, it's a downgrade. But, you know, could have been done better. But speaking of things that could have been done better, okay, one user just puts the Dark World is even worse.
Yeah,
right.
I agree. I think Thor: The Dark World is worse.
I think I'm gonna start off. This is probably one of the most forgettable MCU movies ever. Like, for instance, I had to rewatch clips. I'm like, so what?
It's not Eternals level bad.
Yeah, it's not.
And forgettable, but
So, it's not an F tier. I'll give you
man.
that. It's not an F tier.
What a downgrade.
Man.
I'm gonna say off the spot, this movie is D tier.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
It's already a D tier. Oh man, where do I? You want to go first? Or you want me to go next?
I'll try and remember what I can.
Yeah, you could.
Thor: The Dark World. I don't even remember the villain's name. I just know he's some like elf-looking dude. Malekith, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Some elf dude. It's gosh. I mean, in terms of writing, it might not be the worst. Again, it's not like the worst MCU movie. Not Eternals level bad.
Agreed.
Or, in my opinion, not as bad as like Captain Marvel or I don't know. It's not the worst thing. But it is definitely the weakest out of the Thor trilogy. Downgrade from the first movie for sure. And it's just a movie that you could fall asleep to. I'm sorry. It's hard to keep up with because it's so low. And the villain is not all that, to me at least. It's really just more. I'd say more. It's more memorable because of like, you know, the death of Thor's mother.
Thor's mom's death. Thanks, Avengers Endgame.
Yeah, and you know, supposedly Loki dies again.
Yeah. How many times does Loki get killed in the MCU? Like, jeez.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know. I guess the relationship between Thor and Jane was okay.
Yeah.
In this movie, not not as great as how they did it in the first movie.
It was more palpable in that movie.
The action was okay. Not the worst. I don't know. This movie's just okay. Like, it's not the best. I don't even remember what else to like talk about. I watched this movie once when it was during quarantine. I watched this movie.
Oh, during COVID.
Yeah.
Man.
And I don't know. I just couldn't keep up with the movie. It was just very slow, very boring.
That's not fair.
barely any highlights to this movie.
Yeah.
But Chris Hemsworth's performance as Thor is great as always. I will say I like the character designs in this movie. I like Loki's design. I like Thor's design.
And their hair.
They all look cool. You get to see more of Sif and all the other characters from Asgard.
And then Zachary Levi plays one of them.
Do some
Before he was
more.
Shazam.
Yeah, that is true. I forget about that.
Yeah, because they recast his
So that's nice that they do that. Then obviously, you know, yeah, you would at the time maybe feel emotional for Loki or whatever, but he's not even dead, so it's like that means nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't even make any sense.
Obviously, the whole thing with losing their mom was sad. It's really it. I don't know. This movie's just incredibly. It's not the worst, but it's just incredibly mid. I would put this in D tier.
Yeah, it's honestly pretty boring, wise detail. As I'm reading through the comments, Dwayne's comment about Iron Man 3 shows the rewatch is better than Iron Man 2. I mean, me and Gabriel disagree with that, but it is what it is. It's our tier list. So, anyway, let me read another one. I remember my dad taking me to see it in theaters, but I remember nothing except Loki in the post-credit scene. Yeah, that's basically the only thing that's important by saying, oh yeah, Loki lived, and now he is the king of Asgard now, which leads up to, Thor Ragnarok. He was supposed to appear in Age of Ultron, but that didn't happen. And then Dwayne just puts, yeah, I can't defend this one. I only watched it because once when I was watching every MCU movie before Endgame, until an Avengers Endgame made it important by saying, oh yeah, Thor's mom passed away and Jane was in it, but yeah, that was the only thing that was pretty major. Oh, and yeah, the Reality Stone. It established the Reality Stone as one of the Infinity Stones of the MCU for not counting the Tesseract in Captain America 1 and the first Avengers movie. You get the idea. So it's the second Infinity Stone and such a boring and forgettable Thor sequel. So either way, I could tell this was the movie that Chris Hemsworth wasn't proud of. Heck, Idris Elba hated filming this movie, which luckily Ragnarok redeemed Idris Elba's character Hemdo a lot more in that film. But man, I don't blame like the studio interference. Like even the director wasn't like good with it. Like I could tell this movie was doomed like from the start for like not for it to be good. Heck, even Natalie Portman did not even want to return to Marvel after this film just because not just behind the scenes but the reputation that Thor: The Dark World has, just because it was just bland. Like the first movie actually had heart, and I'm not saying the second movie hasn't, but yeah, when Loki is dead, why is Thor crying? Nobody knows if you watch Deadpool Wolverine, but either way, can't even take his death seriously because he's always going to come back one way or another. I mean, it's Marvel Comics, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, the villain is forgettable, man. Like, I know his character's name is Malekith, but what was his motive exactly? So I guess take over the world, play Portal 2, where he faced Thor back and forth, and then takes Jane's soul, like Jean Grey, Dark Phoenix style, MCU, I don't know. Like, I forgot the villain's motives. Even though, like what Gabriel said, like, the only memorable thing is, like, when Thor's mom passed away, and sure, Jane's back, but the relationship wasn't as palpable since the first one. And just like Iron Man 3, the Thor: The Dark World has a similar issue. Like, even though they make references to the first Avenger, where Jane says, where were you in New York? And then Jane slaps Loki, and she's like, that's for New York. But yeah, no Avengers happening, which we'll get to this when we watch Captain America: The Winter Soldier. I think the theory that most people say, like, oh yeah, the reason why the Avengers never help each other out is because maybe Iron Man 3, Thor: The Dark World, and Captain America: The Winter Soldier is all taking place at the same time. But the question is, what was the Hulk doing? Probably just smashing some stuff up. I don't even know. Like, just because, oh, we can't make a solo Hulk movie. Like, Hulk could have easily appeared in Iron Man 3 if that's anything. And maybe I would be a bit more interesting. But Phase 3 later on just fixed the issue. Because I feel like the criticisms of Phase 2, like, where are the other Marvel characters that needed help? And then Phase 3 pretty much fixed that for the most part. But anyway, I'm going out of hand. Thor: The Dark World, I mean, sure, it got like the same side characters. I will admit, like when the scientist, I forgot what's his name, but it was kind of funny that he stole like a telescope and he's running when he's naked and they pixelate his balls on screen, which I'll admit, that was one of the rare exceptions. Or that one moment where Loki decides to transform himself like Steve Rogers and just be like, God bless America. Like, some moments like that are funny, but like we said, everything else just feels overshadowed just because of how bland and generic Thor: The Dark World is. Like, I just don't feel the stakes. Like, once again, it's just a forgettable Marvel movie. So no wonder the Thor franchise needed a kick-ass off reboot, because if they would have made a Thor movie similar tone like this, nobody cares. But for an instance, I know we're not going to talk about Love and Thunder for part 1, but Mike, man, I guess when we get to Love and Thunder, which Thor film is worse? Would we rather have a boring Thor movie that's just so bland, where there's basically like no style, no soul to it? Or do we prefer Love and Thunder, even though Love and Thunder is not a good movie, but it's too campy where it takes so many of its serious stuff not so seriously whatsoever? So it's gonna be hard. Like, I feel like the Thor franchise kind of has like the same identity crisis like the old Batman movies has had. Like the Tim Burton Batman movies were dark and gothic, but some people have problems with the second one, and then they like the third one, which it became more lighthearted, kind of like how Batman Forever was. And then when Batman Robin came out, it became way too goofy, way too hard, like too lighthearted, and then people hate the franchise. So that's how it is of how I see the Thor movies in the MCU. So either way, total downgrade from Thor 1, and doesn't hold up to Iron Man 3. So yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, Phase 2 did not have a strong start, just like Phase 1. So like what Gabriel said, Dark World is easily on a D or 2 list. However, the one MCU sequel that actually stood out in this entire, I won't say not just for Phase 2, but probably before Phase 3 even happened, I feel like this was the true standout sequel of them all during the Phase 1, Phase 2 era. And it's none other than Captain America, the Winter Soldier. So, should I go on with my review, or Gabriel, you should go with yours for Winter Soldier? You or me?
Let me try.
Alright. Talk about how peak the Winter Soldier is.
And this movie is most definitely, like, it deserves its praise. It's one of the best MCU movies ever.
Period.
And just, I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, you have sequels to Iron Man, well, Iron Man 3 and then Thor 2, but still they're technically like sequels to these two characters. And then you have Captain America, who, like, in my opinion, while the other two are just mid, this one is like, you would probably expect, oh man, the next one's probably going to be mid too, but no, they killed it with this one. I mean, I know people get tired of like when characters change suits, but I think in this scenario, or in this movie, it made sense, and I think they made his suit look really cool.
Talk about
the gray one, and also his shield too. They changed the color. I thought it was really cool. That whole sequence where he's on the ship with Black Widow, and he's fighting all those dudes, and she's on the computer or whatever. That whole sequence was cool. It was a very like spy centered movie kinda, but with Captain America, and that's what made it super cool. The music, absolutely amazing. The action in this movie was fantastic. And then just the characters. I mean, it's in the title, the Winter Soldier. That just sold him as one of the coolest characters ever in Marvel. The way they introduced him, and then the plot twist of, well, for people that are not comic book readers, like the plot twist of him being Bucky and him being alive, like a lot of people were surprised and like, holy crap, no way, how is he alive? And then he's this super soldier with a metal arm and guns and all this crap. Like, he's just so cool looking. And then you see, you know, like everybody's like, yo, we gotta stop this guy. This guy's out of his mind. And then Cap finds out this is Bucky eventually, and then it just becomes more serious and more intense and more, like, made the movie way more interesting to see Cap's reaction, and, you know, everybody else and what they think of this character. Just the drama in this movie. Not only the action, the drama in this movie, fantastic. And it made it more emotional, especially because of the final battle and the helicarrier. Just him versus Bucky. Man, that is so good. So good. And man, I mean, again, every movie they show just how great of a character Cap is, where he doesn't want to kill him. He doesn't want to, like, everybody else is like, yo, we got to kill this guy, and then Captain America's like, no, that's my friend. I'm not going to kill him, and I want to save him. And he tries to reach out to him, talk to him, but you know, Bucky is just so far gone after years of being stuck with Hydra, and manipulated for so long, and he's just messed up and traumatized. It's just hard to get to him. And then Cap, you know, lets Bucky, Winter Soldier, beat him up because he's like, I don't want to hurt you. You're my friend. I'll be there with you to the end of the line. And then you see Bucky's reaction to that, and it's emotional, man. It's great. It's such a fantastic scene. Then the helicarrier crashes. Bucky's gone, not dead, but gone. And Cap is just there, and that is forever in their memory until they meet again later on in the next few movies. But you know, they did really well with the emotional aspect and the action and the music and all that with this movie. Each character, like Nick Fury, Black Widow, played an important role into this movie and did so very well. I like Black Widow's. I like each movie Black Widow has her new look, like with her
with
outfit or hair. Yeah.
Girl keeps glowing up.
She looked mighty fine in this movie. She was mighty fine.
Yeah, she had a fine ass in that movie.
But I also like the relationship between Steve and Natasha and their friendship, and seeing them build each other's trust. And they were funny together, you know, her talking about him dating other chicks or whatever. Like, hey, I know this one chick.
Right.
Stuff like that was funny. And then when even after they killed that guy off the roof, she's like, hey, so there's this one chick. It was just stuff like that was funny. Nick Fury, he was cool. Nick Fury's always cool, but just it was like cool but funny when he takes off the eye patch, keep both eyes on me, or something like that.
And then he talks about...
Yeah, that's what he said.
He also talks about the last time that he trusted someone, that's how he lost his eye. And then later on, Captain Marvel, it was a...
Yeah, and see, at the time, we thought of that as like, oh, shoot, an origin story to how he got that scar. That's going to be crazy. Then you have Captain Marvel, but we'll get to that eventually.
Yeah.
Not in this stream.
Yeah, probably for the next one.
But, yeah, I mean, it was just a badass movie. Great. I don't know, it's just, there's so much about it that's just so good, man. Can't explain it. I can't put it into words. It's mind-blowing how good it is. And how good these Captain America movies are. And, yeah. I think Winter Soldier as a character is one of the best in the MCU for sure.
Totally.
Can't wait to see more of him in Thunderbolts.
Okay.
And yeah, this movie gotta put it S tier for sure.
Oh yes, 100%. Come on, get up there, get up there, get up there. There you go. That's where you belong. Because I have to agree with Gabriel on this. It's like, man, after Iron Man 3 and Thor: Dark World become disappointing follow-ups, Winter Soldier, I mean, first of all, give props to the Russo brothers, aka the GOATs, which, as of right now, they're back in the MCU, just because, you know, just like what Thanos says about failure, where the old cave to back to me. Like, literally, you got the Russo brothers directing the next two Avengers movies. But basically, I know back in the days they just have like their work on comedy TV shows called Community, which one of their actors do make cameos in all of their Marvel films that they've done. But since this is the first one together, not just like they didn't just reinvent Captain America in the modern sense. Like the first movie was a good job of like, you know, doing a good job of the origin story of how Steve Rogers became Captain America in World War II. But now we got Steve Rogers in modern day. And what's so cool about it is the fact that this movie takes a similar approach to Man of Steel, but dare I say, I think they do it slightly better when it comes to the character arc. But technically, Steve is definitely a symbolism of America, but he may be like a man out of time, but as time goes on, America changes every day. But Steve Rogers hasn't. Like I say, he feels out of place. Like, I like during the scenes where Steve, in his spare time, he goes to the American museums where he goes to like the artifacts and statues and all the flashbacks, like even his old suit that he did stole from Stan Lee in one cameo, which I thought that was funny. But either way, I do like whenever he visits the museum, he feels like that's the closest thing that he could ever revisit his past or get close to his home. And surprisingly, he met the old Peggy Carter, where she was like old, but she was like sick in her dying bed because, you know, she's getting old. So clearly Steve got in touch with her, and clearly outside the museum and her, that's all he has left for the rest of his history about his past until Bucky Barnes shows up as the Winter Soldier. But man, not only they made a sequel that was, even though the first movie was good, but man, this is like the Spider-Man 2 of the Captain America trilogy, and that says a lot. Like, man, not only they grounded Steve Rogers as a character a lot more, just putting Steve in this modern American society where even Steve has his agreements with Nick Fury throughout. I think S.H.I.E.L.D. was trying to like have all these missiles and these launches where they're spying of all these people because you never know who's evil, who's one to spy. And then Steve doesn't like agree with the idea that you think that we're going to bring like most security of the privacy of all these people. Like, I like that Steve literally just tells Nick by saying, this is a freedom, this is fear. It's more like, what a true American patriot that will say that. Steve Rogers for president 2014. But either way, the suit, I definitely say they glow up his suit. Like, it's definitely an upgrade compared to Avengers 1 since it's very Halloween costume-ish. But thankfully, the upgrade is, look, I like the moment where he jumps out of the plane and he doesn't need a parachute. And he takes down one Captain America character called Batroc the Leaper, who's a French villain, which I discovered that character from that Disney XD Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon. But yeah, like I said, Black Widow. Okay, I remember I complained about where the Avengers. Okay, at least Captain America has Black Widow as backup, but also the introduction of Anthony Mackie's Sam Wilson, aka the Falcon, which I know is a trope that the main MCU stars, Iron Man, Captain America, and Thor, needs to have a black best friend. For Iron Man, like for Tony Stark, it's Rodney. Steve Rogers, it's Sam Wilson. Thor, it's Hemdo. Like, it's a common trope in the first phases of the MCU. I guess aside from Ant-Man, I guess. But either way, they all consider the count. But I do think Sam and Steve, their introduction, like this one line where Sam is jogging with Steve where he's like, on your left, on your left. I'm like, oh, so that's why the line in Endgame plays an important moment where I like the moment where Sam and Steve bond with their friendship. And I like that even though Steve is, you know, frozen out of time since he's been frozen for 70 years. I like that Sam recommends Steve Rogers, like, what are the biggest pop culture references that he missed out on? Because in the first Avengers movie where Tony Stark was talking about flying monkeys and then Steve was like, I understood that reference because, I mean, when Steve was alive, he watched the movie The Wizard of Oz because that movie came out in 1939. Even Deadpool made a joke by saying, Wizard of Oz was the first multiversal movie, damn it! Which I thought that was funny. And I like that Sam told Steve to watch the Rocky movies and Star Wars. I'm like, Steve, if you watch Star Wars, you'll notice that Mace Windu from the Star Wars prequel trilogy looks exactly like Nick Fury. I wish this movie and Spider-Man Far From Home could have made that joke, but never mind. They never got the opportunity because, bro, Sam Jackson has been in both pop cultural nerdy franchises from Disney outside of The Incredibles. Like, come on, man. But either way, I thought the Falcon was pretty cool for his first introduction, and like, it's a good thing they did not make him too comic booky, or else it would have been too ridiculous in live action. Like, his winged jet was pretty cool, and his team up with Steve and Natasha as well. And I'm gonna be honest, like I said, Natasha, she's such a bad bitch though. All joking aside, she looks very hot, and I will admit this is probably like my favorite haircut of Black Widow since the first Avengers movie, if I'm being honest. Same goes for the suit as well. And if I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I thought Steve and Natasha were gonna be a couple for some reason. Like, I literally thought, like, their intimacy, including that one moment where she decides to go undercover with Steve in the staircase, and I'm like, damn, these two are getting steamy with each other. Like, honestly, I'm like, you know what? I thought Black Widow would end up with Hawkeye, and then for some reason, Bruce Banner, which is the most pointless one, Age of Ultron. I'm like, you know what? I don't mind the shipping between Steve and Nat, but unfortunately, it didn't become that way since, you know, Black Widow just changes from one dude to one dude. But either way, their team up in their efforts, but also their intimacy moments are basically the standouts when it comes to the MCU. Definitely, they play the hearts, but the soul definitely more leads to Steve and Bucky. And man, the action sequences, man, like not only they up the scale of the ground, like that hand-to-hand combat, including when Steve was running through the building just to like chase the Winter Soldier, and then the Winter Soldier grabs the shield. It's like, yo, that was sick, man. Like, even though this movie definitely falls into a political action thriller because, you know, it's Captain America, but man, like from the action sequences, from the highway to the bridge to the tires, including when Black Widow was about to face Winter Soldier, and then when Steve gets to the identity where he realizes that the Winter Soldier is his longtime buddy Bucky Barnes, who is technically, outside of Peggy, who is old, Bucky's like the only person that is close to Steve's life outside the museum. And I like that Steve just loses his mind and he's been vulnerable where he's like, Bucky? And then Bucky's obviously brainwashed thanks to Hydra. Who the hell is Bucky? And then thanks to this Robert Redford, who kind of looks like MCU's Donald Trump, if I'm being honest, where he's the dude that
he does.
When he brainwashes Bucky Barnes, and the fact that he's trying his best, like, oh, I remember him, and then basically this dude's trying to like snap out of it, still part of Hydra's brainwashing program. Okay, and I'll admit, as great as this movie is, there are some flaws I have to pick. Like, yes, this movie is still an S tier, but mind you, there are some nitpicks I do have with it. So technically, some of the Hydra agents have been hiding undercover for S.H.I.E.L.D. this whole time, but yet the earlier MCU movies never set that up. Not even the Avengers, because it was Loki that hypnotized those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but it wasn't like Hydra or anything. Even when Tony Stark was trying to like delete all the files, or in this case expose the files in the first Avengers movie, that was never presented. And also, when Nick Fury faked his, like, we thought he was going to die in the first Avengers, but he was wearing a bulletproof vest. But I do find it weird that he didn't wear the bulletproof vest in Winter Soldier, which I'm like, Nick, what happened to the bulletproof vest that you wore in the first Avengers movie? Like, come on, man, you're Nick Fury, bro. So technically, that's the one thing that also surprises me about this movie. Like, this movie does such a good job with the intensity and the dread, but also the adrenaline vibes that you'll expect, whether it's the Winter Soldier or when Steve and Natasha discovers that Dr. Zola is in the computer through his files and everything. And I like that the movie did the plot twist, like Steve doesn't die, Nick Fury doesn't die, Bucky Barnes doesn't die, even Crossbones. I forgot to mention about Crossbones, man. I mean, I'll talk about Civil War maybe in the next stream, but the way that they built this character, like, he was like a great build-up to be like an ally turned to a foe after when a building fell to his face in the events of Winter Soldier, and then when it gets to Civil War, he became Crossbones, but it didn't last too long, which is why the actor who plays Crossbones joined the DC universe instead, the MCU, because how the way they treat his character after Winter Soldier. But I'll admit, later on, when we get to the action sequences of the final confrontation where Steve and Bucky were about to face on top of the helicarrier, and I like that Steve literally stole his old original Captain America suit that Stan Lee was like, hey, who took over the suit? And that's where Sam Wilson put on his Falcon jetpack and saved Steve's lives. And then I like in the final confrontation, he doesn't just beat the crap out of Bucky all at once. Like, he definitely knows, like, he literally said in front of Bucky's face, like, your name is James Buchanan Barnes. I'm not going to fight you. You're my friend. And literally when Bucky was literally beating the crap out of Steve, and the way that he gives Steve like a big bloody face and a black eye all of a sudden, like, Steve was like, because I'm with you to the end of the line, pal. And then after that, just clicked Bucky's brain by saying, wait, so we were buddies, but I'm just not the same Bucky you remember. And during the moment where, I like how Tony and Steve have their parallels where Tony drowns in Iron Man 3, and then Steve was the same where he drowns when everything was falling in the helicarrier crash. I like that Bucky, despite, you know, he killed people and the fact that he was brainwashed by Hydra's program, and now that he's an assassin, the fact that Bucky still has a heart despite having a metal arm, he actually gets to save Steve's life, but he doesn't like accept forgiveness from Steve. He saved his life, but then he decided to go undercover instead of just going rogue like he used to do. And I like how by the end of the movie where Sam was talking to Steve by saying whoever he is for what he has to come, and basically just warning him like what's next to come about what Bucky is and whoever he was, that he's not the same who he is. But Steve definitely has like a chance that maybe we'll meet again, but clearly I was just trying my best to make sure the same Bucky that I knew back in my day was still around. Because like I said, aside from Peggy, Bucky is like what's all that's left from Steve's past, since that's been like his closest hombre. So either way, Winter Soldier, man, the stakes, the drama, the action, the in-depth character development of Steve, and you got Black Widow in front of the movie, which, like I said, I'll give Captain America Winter Soldier this. Like, sure, no other Avengers, but at least you got one of the co-Avengers that helped out that's more grounded level. And like what Gabriel said about, seeing more Bucky again, I mean, he was great in Civil War and Falcon and Winter Soldier and then the Thunderbolts. I will admit this, I think the next two MCU movies after Deadpool Wolverine, like, even though I'm mixed on the new Anthony Mackie, Sam Wilson Captain America movies trailer because of the direction that they're putting with the Hulk characters, I think it could be a good movie, but I could tell by tone that new Captain America movie along with Thunderbolts, they're taking more inspiration from the Winter Soldier's vibes. So I will say this, Winter Soldier is basically the blueprint for making more drama driven, more grounded level serious superhero movies. Not multiverse level, not sci-fi up in space, and no science mumbo jumbo, which I'll admit the earlier MCU movies just talked about science, blah blah blah, science bigger, and bigger is better. So at least Captain America Winter Soldier feels like a breath of fresh air, and that's why not only it's around that time it was the best MCU sequel in phase 1, phase 2 until phase 3 came around, but around that time it was the best sequel, one of the best standalone MCU movies since the first Iron Man. So that's why Captain America Winter Soldier, peak movie, S tier. Kudos for the Russo brothers that they got what they deserve. After Winter Soldier they made more banger MCU movies. So S tier for Winter Soldier.
Yes.
Now so we're almost done with phase 2. We probably might have, okay, hold on, before we continue with the next movie, how long's this? The stream is over 3 hours. That's not bad. We got 3 more movies to talk about. So even though Winter Soldier was great, Gabriel, let's talk about the unexpected surprise. And what's funny about this, this movie is now 10 years old, and now that this peak cinematic masterpiece that James Gunn, the man himself, made Guardians of the Galaxy 1 10 years from now, a movie that none of us would not expect to end up loving, but here we are right now. Want to take it away with Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1 for the 10-year anniversary sake?
I'll be there. Guardians 1 is, like you said, a big surprise. After watching the Avengers movies, I would have never expected, because I didn't know anything about the Guardians. I didn't even know they existed as a kid. So that came out of nowhere, and it looked, like, off the trailers, it just looked very good. And I was like, wow, this isn't the Avengers, but, like, this actually looks fun. So I wanted to check it out, and man, watching that in theaters, I do not regret that at all. Do not regret giving this movie a chance. This was another movie that was just like the first Avengers movie. This was another movie that was just stuck to my childhood, and I rewatched it over and over and over again. Even to this day, I rewatch it sometimes, and not once have I, like, ever considered this a bad movie. It's just, this movie's peak to me. It's personally, for personal reasons, this movie is my personal favorite out of the 3 Guardians movies. I know everyone prefers the second, but
or the third.
Yeah, maybe. But I prefer the first one the most. I think they all had the best chemistry, the best build-up to how they became a team. Sort of like the first Avengers movie where they, like, didn't trust each other, and then later on they did.
Like the Space Avengers.
Yeah, pretty much. I love their character designs. I love how... this is a sci-fi movie, in a way, so... I love how they went to different planets and met different kinds of people and aliens and all that stuff, and it was really cool. Especially seeing Peter, who was a human raised by the Ravagers.
Forgot about that.
And you know, like, just he was in a whole different world compared to what he was born in, and seeing him adapt to that with his tools and his ship, the Milano, and all that stuff was just so cool, and I love the colors and the cinematography of this movie as well. Obviously, gotta put it out there, this goes for all the Guardians movies, the soundtrack, the music, phenomenal, man. Like the best in the MCU, really. Obviously you got the iconic intro with Peter Quill, come and get your love. That is forever one of the best intros in the MCU.
Great way to introduce Star-Lord.
Yeah. And made you love each and every one of these characters instantly. You love Rocket, Groot, and even though Groot only says I am Groot, you still like, I love Groot. Who doesn't love Groot?
We all love him.
And freaking Vin Diesel, who would have known? Sometimes I even forget that Diesel. It's unbelievable.
Except when he grows.
Yeah. Bradley Cooper is perfect casting for Rocket.
Great voice acting performance from him.
Kills that role. He is made for it.
What did he said? Are you from Spider-Man? And he's like, are you freaking kidding me? I'm the voice of Rocket Raccoon. I like that clip.
yeah. But he's great. Rocket is one of the best MCU characters. Also,
MCU character.
Gamora, I think, is just badass. I mean, you know, she's raised by freaking Thanos of all people.
So what a daddy.
Watched all her family die pretty much by the same guy that raised her. So she's just a badass. She's a menace. And I mean, I know in the comics she has more of like that white armor, but in this I do still like her character design. I like the detail on her skin with the makeup they chose for her, the hairstyle and all that stuff. Like her character design looks cool. Her sword, the way she uses it and everything, and really cool. And I love how she's kind of like a diva, I guess. Like she's hard-headed and stubborn at first, but then she gets to trust these people later on, and they become a team. And then her and Quill fall in love unexpectedly, but it's a great romance story. I love those kind of romance stories where the girl is like, "Nah, you suck," and then later on they fall for each other, and I love that. And then Drax is absolutely hilarious. It's one of the funniest characters in the MCU and in these movies. And not only that, but just his character development as a person, as a father, because, you know, he lost his daughter and his wife. And him wanting revenge on Thanos, it makes sense for his character.
His daughter.
But they did him kind of dirty in that aspect. Like, he didn't really get too much to avenge his daughter, I guess. But it still showed where his heart was at, and him being able to trust the other guys eventually was a surprise, but still really cool that he's part of that team, part of the family, and he's a great character. Who doesn't love Drax, man? I will say, I think he was best in the first Guardians movie. I think in the other, later on down the line, I think they made him a little too much of the laughingstock.
It is,
and I feel like they focused more on that than like his whole thing with wanting to avenge his family, I guess.
Yeah,
Being,
they just tossed that aside.
the hard-headed guy he was in the first movie. Basically the Knuckles treatment, where he's this serious character and then they make him just the laughingstock.
Pretty much.
But still a good character nonetheless. He's still hilarious. I love him.
Probably one of the funniest in the MCU.
I think it was cool seeing the Nova Corps. I really thought Nova himself was going to be in it, but either way, it was still a nice tease and just cool to see the Nova Corps in the movie. And then you got the guy who plays Wreck-It Ralph, man. Yeah. What a bunch of a-holes. That scene was cool, where they're taking their mugshots. The Peter Quill's middle finger. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know how this thing worked. I just love that. And the music played throughout all the montages. Like, hooked on a feeling, do, 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 do. And then Peter's trying to get his stuff back, and then they're like, nah, and they tase him. I just love that whole sequence. The music played throughout each and every scene, and not only like the soundtracks from like official songs, but I mean like original soundtracks from the movie, like the Guardians theme. Absolutely, like, I love that theme so much. Like when they were on the Milano and they were fighting the giant ship that Ronan was on. That was just, oh, I loved it. I love that theme. And then also when they were fighting Ronan at the end, where they're trying to get the Power Stone, and they snatch it from him, and then they're all holding hands. Take my hand. Oh my gosh, that scene gets me emotional every time, where they show Peter's mom in bed. That gets me every single time.
I know you can relate to that, man.
But the music played throughout that was perfect. And Ronan, he was a well portrayed villain. His character design, I think, was where I couldn't take him that seriously, but his weapon I thought was kind of cool. I think as a character was definitely menacing, and that, like, even though he looks a little goofy, but just his character shows, you know, how he truly is a villain and doesn't care and all this stuff. I don't know. Ronan is a decent villain. I think Guardians 3 would have the best villain, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, at some point we will.
But yeah, Ronan is a good villain. Man, there's so much more, but I probably just can't think of it right now. All I can say is this movie was just a huge staple to my childhood, to my life. I have the Disney Infinity figures. I have a freaking Star-Lord helmet. I have a Funko Pop Star-Lord. I have the Guardians video game.
Yeah. I did play the Tales.
I listened to some of the soundtrack here and there. I have a t-shirt. I love these movies. I love the Guardians. Never would have thought I would be this huge of a fan because of these movies, but here I am. And I personally prefer the movie version of Guardians compared to the comic versions. But
100%.
yeah, this movie to me is S tier all the way.
Definitely, without question, 100% that we're going to put this on S tier. Come on, get up there, get up there. Yep, that's where you belong. Much better. So, I'm going to have to agree with Gabriel on this for the S tier of Guardians. I mean, I'm not being biased just because this movie is literally 10 years old ever since it came out on August 1st. So, obviously, like most of you people, I did not know who the Guardians were. But I guess anything that, if Marvel hires the right filmmaker and with the right idea, with the right direction, they can make this like one of the best MCU movies ever. And this is one of the best MCU movies, period. Like, this is literally in my top 10 favorite MCU movies of all time. And even though this was like 2014 was the year where I first know who Chris Pratt was, because me and Gabriel watched the Lego movie where we got introduced to him as Emmett from the Lego movie. I did not watch Parks and Rec until I got older later on, but thanks to like his performance in Parks and Rec, and then him working out just to get abs, and Ant-Man did the same thing where they got a sluggish comedian just to work out for a superhero role, and that's where I'm like, hey, the guy from the Lego movie is going to be in this new Marvel movie. That's sick. And wait, what? Vin Diesel's a talking tree? That's cool. And then you got a talking raccoon as well. So basically, it was kind of like, is this supposed to be like Marvel Star Wars in a way? Which I could tell James Gunn was heavily influenced by that. But yeah, I cannot give credit to Guardians of the Galaxy if it weren't hiring James Gunn. Because the best thing about not just the first movie, but for the rest of the Guardians trilogy, which, yeah, by far, it is still the best MCU film trilogy ever. I mean, I'm not sure if I want to say the Deadpool movies, which the Deadpool movie trilogy is good, and I do like the first two movies, but they're not made from the MCU. But the Guardians trilogy, however, still king as number one, is the best MCU trilogy, period. And it's all thanks to James Gunn, man. Because look, just to go give a little intel about James Gunn, like, this man loves making comic book adaptations. He used to do it when he was a kid to make short films based on his favorite superheroes. He was an outcast, he was an outsider, he was a weirdo, and he has similar themes that he's gone from his family and even his friends too. That he even let his brother worked on his movie and a lot of close friends that he knows, which that's what I like about James Gunn. Like, he's very, like, not just caring for the people that he works along with them, he treats them like they matter so much to his life, whether it's, if it's not the brother, whether if it's like a cast member. Like, he is so in touch with the cast of the Guardians and even any production he's in. But man, James Gunn, he doesn't just share his pain through his fictional characters, whether it's Star-Lord, Drax, Rocket, and Groot. Like, yes, they're comic book characters, but I like how the director just finds an interesting way just to share those relatable like drama, abuse, grief, loss, and all through that in that one first Guardians movie. And we thought it was a movie that's not going to be taken seriously. Like, from the opening beginning, from young Peter Quill, from this one song where it goes, I'm not in love, so don't forget it. And then literally the song just says, big boys don't cry. It led up to when Quill was with his grandfather and his mother was dying of cancer. And where she says, take my hand. Quill did not have the guts to get, he wasn't strong enough mentally just to say goodbye to his mom, but now he regrets it. He runs away from home, and that's where he got adopted by Yondu and the Ravengers. So I'm like, man, like, not only that, it got me to the emotional feels, like, literally from the beginning act. It's like, it gets the idea of Peter Quill's tragedy and the walker that his mom gave to him when he was younger. Then he plays it when he's on planet Xandar, I think that's the name of it. And that's where we get to one of the most, hands down, like, one of the most iconic opening sequences to an MCU movie, next to the first Iron Man, of listening to Redbone's bam, bam, now, bam, bam, now. Bro's literally me when I'm jamming out. Come and get your love. It's like, it's a great introduction of getting to know what makes Peter Quill. And I'm not being biased, even though this is Gabriel's favorite actor, but this is easily Chris Pratt's best role that he's ever done. Not only this movie, like, not only the role's just 100% him, I feel like this character Peter Quill shows more of his range. Like, sure, animated and other stuff, he's great in comedy, and sure, Jurassic World is more with action. I feel like when he's playing Peter Quill in these movies, it shows more versatile range of his performance as this character from this movie and his other MCU appearances. Yeah, from the sequels, the Avengers movies. So this is easily Chris Pratt's best role in his career. So either way, like I said, I do like he does balance the humor, but also the vulnerability, but also the soft spot, tough side. And that's what I like about Quill, including the moment where he got kidnapped. He's like, Star-Lord, man, who? It's like, literally, that's us, because back then, Marvel just like with Iron Man and Thor, like, people did not care about Iron Man and Thor back in the day, but once when the MCU made great movies about them, we absolutely care about them. And like we said, it's all thanks to what James Gunn did with that first Guardians movie where it first established Peter Quill. And I like how they make the world building of Nova Corps, where we got Wreck-It Ralph, we got Corella from that live action 1990s 100 Round Dalmatians movie being a part of it. And for Yondu, man, if I'm going to be honest, I thought Yondu was played by a black dude, but he's instead played by a white guy named
I thought so
Rupert.
too.
But it's kind of funny because he does work with James Gunn closely in other movies outside of Guardians. But I like the fact that I like that Yondu, he does remind me a lot about my own father. Like, he's definitely more tough, like a chip on his shoulder type of guy, but at the exact same time he could be playful, but at the exact same time like, hey, come here, son, come along, get along. But definitely gives you like the tough act, stoic vibe, but at the exact same time a goofball at times. And even my dad Yondu kind of like smile at the same time. So I know it's quite hard to connect for Quill and Yondu back in the day, but I like when he reunites with Yondu and the Ravagers around that time, where he sees like Yondu as like a good father figure for him when he was growing up after when Yondu saved Quill at a dark time. And I like how we get to the introduction of the other characters, of how Rocket and Groot are met up with each other, and the CGI for Rocket and Groot still holds up to this day. And even though, like what Gabriel said, even though Vin Diesel doesn't say that much lines aside from saying, I am Groot, but I like that behind the scenes Vin Diesel actually dubbed all of the other languages of, every language for international dubs. Like for Spanish is Yo soy Groot, Goshi Goluta, Silu Groot. Vin Diesel did all of the dubs, kind of like what Charles Martinet did with all the voice languages dub for the Mario movie. Phil Collins did the same for like singing in different languages for the Tarzan soundtrack. You guys get the point. And bro's lovable, man. It's like no wonder that character is so marketable as much as Rocket. And yeah, speaking of Rocket, hands down, aside from Quill, another great Guardians character, man. I mean, this is before we get to know more about Rocket in the second movie, especially his backstory in the third one. But I like in the first movie, we give a little bit hints about his backstory of how his back got tased, and then even the times where he gets drunk, where he talks about the purgatory where he got abused by, even when he was like upset and drunk. It gives us hints about Rocket's tragedy, about his past, but at the exact same time gives him more complexity. But easily, I mean, every Guardian has a funny moment, from Quill to Drax to Rocket and Groot. But I like when Rocket jokes about when they were trying to break out of prison, Rocket's like, we gotta break out another leg. And then when Quill and the rest bring in the leg, is like, I was just saying that like as a joke, man. And I like the moment where they're talking about having their plan, where Quill's like, you have a plan. I have part of a plan. What percent of it? 12%. 12%? And then it's a fake laugh. It's real! It's like, man.
That's a fake laugh. It's real. That is the most real, authentic laugh.
Bradley Cooper, like, I feel like later on, thanks to Guardians 3, back then his performance was so overlooked, man. It's like, I know James Gunn's brother did the mocap for Rocket, but man, like, I like that. Oh, another thing about the casting of Bradley Cooper. Okay, it's funny that some other actors like Jim Carrey and Adam Sandler were considered to voice Rocket Raccoon. As much as I love those guys, I will not take them seriously for voicing Rocket. So even though Bradley Cooper, he's a great actor, by the way, even though Bradley's been in a lot of Oscar bait movies, to be exact, but at the exact same time, the one thing that I found that was pretty funny is the fact that they wanted Bradley to use his own voice to voice Rocket, but no, Bradley actually found a way to create a voice for Rocket Raccoon that sounds very distinct. Like, I forgot what's the clip's name, but I said it earlier in the stream, where some kid confused by saying, are you in Spider-Man? And then when he did the Rocket voice, like, for the first time, like, off the mic, are you freaking kidding me? I'm the voice of Rocket Raccoon! It's like, I feel like that bro just owned the role, man, including like in later movies where we see more of his vulnerable side. In this movie, Guardians 2, Infinity War, Endgame, Guardians 2, like I said, Rocket is just, he's a top tier MCU character in my opinion. Like, he's funny, he's wisecracking, but also he's very intelligent. He definitely has, a very wild side for his anger. He definitely has his lowest points. Like, I can relate to the raccoon, dare I say it for myself. But literally, he definitely was aside from Quill, he was definitely a true standout as a character. Now for Drax, like what Gabriel talked about, Dave Bautista, another wrestler that becomes an actor, just like what The Rock did, just like what John Cena did. And now you got WWE former wrestler Dave Bautista playing Drax. I like that he succeeded on his audition for the time that he had his test screenings with Peter Quill. But I like that. The ironic thing is Chris Pratt did audition to play Captain America until Chris Evans took the role after when John Krasinski auditioned, but then he became Mr. Fantastic in Doctor Strange 2. So I kind of find that ironic when it comes to the Marvel Chris's in the MCU. But either way, Drax, I definitely like the fact that at first he definitely is one of those dudes that's definitely, dramatized from how he was. Like, after when Thanos killed his daughter, he definitely doesn't have that much joy in him anymore. He definitely does not see anyone as an ally. But when he gets close to the Guardians, they share the pain. And that's where he gets to Gamora. So, like I said, the Guardians are like the Space Avengers. Star-Lord's the Captain America type. Gamora's the Black Widow type. Except Gamora is more aggressive and more lethal compared to Black Widow. That's why they consider Gamora as the most dangerous woman in the galaxy, because she's the adopted daughter of Thanos. She's a badass. Secondly, she has a very complicated relationship with her own sister Nebula. And then same goes for Drax. He's basically a Thor type, and Groot is a Hulky tree. And even though Rocket doesn't have armor, but he's a smart wisecracker that drinks, like, has an alcoholic problem, just like Tony Stark. So that's what I'm saying. They're basically the Space Avengers. But clearly, I feel like the major difference between the Avengers, like, don't get me wrong, I love the Avengers as a team, as a character. And I'll say this, the Avengers feels more like a group of friends that you have in school, or like, you know, your coworkers or people in your college. But the Guardians themselves, okay, this is gonna be like a weird comparison, but if you people are culture out there, they're like the Marvel's Breakfast Club. If you haven't seen the Breakfast Club, it's a really great teenage movie. You got 5 different types of teenagers, and they have different personalities, and they end up in the same room just because they're all outcasts. One's a nerd, one's a jock, one's a rebel, one's a goth, one's a hot chick, and yet, despite their differences and being end up into like similar pressures, they all share the same pain, and they all actually bonded with each other. That's what I'm saying. This is like the Marvel's Breakfast Club in a way, of how I feel like that's like the strongest thematic theme for what the first movie has stood out to, as how Quill, Gamora, Drax, Rocket, and Groot all share each other's pain. So after when the Star was like, to give a shit type of conversation that he had, and I will get to the ending scene of why does the sharing pain message literally like pays off later on, because the Guardians were not so open just to open up their pain. Heck, even though Groot was the most innocent, where he gives a flower to like some small chick, and that's where we get through. But then we get to Ronan. So I'll say this, Ronan, his dialogue is very Power Ranger-ish, X-Men Apocalypse type of dialogue. We will go with the space and yeah. I mean, to be fair, there wasn't that much great MCU standout villains outside of Loki, and I guess you could say Winter Soldier around that time when Bucky was a villain. But I will say Ronan's a decent villain. Obviously, he's more memorable than Malekith in Thor the Dark World, I'll give you that. But obviously, the reason why he's the villain, because not only he's tied to Thanos, which, by the way, I forgot to mention, the post-credit scene shows Thanos in Avengers 1, just to tease his arrival, and then Guardians 1, you got Josh Brolin letting Thanos sit on his toilet-sized throne, will bathe the stores of your blood. Just seeing him grinning, just to be teased for the next Avengers film. But I honestly thought that was funny. But either way, that's where Ronan has the hammer to establish the Power Stone, because remember, we got the Space Stone with Thor in the first Avengers. We got the Reality Stone in Thor the Dark World. And now we get to the Power Stone in Guardians 1, which we get introduced to the MCU's collector, where he collects all the Power Stones, including that pink alien chick that just grabs the Power Stone and then she freaking dies, which I thought that was funny. But I'll admit, the one thing that I did not expect is when the post-credit scene were in the collector's room, you see Howard the Duck, man. It's like, bro, wasn't that Marvel's real first Marvel movie before Blade? And they made a Howard the Duck movie where he had sex with that chick from Back to the Future, Marty McFly's mom. And back then it's like, is that where Marvel's trying to remind us about their first failed attempt with Howard the Duck? And then we see CGI Howard the Duck chilling in the post-credit scene, voiced by the creator of Robot Chicken, Seth Green, doing the voice. I'm like, hey yo, it's Dr. Evil Son from the Austin Powers trilogy, and hey yo, that's Velma's boyfriend Patrick from Scooby-Doo 2 voicing Howard the Duck. So the list goes on and on. It's Chris Griffin from Family Guy. You guys get the point already. So it was funny that they got Howard the Duck. I guess that was James Gunn's idea, just to include that in, just for, like, you know, the silly gags that he's in the Guardians universe. But either way, I forgot, like, one of the biggest takeaways outside the world building, outside the bond and cling, where Gamora, even though despite the fact that she doesn't want to open her emotions, but Quill, despite sacrificing his life to breathe oxygen just to save Gamora's life, just to put the helmet on her, that was quite heroic. That was quite base of what Quill did, and actually that's where Gamora got respect for Peter in return, and that's where they fell in love with each other. But I'll admit, the soundtrack, banger after banger, like all 3 Guardians movies, like, don't get me wrong, I say which Marvel movie series, franchise, whatever you want to call it, I say Deadpool's in second place when it comes to licensed songs. But look, as catchy as the songs are in the Deadpool trilogy, but on the Guardians trilogy, banger after banger. Because like I said, James Gunn, that man has great taste in music that I literally scroll to his Spotify playlist. Like, he has great songs in the Guardians movies. He has great taste in his DC Suicide Squad soft reboot, Peacemaker, and hopefully, crossing fingers, he includes banger songs for his upcoming Superman reboot. Because aside from "Come and Get Your Love," "You Feel Like Pina Colada," and then what that one David Bowie song, "I'm an alligator," boom, boom, cherry bomb, and the list goes on, man. And at the end, "Oh baby, give me one more chance," with Baby Groot dancing. Like we said,
Oh, baby,
the soundtrack, it lives rent free in my head. It's like, for me, as a guy who has over, I'm not joking with y'all, 4,000 songs in my playlist, it's like the love of 60s, 70s disco, funk, rock and roll, sentimental, smooth songs. It's like, man, it's like I want to marry the soundtrack and have some music record babies out of it, man. It's like it just turns my earbuds on. I know it sounds naughty, but it's like, it got me a music gasm every time I listen to it. And that's where you get to like the last two songs, literally at the end, where it literally goes from the climax where Groot is dead, he made a sacrifice, and I need to talk about Groot's sacrifice when he literally just got all of his roots, keeps Quill, Gamora, Drax, and Rocket safe, which I forgot to talk about Nebula. I wasn't that invested with Nebula as a character, not until it didn't took me until Guardians 2 to make me care about Nebula, but I expect her just to be like, the typical bad sisterhood. And I guess for any girls out there that can relate to their complicated relationships with their sisters, they could see themselves as Gamora and Nebula at times. But I will admit, it's kind of funny that she decides to Luke Skywalker herself, where she removes her hand and then just basically to take down the Guardians by it. I'll admit, the moment where Groot just secure everything, where Rocket tells Groot, "No, Groot, you'll die. Why are you doing this?" And aside from saying "I am Groot," he just goes, "We are Groot." And if we can understand the concept of what Groot means, it's like we're a team, we're a family, we live together, we die together, we are one another. We're the Guardians of the Galaxy. So it's like, despite for him only saying like 3 words, I can understand for what Groot means until he makes a sacrifice. So then Rocket got pissed, and then all the people in Xandar are standing by, and then we get to one of the goofiest scenes. I know it's a meme now because Chris Pratt's Mario, but man, bro, just busting out.
Bring it down hard.
Like literally, "Ooh, child, things are gonna get easier," just breaking out to dance. Like, one, that's such a meme moment right there. Secondly, just utilizing a licensed song just to take down the villain. Dance up, bro, just you and me. And I like that Gamora ain't clicking with it because obviously it wouldn't fit with the character. But I like in the bloopers, the cast members just goof off. Even the actor who plays Ronan just goof off on set. Which, once again, that's the joy of working on a James Gunn production, whether it's Guardians, whether it's Suicide Squad, and hopefully his upcoming Superman movie. But I just like that. "What are you doing, Gamer?" What does he say? Like, what did he say after that when Ronan's like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah. Dance off, bro. Or no, I'm distracting you, you big turd blossom.
Yeah, that's what he says. But during the moment where Quill got the chance to carry the Power Stone and carry it all to himself, where Gamora literally shouts, "Take my hand," and then flashbacks to Quill with his mom, like, "Take my hand, Peter," not only gets the emotional feels, but thematically, not just to Peter, but to all the Guardians. And then goes back to present day where Gamora shouts out, "Take my hand." It is literally the Guardians sharing their pain together. And Quill wasn't strong enough to share that pain with his mom before she passed away, but now he can, not just for a reflection of his past, but carry that on with Gamora, and then Drax share his pain with the loss of his daughter and basically the loss of his joy in life, and kept with the Guardians. And then Rocket did the same thing, and they all stay strong, united. And the theme song plays, da 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 da, and then Ronan's like, "How?" And then Quill says, "Consider yourself, bitch. We're the Guardians of the Galaxy." And then just take
yourself, bitch. We're the Guardians of the Galaxy.
First of all, badass line delivery from Chris Pratt's Peter Quill. And when they took down Ronan, it's like, man, James Gunn, you made a masterpiece. Like, I respect the man as a filmmaker. I respect the man for his passion and his heart for what he's done. with these characters that we could care less about. And that, I feel like that's what's so cool about James Gunn's career. He thinks of ideas that most people won't expect, and you end up loving it. Same goes for comic book characters, whether it's the Guardians or Suicide Squad members that we've never heard of them, but we end up loving these characters no matter if we're attached to them or not. But clearly Guardians not just break out his career, it truly revolutionized James Gunn's career as a filmmaker for what he is. Not for his range, because that man, I mean, give respect to the man for doing what he's doing with DC, and I'm excited for his Superman movie. I think that Superman movie is going to it's going to be peak from what I saw behind the scenes. But it's not just bringing all the comic book lore and everything. It's all about the heart, the soul, the relatability, the traumatic things that he relates to his life, and then put in these characters so we, the audience, can connect with that. It's just amazing. And I love that even though Quill has a jukebox in his ship, which, it kind of gives a lot of people around our time, whether it's our parents or even our personal selves, that we have radios or cell phones that we listen to our music. And it's an iconic song, but literally about the moments where they play this one iconic song, and Quill's definitely playing the song as a reminder of his mother, but as well as his Guardian teammates, of ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough. Great song to end off the movie outside of baby give me one more chance. Thematically, it's a great way that Quill says that I'm just going to be there with you no matter what, Mom. No matter how high or how low it's going to be, I'll someday be with you, Mom. And then same goes with the Guardians, that he actually has that. And yeah, I definitely agree with this Rocketman user. Guardians Trilogy, Parks and Rec, Lego Movie, Chris Pratt peaked. Yeah, definitely. Those are hands down the best projects that Pratt has been done. He's done some other good stuff after that too, but that was like definitely the breakout of Pratt's career. But man, what else can I say? Guardians of the Galaxy, not only, okay, I probably might be biased, but this is the best Phase 2 movie. Yes, I'm saying this, like, don't get me wrong. I
agree.
I love Winter Soldier, but Guardians, it has more, it becomes more versatile until, like, Winter Soldier, it's great, but it's definitely a lot more serious. Like, it's a drama, a political action drama, but with more comedy. But Guardians, it has all of it, but it's in a space sci-fi trip, man. So, Guardians of the Galaxy is easily the best Phase 2 MCU movie. So, and I will say this, 2014 was not just a great year for the MCU, because you got the best Phase 2 movies from Guardians 1 to Winter Soldier. And even though X-Men Days of Future Past, that's a whole different list. By the way, best X-Men movie, as I rewatched that in my recap. And then they made Spider-Man 2. Yeah, split the fandom. It wasn't the best Spider-Man movie, but I regained my love for Spider-Man. 2014 was a great year for comic book movies. But Winter Soldier, Guardians 1, they both easily deserve the S tier list. But for Guardians 1, I still say it's the best Guardians. I have to agree with Gabriel. Sure, Guardians 1 may not be as colorful like the later sequels. The sequels has much better visuals than the first one. But I feel like Guardians 1 perfectly captures and balances screen time of the main cast. Well, Guardians 2, Guardians 3, it just split the screen time and it just focused on one Guardian. But still great sequels, though. Still great trilogy, though. So Guardians 1, 100% S tier ranking. Best MCU movie in the Phase 2 era. Whew.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's all I have to say about Guardians 1. So I'm just going to check the stream, which don't worry, we're going to end it pretty soon. We only got 2 more movies and then we'll take a break after part 1. But then, as much as we want to praise the streak of 2014 for Winter Soldier and Age of Ultron, Guardians 1, that's where we lead to Avengers Age of Ultron. So, before I get to decide who gets the review, whether it's me or Gabriel, Chris Pratt's also good at Moneyball. Yeah, I agree. Pretty underrated role from Chris Pratt, but that's a good one. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So, after the triumphant success of the Avengers, of how it blow everyone's minds, and then Winter Soldier just stepped the game for grounded superhero sequels, and then the unexpected surprise of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1, Age of Ultron. Before I decide about reviewing it, most people are concerned, could Age of Ultron didn't live up to the first one? Well, for those who said that, you were right. So,
Right.
who would like to speak for Age of Ultron, me or you, Gabriel?
You can go ahead.
Okay, first I need to drink some water before I get to speak more.
Okay.
Watery beard.
Quack, quack.
Okay, before I continue, I'm surprised none of the other boys show up. Like, Dwayne showed us the cameo. Lesnar, I bet he left.
I'm surprised Lesnar didn't come back.
I bet the main reason why is, like, he doesn't want to feel ashamed that he's not really a die-hard MCU fan, so he probably doesn't want to feel left out. I mean, the Sonic one, he did speak out for the movies and some of the cartoons, but I had a feeling it was going to be, like, one of those franchises that... Because clearly Lesnar was a baby when the first Iron Man movie came out, so I'm like... I had a feeling, like, outside of the Spider-Man movies, because, you know, it's Spider-Man, of course you'll watch it. I don't think he doesn't know much outside of the Spider-Man movies.
Yeah.
Why am I choking?
Oh no!
You got a friend in me. I can't even do the voice. Oh man. Excuse me, folks. I'm choking on dust bites or breadcrumbs, whatever you want to call it. Anyway. Funny joke. Anyway, I haven't seen Age of Ultron, but I heard it's that big. Wait, you haven't seen Age of Ultron, Rocket Man? Is it because of the reviews? So, I'm going to talk about this. So either way, fun fact, I did not see Winter Soldier or Guardians 1. Like, I think after Avengers 1, I did watch the Phase 2 movies earlier before Age of Ultron, but I didn't get to see them in theaters. Like, I saw Guardians 1 on Redbox when I rented it. But I feel like Age of Ultron was like the next MCU movie I saw in theaters just because it was during the hype when superhero movies were still at its prime and DC was about to jump ahead after when they made Man of Steel. And it was the same year when they confirmed Spider-Man is joining the MCU with Tom Holland. I remember there was leaks back then that I thought Spider-Man was going to be in Age of Ultron with Tom Holland, but they already shot Age of Ultron way before the MCU announcement with Spider-Man. That's why he showed up in Civil War, which was the better choice. And I'll talk about Civil War in part 2, but Civil War was the better Avengers follow-up. So, excuse me, I'm going to spit out some saliva!
So,
as I was saying, just to not choke on my aspirations. So, back to the point about Avengers Age of Ultron. I'll say this. Okay, whether for those who have seen it or not, okay, we can all easily agree that this is everyone's least favorite Avengers movie. And I know that says a lot. Like I said, dare I say Captain America Civil War was the better Avengers sequel. But either way, I'm not going to ignore or bash on Age of Ultron like it's a bad movie. I'll say this, it's no Winter Soldier. It's no Winter Soldier. But I will say this, Age of Ultron is good, just not great. Like, it's enjoyable, but it does have its problems. Like, it doesn't hold up like the first Avengers movie. But I'll say this, Age of Ultron has some elements that are better than the first film. Like, I'll say this, Age of Ultron has much better cinematography than the first movie. Like, don't get me wrong, the first movie is iconic, but I will admit the cinematography in the first movie compared to the second one, the first movie does look very TV movie, straight to television type of camera angles when I look at the lenses, while Age of Ultron makes it, like, the cinematography makes it feel like you're watching a movie. And I'll say this, I feel like Age of Ultron definitely have its moments, and the score, I'm surprised, like, the same composer did not come back. I think Danny Elfman composed the score for Age of Ultron, which I thought that was pretty good. And the lighting's pretty good, the CGI as well. My favorite action sequence in Age of Ultron, if you're thinking it's the final battle, no. I think the best action sequence in the entire movie was Iron Man as the Hulkbuster versus the Hulk. It's not in Wakanda, but it takes place in Africa. That's my favorite action sequence, because not only that's the scene where Scarlet Witch just mind control the Hulk, and I feel like that's like the angriest that I've ever seen from Mark Ruffalo's Hulk, if I'm not counting the first movie, where literally Hulk felt guilty from destroying that city in Africa for all the civilian lives. And I like that Tony Stark has the iconic Hulkbuster. That's a more comic accurate Hulkbuster for the first time. And who the heck is knocking at my door? Just give me a second. Anyway, got interrupted by the mailman. So back to the point about the Hulkbuster. So I will like this, like the action sequences where he takes the Hulk up to the sky, and there were some silly moments that actually were funny, where Tony was patching, like what you call, like go sleep, go sleep, go sleep, and during the moment where Tony just knocked out Hulk's tooth, and then he spits about it, Tony's like, I'm sorry, and then Hulk just beats the living crap out of him, like on top of the tall buildings, which that was hilarious. And then he literally just take the Hulk down with that giant building with the Lego set. And that's what gives me off. I will admit, the marketing for Age of Ultron slaps. Like, that trailer, I mean, I know they teased Avengers Age of Ultron, like, it's definitely going to be a more darker, more serious sequel. Like, it was probably meant to be the Empire Strikes Back of the Avengers trilogy, but, or quadrilogy if you prefer. Technically, it just didn't live up to the tone. Like, it definitely kept its dark moments when Ultron appears, but that's where we talk about Ultron as a villain, which I'll say this, the actor, James Spader, I think he did a really good job with the voice, because I will admit, he's no Loki, he's no Thanos, but I will admit, he definitely has some quotable moments, or he does act creepy at times, where he goes like, like, you're all strangled in strings, not in this Christmas. There's only one path to peace, the Avengers extinction. And then after that, when I like that Ultron pokes fun at Pinocchio every time where he sings the song, I have no strings on me. There are no strings on me. It's like, it's kind of funny how they try to incorporate like more Disney-owned properties just to be owned in Avengers Age of Ultron. But I will admit, I feel like Age of Ultron, and I know, and all due respect to Joss Whedon's history for what he did to DC and for what he did to this movie, I could tell Joss Whedon had pressure on making this movie. I mean, I'm not gonna empathize with the guy for what he did for Justice League and what he does outside of that. I mean, I'm not saying he's like the Dan Snyder of the MCU, but what I'm saying is, for this dude, you could tell he was struggling to like make a good sequel, because he's trying to make a standalone self-contained sequel to the first Avengers movie, but then since this is an MCU movie, you got to do the mandates. You got to set up Captain America Civil War, you got to set up Thor Ragnarok, you got to set up Avengers Infinity War, you got to do Black Panther, you got to do some small subplots that you have to take cover of Black Widow's flashback sequence of how she became the Black Widow, and secondly of why during like one doctor lab test of why Black Widow cannot get pregnant, why she can't have babies anymore apparently. More traumatizing moments where Steve Rogers couldn't be able to be with Peggy Carter that he wished that he could have had, or when Thor feels like that he failed all of his Asgardians when Heimdall is supposedly dead. And then Tony Stark, I feel like the biggest one that drives the plot for Tony Stark is when Scarlet Witch, which, by the way, don't blame Tony Stark to build Ultron, blame Scarlet Witch from the beginning, which I know Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, the twins, aka the, I don't know how to even say their last names, but Pietro, I think that's his name, the guy who plays Quicksilver. What do you know? It's the same actor that played Kick-Ass in the Kick-Ass movies, and now he's freaking Kraven the Hunter in Sony's Spider-Man-less universe. Well, I'll admit, look, Quicksilver, I think his abilities is cool, his suit is cool, but I will admit, he lacks the personality and charm that the Fox Evan Peters Quicksilver, Ralph Boner of WandaVision. Like, that's what's funny. Even Marvel's WandaVision brought that actor from the Fox X-Men universe rather than the same actor from Avengers Age of Ultron. Like, here's the thing, like, that Quicksilver in Age of Ultron did have cool moments with the accent and the suit, and his iconic line is, "You didn't see that coming?" Like, I feel like the dude definitely has some cool moments, but it just sucks that he was just there just to be a one-off character because, you know, Fox had the rights to use Quicksilver, but in the comic books, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch are the children of Magneto. But I know in the Fox X-Men universe, they can't do that just to make that canon. And I guess in the MCU, they couldn't be able to reference Magneto because back then, Marvel did not have the rights to use the X-Men. So it was a weird licensing issue. But I'll admit, Scarlet Witch, I mean, I'll be honest, Elizabeth Olsen, yeah, I smashed that. And then she becomes more hotter in later MCU movies. So did not expect that. And I'm going to be honest, I thought the Sokovian accent was a real accent, but in reality, that's just the actress using the dialect. And funny enough, the popular Olsen triplet, after her older siblings played the baby for the Full House series, and then never came back in the revival. But all joking aside, I thought Scarlet Witch was cool with how the way she used her powers, but I will admit, blame her for the main reason why that she convinced Tony Stark to build Ultron. I know in the comics it's Hank Pym, but since Ant-Man did not exist until the next movie, that's where it leads to Tony Stark, where he feels more responsible and he doesn't want to take the mistakes of Avengers 1, which is why he makes like more Stark drones, and basically that's where him and Bruce decided to think of finding a way just to make peace for a time and just make AI. Like, yeah, Tony and Bruce basically create an artificial intelligence that would basically not just take over Vision or the Avengers, but just take over the world. So basically, Ultron was the original AI Skynet before AI, as of now, is taking over corporations, audio tracks. That's what I'm saying. AI is real. The movies have been warning you about it, but you don't listen. But either way, I'm over exaggerating, but that's the whole point. But the one thing I do find it's really cool about Age of Ultron, because I know in the first Avengers movie, Stark Tower got destroyed and then they replaced it to make the Avengers Tower, which I thought that was a nice upgrade that they do, and I like that the Avengers teammates, they actually treat each other like they're like college roommates or colleagues at work or something. And then after when Tony and Bruce created Ultron unexpectedly, and then Ultron kills Jarvis and takes him over, and then that's where we get to the party house scene, which I'll admit, as cool as it was to see some of the side characters like Sam Wilson and Rhodey, they were not needed in the movie that much. I mean, to be fair, Rhodey had the War Machine armor, but he showed up in the final act. And Falcon, I'm surprised Falcon did not show up in the final act. He appeared at the end of the movie, but he wasn't there just to help Captain America or anyone else. It's like, what was Sam Wilson doing around that time? And even though Gwyneth Paltrow's contract expired, Natalie Portman did not want to return to Marvel after the reputation of Thor: The Dark Worlds. But I like there was one scene where Tony Stark and Thor talks about their ex-girlfriends, of why Jane broke up with Thor, Pepper wants to take a break with Tony. So I'm like, damn, it's like, is everyone in the Marvel Universe becoming single? Except for two, maybe. Bruce Banner and Natasha Romanoff, which I'm going to talk about that, which I don't know what Joss Whedon was thinking, but we'll get to that. But Hawkeye, that's one thing I was not expecting. So Hawkeye, which I'm gonna admit, he was basically my least favorite Avenger, but then he later became like my third or fourth least favorite Avenger, where out of nowhere Hawkeye has a family where he's married to Velma from Scooby-Doo, the first chick where I got my first boner when I was 5 years old from that live action Scooby-Doo movie, written by Guardians of the Galaxy director James Gunn, which that's one thing that just blew my mind. But either way, like that Clint Barton is, you know, a father, he has a wife, he has kids, so at least that makes Hawkeye more interesting than he was, because he was hypnotized in the first movie. Until then, he becomes a good guy in the final act and established that he has a close friendship with Black Widow. And speaking of Black Widow, that's what I thought at first. I thought in Winter Soldier she would date Steve, and I thought in Avengers she would date Clint, but since Clint has a wife and kids, and it's Steve, despite him being a 90-year-old virgin, I thought there'll be a relationship. But the most pointless one, the most forced one of them all, and even Thor Ragnarok and some other MCU movies made a joke about it, is the forced relationship of the Hulk and Black Widow. I'm like, since when did they date it in the comics? Like, that caught me off guard. It's like, have they tried to do an MCU version of Beauty and the Beast or the MCU version of Shrek or something? Oh man, like, I get that the whole point of Black Widow and Bruce Banner tried to connect, like, even though Bruce Banner's a nerd, like, they're trying to do like that Lego movie trope where Emmett is basically a lighthearted dork where he falls in love with a badass chick that feels more inferior, of how she's more tougher than him, but he's definitely more smarter than her. That's how it is. Like, it's that trope of a goth girlfriend that is a badass, then you got this dorky nerdy boyfriend. Like, that's the dynamic that I'm seeing. Like, oh, girl boss, male wife, like, whatever you want to call it. But either way, I don't know, man. Like, the worst thing is Joss Whedon did the boob joke where Bruce Banner falls into Black Widow's boobs. I mean, first of all, Bruce Banner's pretty lucky. And secondly, Joss Whedon repeat that same damn joke in the Justice League cut where Flash falls into Wonder Woman's boobs. And the Snyder Cut's like, let Wonder Woman land on her feet just to make a sexual harassment joke. So it's like, come on, man. That just makes the joke more cringe as I'm looking back at it. So I thought the relationship was pretty forced. And he's like, you're not a threat to me. It's like, what was the point of that shipping? Like, Steve would have made more sense, but why Bruce Banner as the Hulk? So, like, even, I know it's a different actor, but Edward Norton's Hulk was like, oh, I can't get too excited. You would like me when I'm horny. So I'm like, but yeah, with Mark Ruffalo's Hulk's like, yeah, I want to beg Natasha, but she can't, like, I'm a monster and she can't have children, so what's the point? So I thought that was pointless. But either way, I did like the fact that Thor's pissed off for what Tony Stark has done, not just for Ultron, but you know, it created division. But I will admit, the one scene that did stick out, like after Ultron's attack in the Avengers Tower, where Tony, like, thanks to the vision that Scarlet Witch gave to him, where he assumed that all the Avengers were gonna die to the failure of Tony, did not stop by to stop that portal in the first Avenger, where Steve, like in the vision, tells Tony, "You were supposed to save us," and then they die, and that's why he felt bad for that, and that's why he wants to create Ultron, just to make peace for a time. But like I said, Tony just didn't live up to what it was supposed to be. But I like that Tony's like, that right up there, that's our end game, which basically hints at tease up end game. And then Tony says, "How are you guys planning defeating him?" And then Steve is like, "Together." And then Tony responds, "We'll lose." And then Steve says, "We'll do that together too," which later pays off in Avengers Endgame, which I did like that. So despite their differences and despite Tony and Steve's division, they still got each other's back for no matter if they're no longer on the same page. But then, as we fall to the next scene, it's pretty funny how Bruce Banner discovers that this one Hydra villain got killed off from Ultron. And I will admit, the comedy in it, like, it was funny at first, but I will admit, some characters that deserves jokes, like Iron Man is Iron Man, so he deserves to say any type of joke he wants. But some other MCU characters kind of not. Like, don't get me wrong, I do like the language every single time where Steve calls out when every single Avenger says like a cuss word or something, like every single time, which I thought that was pretty funny. And the moments where they're trying to pick up Thor's hammer, and how Stan Lee got drunk, where Thor was like, "This is not meant for mortal men," and then Stan Lee got drunk and just went, "Excelsior." Like, moments like that are pretty funny. And for Ultron, like, look, his design is cool, the actor who plays him is cool. Some jokes are funny, but some of them feel so forced, where he tried to cut off Andy Serkis' character, aka Ulysses Claw, since he's a villain that was set up in the first Black Panther movie. I will admit, it was quite refreshing to see Andy Serkis playing, you know, a human character, not playing a CGI character like he always does in his career. But the funniest moment where Ultron, Quicksilver, and Scarlet Witch needs Claw to trade vibranium just to give to Ultron, the funniest moment is where he goes, "Cut the fish." Wum, 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 wum. I thought that was pretty funny. But during the moment where
Disco lights.
Yeah, disco lights from the Lego Avengers game. But the moment where Ultron's like, "Don't compare me to Stark," and then bro just literally, so the main reason why Claw lost Stark because Ultron chopped it off, and then Ultron's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. It's just that it's like, why is Ultron being so apologetic about it? You're evil, man. You should not care about it. But that's one thing that caught me off guard about Ultron. And like I said, the jokes may work, but sometimes it's a bit too much on it when it comes to that. Heck, even Joss Whedon repeat the same jokes with Justice League. When the Flash got like zapped by the demons, where he's like, "Ah!" and then Steppenwolf was like, "Your ghost died." It's like, the villain has to quip, "My world, it's my right." It's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no problem with Marvel comedy. It's just Joss Whedon's comedy. Like, the first movie had a right balance, but Age of Ultron probably had too much of it, and then Justice League became a straight up parody of the DC characters. But back to the point with Age of Ultron, it keeps continuing on, like, "Oh, Junior, you're gonna break your old man's heart." And then Ultron says, "Clearly you didn't make an omelet." Then Tony's like, "You couldn't beat me by 1 second." The jokes continue on with Ultron when Iron Man, Thor, and Vision zaps Ultron. He's like, "Oh, what the benefits of the Hydra?" Then Hulk just punches out of it. It's like, bro.
Hindsight.
Like, I get that Ultron is created by Tony Stark, but stop trying to be a Tony Stark archetype, man. Shut up. So, literally, that's why I thought that just caught me off guard. But like I said, the whole Buster scene, action scene, was, like, fantastic. Another scene that a lot of people think it's pretty underrated if I'm talking about action sequences, the scene where Captain America and Black Widow are trying to save Vision when Scarlet Witch noticed that Ultron is a mad man, not a mad robot. So then once again, Ultron's sense of humor, sometimes this doesn't click with me. It's like, when Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver runs, Ultron's like, "Guys, wait, we gotta move on." It's like, as cool Ultron looks, and even though the actor's playing, it feels like he's playing a Saturday morning cartoon villain, man. So, even though at one time where Captain America and Black Widow are trying to chase him, and Ultron becomes like a whiny baby, "No, no, no, no," and then Ultron zaps, "Leave me alone!" And then Captain America throws the shield at Ultron. He's like, "Stop it." So that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, the one thing that's baffling for a movie called Age of Ultron, the title's called Age, right? But in reality, if you think about it, the movie takes place for like a week. So technically, this is just roughly 1 week of Ultron, because if it's an age, it could have been like X-Men Days of Future Past, where, I mean, some people say that's like the better Age of Ultron, but clearly X-Men Days of Future Past is not as iconic as Age of Ultron. But I understand what they mean, where it takes place beyond timelines, beyond the future, and the fact that we have a threatening robot villain that takes over and deactivates all these heroes' powers. That's what Ultron could have been more like. Like, he looks cool, sounds cool, but there could have been so much more than just being a 1 week, one-off villain for the Avengers, where you could have just brought him back for like later movies. Like, heck, since in the comics he was created by Hank Pym, you could have just maybe utilized him as Ant-Man. I mean, don't get me wrong, I did like the Ultron head Easter egg in Spider-Man Homecoming, because I'm like, well, that's the closest Spider-Man Ultron interaction I'll get outside of the Avengers Assemble Ultra Spider-Man cartoon on Disney XD, which those cartoons take a lot of inspiration from the MCU. Like, they literally made Ultron episodes for that cartoon because of the movie that came out at the same time. So it is what it is. Just like with Disney Infinity did the same thing too. So as I move on, the train sequence, yes, because every superhero movie needs a train sequence. Thanks to Spider-Man 2, thanks to The Incredibles, thanks to Superman Returns. It's a trope when it comes to the superhero genre, where Captain America, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch has to stop the train. And the fact that Ultron is trying to find their way to stop Vision, but they luckily got Vision, but Ultron apparently kidnaps Black Widow to the Quinjet, which honestly, I felt bad for Natasha, but apparently she just got yeeted away from Ultron, and Hawkeye never bothered just to get back, even though Clint, that's your close buddy that you know for a long time, so why would you do that to your colleague? And then that's where we get back to where Tony and Bruce are trying to like awaken Vision. But once he ever got to talk about where Thor reunites with that professor for the Thor movies, he's back. And Thor was to this butt, like, so you can see Chris Hemsworth's pack again, where he's having visions about Ultron's extinctions while Thunder is electrocuting his nipples in the water. And basically, the whole scene's purpose is not just to tease Ultron, but to tease Vision, but also the Infinity Stones, just to set up for Avengers Infinity War. So, like I said, Age of Ultron had, I won't say it's not as oversaturated like the Amazing Spider-Man 2, but you can tell it's story beat after story beat after story beat, and how can you merge all that into one movie? So that's why Joss Whedon did not want to come back to Marvel after Age of Ultron, because even though Age of Ultron was successful, but it burned him out after Marvel's mandated notes and everything else. So that's why Age of Ultron couldn't live up to the first movie. And look, I mean, I almost forgot to talk about Vision, because I'll admit, even though it's cool that the actor who plays Jarvis gets to like not voice the AI Jarvis and gets to play the character, which, fun fact, Jarvis in the MCU was supposed to be a butler, but said they did not want to copy Batman. It says The Dark Knight came out the same year as Iron Man 1. They decided to make Jarvis an AI instead, rather than just make him an Alfred ripoff for Iron Man. So that's why they had to make it different. So that's why you got the actor who plays Vision. And I will admit, with some frisky bloopers where he's making out with Chris Hemsworth for some reason, but I like that Vision just awakens, and even though he's a wise android that comes to life, but he's not evil, which I thought he would be threatening to face the Avengers at first, which I like before Thor awakens Vision, because he thinks he's the key to stop Ultron. I like the fact that Tony and Steve have their fight way before Civil War happened, including the moment where they're at Clint's farmhouse, where Tony's like, this is why it was like, we have like innocent people dying, we get to go home, and then Steve was so ticked off that he rips the lumber out of the tree. He's like, you know, like, every time a war starts, innocent people die. Every time. So it leads more to the conflict of Civil War. And even though Nick Fury was not in the movie as much as he was in the first movie, but I like that he stays underground after the events of Age of Ultron, but still tries to convince the Team Avengers just to go to Sokovia, which leads to the final act. And even though I will admit, I will say Age of Ultron goes too much on its comedy, but I will admit, Vision carrying Thor's hammer out of nowhere, just showing proof that he's worthy. I forgot to bring this up. When Steve was about to bring Thor's hammer, and even though, like, Steve picking up Thor's hammer, that was paid off in Avengers Endgame, where Thor says, I knew it. That kind of like sets up that small nod that Steve could have been worthy to pick up Thor's hammer, but apparently he wasn't worthy yet, because, you know, Steve had the baggage with Bucky Barnes and Winter Soldier that led up to Civil War, so that's why he wasn't redeemed worthy yet until years and movies came along the line. But for some reason, Vision got worthy, then everyone got speechless. But then we get to the final act, which I understand Ultron's, like, the final act is very entertaining to watch. I'm not gonna lie about that. Like, it definitely holds up the stakes for an Avengers movie as what you wanted for a final battle for an Avengers movie, where you got the main cast of heroes, you got the newcomers like Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch, and the Vision all together, and then you throw in War Machine at the last minute. Like I said, Falcon wasn't there for some reason, but he was in the final ending of the movie. But however, for the Sokovia people that they were trying to break themselves out free just to evacuate, but I will admit, Ultron's diabolical and, dare I say, ridiculous idea is bring the country of Sokovia up to the sky and let this whole town of poor Europe people die just for the sake of making a meteor, just to make the Avengers fail, where Ultron says, "You rise, only to fall. You Avengers with my meteor will fall to the weight of your failure." So that's what Ultron was trying to do with the plan. And I like how Vision tries to like manipulate Ultron's mind for just like touching it. And he's like, "You shut me off. You take away my world, I'm taking away yours." So then he fights Vision, then he fights Thor. "Thor, you are bothering me." And I like that Ultron communicates to his other like Ultron goons. And when Captain America was about to take him out to the bridge, "You'll never." And then Captain America says, "Never what? You'll never finish." So obviously Cap became more humorous, but that's when, you know, he has the more language treatment. I guess like in the Joss Whedon movies, Cap gets more silly, while in the Russo brothers, like when the Russo brothers direct Captain America, he's more serious. So that's why, you know, Joss Whedon is a very different director than the Russo brothers. But either way, I will admit, like during the moment where they all have their failures, when Nick Fury came back to the Helicarrier just to rescue all the Sokovia people, I will admit the funniest moment where Steve was like, "Ah, you son of a bitch," and then Nick Fury's like, "You kiss your mother with that mouth?" I'm like, Samuel L. Jackson, you're the one that wants to drop F-bombs in the MCU, but Chris Pratt, Ryan Reynolds, and Hugh Jackman beat you to it. And you could have done the same for your own time, but Disney was too innocent to not drop F-bombs in an MCU movie. But thanks to Chris Pratt, Ryan Reynolds, and Hugh Jackman, what they did for Guardians Volume 3 and Deadpool and Wolverine. But either way, the final act was really cool of how all the Avengers had, just like the first movie, the 360 vibe of them fighting the Ultron boss all together of do-do-do-do. And it comes to a really cool moment where Thor is like, "Yeah, thank you for putting the comment. Is that the best you could do?" It's kind of like a give me like a Russell Crowe quote from the first Gladiator movie. "Are you not
to ask?"
Wait, what? Oh, yeah. What he said. You had to ask. Yeah, you had to ask. "Are you not entertained?" That's like the vibe I got from that one line from Gladiator. This is what I got. All of you against all for me." And then Tony has like his, you know, his inspirational speech. "That's what we do. It's like what the Cap said, together." And then Hulk rages. And I will admit, even though the best of Hulk was in Avengers 1 and Thor Ragnarok, I will say this, even though Age of Ultron, Hulk was mostly knocked down, even though I felt like it was stupid that Black Widow made down with Bruce Banner. He's like, "I need the other guy." It's like, you're not going to make out Shrek with his green size peck boobs in front of you, huh, Natasha? Like I said, I just thought the relationship shipping was stupid. But either way, it's just a way just to make Bruce get the inner Hulk out of him. But anyway, as we move along, that's where we get to, because when someone said, I didn't see the movie beforehand, but I knew that one major character was gonna die. In my head, I'm like, wait a minute, Quicksilver is not cast in Captain America Civil War, so I don't think he's gonna be in Civil War. I'm like, wait a minute, not just Quicksilver's not gonna be in Civil War, but since Fox has their own Quicksilver in the X-Men universe, I'm like, yeah, MCU Quicksilver's gonna die. And I know people were gonna speculate like, oh, Aaron Taylor Johnson's Quicksilver's gonna come back. Well, many years went past, and WandaVision, they brought back the same Quicksilver from the Fox X-Men movies as Ralph Boner, so obviously they treated Aaron Taylor Johnson dirty. Like, he's a good actor, and he has done, well, his best comic book movie role is in the movie Kick-Ass, and I guess the sequel, which who cares about that? But now he's making it worse for playing Kraven the Hunter in the Sonyverse, which no one gives a crap about that. And no offense, miscast as Kraven. Like, I know the dude's talented, but he can't pull off a Russian accent out of Kraven. But he can somewhat for Quicksilver, so it doesn't even make any sense. So either way, I knew Quicksilver was going to take the sacrifice, and literally that became the motivation why Scarlet Witch became one of the most traumatized MCU characters later on, of how she controls her power and her security in Civil War, Infinity War, and obviously her own TV show WandaVision to Doctor Strange. So obviously the death of Quicksilver made an impact to Wanda herself. Until then, she falls in love with the android that saves her life when Scarlet Witch just took Ultron's heart out. I mean, at least she was the one that just takes Ultron, just defeats him out of the blue and just remove the heart out. Either way, I knew Quicksilver was going to die. But it sucks that, he's never coming back for any other MCU movie. So, as cool as he was wasted. The Fox X-Men Quicksilver was way better in those movies either way. So, I will admit, the one moment that was pretty cool is when Iron Man and Thor crash all the Sokovia country as a whole. Even though, as much as Age of Ultron is a letdown compared to the first one, at least that was a good movie to set up Captain America Civil War from the stakes and the tragedy and the aftermath, casualties and deaths of those people who died in Sokovia and Avengers Age of Ultron. So then leads up to the ending where we have one last bit of like Ultron's dialogue, and then Vision's like, I was born yesterday, and then boom, Ultron's dead. And then just like the first Avengers movie, some Avengers went off their own. Iron Man's on his own, Thor's on his own, same goes for the Hulk and all this and all that. Oh yeah, I did like the Hulk's closure where he ignored Black Widow's call and then he sets up to go to space, which sets up his quote-unquote Planet Hulk sub-story in Thor Ragnarok, which we'll talk about that in the next stream for now. But either way, even though it was expected that Cap was going to get like new Avengers, but man, the same year when Fantastic, which was a crappy movie, both of the movies, Avengers, and then they just cut the line. It's like, bro, he almost said it. He almost said the damn line. And then Fantastic Four, it's fantastic. All core so it's bro, come on, why'd you gotta do this like that? I will admit, the last thing that was pretty cool was the big credit scene. It's meme worthy where we haven't seen Thanos since Guardians 1, right? Since Ultron failed, Loki failed, Thanos is like, fine, I'll do it myself. And then he glows himself just to get the gauntlet, just to get the stones, since Thor has been talking more exposition about the stones. So, Age of Ultron, it's good, but I won't consider it great as well, because despite its flaws, despite, the comedy being a bit too much, especially for the villain itself, and the subplot just goes on and so much oversaturated mess, it's still an entertaining MCU movie, and the fact that they definitely have some cool stellar moments from the new characters, whether it's Scarlet Witch, Vision, or Quicksilver. Ultron's a solid villain. If he wasn't too jokey, he actually would have been top tier, but he's fine for what he was. Ultron, he's at least more memorable than the majority of the Phase 4 movies, so I could tolerate Ultron for the most part. But either way, if I have to put Age of Ultron, I won't say it's A tier or S tier. I would say it's more on the B tier, like Iron Man 2 and The Incredible Hulk. So I'd say it's good, but not great. It's B tier for me.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Age of Ultron is okay. It's decent. It has its fun moments. The humor can be weird but funny sometimes. I like the beginning where they're in the snow place, Hydra area. Seeing their team up, seeing how they work together better compared to the first movie. And I do like Iron Man's suits in this movie, including the Hulkbuster. They look really cool. And I'm not a big fan of Black Widow's outfit or look that much in this movie. I mean, she still looked good, but her other suits, her outfits looked better, I guess. But everyone else's design looked pretty well. I liked Hulk's design. He had the purple pants, which was close enough, even though they were tights, not like the ripped shorts you see in the comic. But they look cool. Seeing them together, work together like that was nice. Seeing Tony's nightmares or visions of what would happen to the Avengers was definitely interesting, and it kind of had you scared for the future or theorizing about the future of the MCU and the Avengers, which is cool. And I do like the music. I know they didn't use the dun, 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 dun a lot. They kind of made a spin or twist to it, where they went
Yeah, because it's a different composer.
And I think it was cool.
Yeah, in a way.
I liked it. I liked it.
Especially in the end credits.
Yeah, in the final battle, they used it pretty well. That was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
I just like the Avengers' chemistry in this movie the most. How they goof off with each other and they're more friendly for the most part.
Just like friends in real life.
In this movie, yeah, you know, like the whole scene where where everyone is trying to raise Thor's hammer, and then Cap almost lifts it, but he doesn't do it on purpose. And then Thor's face is just like, oh, well, let's ignore that. And then, you're all not worthy. And then when Ultron finally comes out, and like, the trailers made Ultron actually menacing or like creepy, which was cool until you watch the movie, and then he's like, I don't know. He's not as cool as you thought he would be. I mean, I do like the voice actor, the guy who voiced him.
Yeah, James Spader, he did a good job.
Yeah, he did a good job as Ultron. I just wish we had more Ultron. You know, Ultron in the comics is one of the biggest Avengers villains, and in this movie, I feel like they just nerfed him.
Just for 1 week.
But his design was cool. The voice was cool. His dialogue was corny, but I mean, it's a comic book movie. It doesn't matter. Yeah, Ultron was decent. I don't dislike him. I think he's fine.
He's more memorable than other bad MCU villains.
Yeah, he is more memorable. He's up there. Hulk in this movie I thought was pretty cool, minus the Black Widow and Hulk stuff. I didn't like that, but yeah, it was too forced and useless. I don't know. But minus that, I thought Hulk was cool in this movie, and seeing Bruce struggle with his balance between being Bruce and Hulk and all that, and being tired of dealing with that. And that's why one of the reasons I guess he left. I thought that was a nice touch to his character. Then I like the settings and the cinematography of this film better than the first, because the first kind of felt stale.
It is,
and
if you
almost colorless.
For sure.
But this one is a bit more. It has a different color grading, or like, I don't know. It just feels different.
It looks more cinematic, where it feels like you are watching a movie like in IMAX rather than just a straight to TV quality look.
Yeah. The action sequences were pretty good, like with them chasing Ultron, like Captain America chasing Ultron, and then like when Black Widow picked up Cap's shield off the ground on the motorcycle. I think it was her when she got off the jet or something on the motorcycle.
It was.
Stuff like that was really cool in the movie. The train sequence. I think it was it Quicksilver?
Oh yeah, it was with Scarlet Witch.
Yeah, that scene.
Yeah, it's like
the train,
train scene, Spider-Man 2 all over again.
Yeah. And then as for Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, it was different. It felt different. Because especially, you know, their accents and stuff, and it's kind of weird that they dropped that. Like, she had the accent, now she doesn't. Later in the MCU movies, but it was interesting. They didn't. I know they were supposed to be like the bad guys at first, but they just never really felt like the bad guys. You could always tell they were gonna switch sides.
It was obvious.
But it was nice to see Hawkeye actually play a big role into helping Scarlet Witch, and while everyone else was scared of her and treated her as like a weapon or a monster or something, Hawkeye was trying to see the human and good in her and welcome her to the Avengers, and that was nice.
Agreed.
And when she stepped out, or like that part where you step out that door, you're an Avenger,
now.
that, and then she walks out and destroys all the Ultron bots. That was cool. Quicksilver, I don't know. I mean, I didn't really feel for the character that much. Especially like even when he died, I was just like, wow, why would they do that? That was not necessary. But then I was like, oh yeah, Fox, thanks,
Mm-hmm.
Fox.
Thanks a lot.
So I understood why they killed him off, but I don't know, it didn't really. I mean, sure, I felt bad for Scarlet Witch, but I wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna cry, man, he's dead. But Quicksilver was alright in this movie. I like, his suit was okay, but I don't know. I like what I've seen. I like the Fox X-Men film Quicksilver more. He just had more personality. Yeah, everything for the final battle was really cool. Them lifting the helicarrier. The final sequence and that little montage scene. And then freaking, this is where I say I know, like I feel like they nerfed Ultron. That part where Hulk punches him with the benefit of hindsight, and then he just punches him. That was just funny. And oh, Vision, yeah, Vision. It was a cool introduction. Cool that they still picked the same. Paul Bettany, the voice of Jarvis in the last few movies. I'm glad they still chose him to play Vision. So that was cool. His design, I think they did really well. I don't know. I don't know if I like it more than the comic book design, but it's a good design for his character. And I think they did him justice. Yeah, I don't know. There's highlights to the movie. There's good things to enjoy about it, but there's also really stupid things that they added and that were unnecessary. I do like the interactions with Tony and Cap and their rivalry again. Seeing Hawkeye's family. Just more of the grounded stuff to this movie was pretty well done for the most part. But yeah, overall it's okay. It's decent. I would agree with B tier.
Yeah, I feel like B tier is like the best place we could do because obviously it's no Winter Soldier, it's no Guardians 1, dare I say it's no Iron Man 1, but for what it is, even though, like what we just said, it's basically everyone's least favorite Avengers film, and we can agree for ourselves that it's the same for ours, but it's still enjoyable and more tolerable than other MCU movies.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm gonna be for real for you. Like, I would honestly would go back to rewatch Age of Ultron than rather rewatching something like the Marvels, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, to be fair, it is what it is for this ranking. But anyway, I'm just gonna check the stream because don't worry, we got one more movie to talk about. I think we should stop after part 1. Okay, it's 4.5 hours, so yeah, we can continue this for like almost 5 hours ish to be exact. So we got one last Marvel movie to talk about for now, because for those who are still in the chat, before I talk about Ant-Man, how many movies in Phase 3? Because I'll save that for part 2. I don't know when. I don't know about tomorrow though because of a rainstorm, but I don't know, Gabriel, are you up for like any weekday in general, Monday, Tuesday, something like that?
We can let's maybe think about Monday.
Yeah, we'll think about Monday. I know Lesnar won't be available, but to be fair, I don't think Lesnar has much to say outside of the Spider-Man movies, but I can wait till Monday because Sunday it's going to be storming in our area. But anyway, before I talk about Ant-Man, which will be the last movie we'll talk about for now, but just to count how many Phase 3 movies. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So from Civil War, Doctor Strange, Guardians 2, Homecoming, Thor Ragnarok, Black Panther, Infinity War, Ant-Man the Wasp, Captain Marvel. Yeah, I feel like from Civil War to Far From Home, that's enough for like a whole separate stream as a whole. And if you think about it, 11 movies in Phase 3, and if you count Phase 1, it has 6 movies. Phase 2 also got 6 movies, so technically we're talking about 12 movies in this one stream. So, yeah, we'll save Civil War to Far From Home in the next stream, for those that are still watching. But for now, let's talk about the last movie. Unexpectedly, yeah, the last movie to end off Phase 2. And it's none other than the first ever solo Ant-Man movie. So, I don't know. Do you want to go ahead on this one, or do you want me to talk about Ant-Man?
I can talk a little bit about it.
Oh, you? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So Ant-Man 1 was, again, I would say another surprise. Like, I've known about Ant-Man because of, like, Earth's Mightiest Heroes, the animated show.
The cartoon.
And also the Lego games,
Yep,
I
that
think. So, I've known who he was. I just wasn't all that interested in his character. But, you know, I knew the MCU at the time was promising with the characters and movies they'd bring to the big screen. So I was like, hey, I know Ant-Man. I've never seen anything about him. I'll check it out. And the trailer looked fun. Movie was interesting, so gave it a shot. And I liked it. I would say it's the best out of the 3 Ant-Man movies.
Agreed, for sure.
It's not like peak or anything, or top tier, but it's pretty good. It's I'd say it's a good family movie also.
That too.
I mean, you know, Paul Rudd is a comedian, a funny guy. So obviously, you know, this is like when you think of Ant-Man, you think of like Hank Pym, the nerdy guy, nerdy Ant-Man, but
yeah, because he was the Ant-Man.
They took a different approach with this one. They chose Scott Lang. Hank Pym was still in it, but obviously old and retired.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a new Ant-Man, Scott Lang, who was a criminal in prison, and now he's out and somehow gets the mantle of being the next Ant-Man, which is interesting and fun to see. And the movie was funny. You know, I guess a bit emotional also, like especially for fathers or daughters or whoever. Maybe there's people out there that could relate to Scott. But you know, him wanting to see his daughter, and then he has to go see his ex-wife or girlfriend or whatever.
Yeah, it is.
And there's the stepdad. I forget that guy's name. That
but
actor,
he's
but I
everywhere
see him
around
all
that
the time.
time.
Yeah. So that whole thing was funny. And just, I don't know, just him doing so much for his daughter was very, I guess the biggest emotional part of the movie, the strongest point of that. And made you feel for the character, Scott Lang, not just like, oh, this guy's there's heart to it, and he's got heart, and makes him worthy of being a hero, like Ant-Man. And while he isn't a super genius or whatever, he's still got it. I do like his suit. I really do like Ant-Man's.
It does.
I honestly, I don't hate the comic book classic design, but I think I do prefer the Ant-Man movie suits, especially I would say the first movies and the Civil War suit for Ant-Man. I really like. So they did that really well. Him like discovering the powers and getting used to the powers was funny. I like the whole shrinking aspect in movies where person is tiny and they see the world much bigger.
Like Honey,
That
I
kind of
Shrunk
thing
the
has always
Kids.
been interesting and fun.
It's like the movie Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, in a way.
Yeah, exactly. And him using that as his powers and discovering that and getting used to it was just fun. And then him like interacting with Hank Pym, and then Hank Pym's just like, yeah, this guy's a moron, and
Is it?
just that whole thing was funny. And then you got Hope, right? That's her name.
Yeah, Hope Van Dyne. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. I would say, I don't know if that's her best. I don't know. I don't know if that's like her best in her performance or anything in all the Ant-Man movies, because she wasn't terrible in Ant-Man and the Wasp. Because obviously she was more of a main role in that movie, but
Clearly.
in Ant-Man 1 she was pretty good. And again, it was that trope of, oh, the woman thinks this guy's an idiot, but then later they fall in love. Is, you know, it never gets old.
Yep.
But it was just funny in this sense. And then I don't know, I think just seeing Ant-Man and Scott Lang enter this new world of superheroes and stuff like that after he was in prison and being a criminal for so long, it was just interesting. And I like at the, what's the, not Yellow Jacket, but the guy who is Yellow Jacket, what's his name?
The character's name, Darren Cross?
Yeah, Yeah. I could not take him seriously, especially being bald. I'm sorry.
And the fact that he became
I just couldn't take him seriously, but in the Yellow Jacket suit, I thought it looked cool, and then that whole fighting sequence with Ant-Man and Yellow Jacket in the room was super cool, super fun. And then freaking, was it Thomas the Tank Engine?
Yes, it was Thomas.
Yeah, that was fun. That was a fun fight. And again, it goes back to the heart of the movie where he does it all for his daughter, no matter what his ex-wife or the stepdad of the daughter thinks of him, or whoever else thinks of him. He does it all for the sake of his daughter, and he wants to be a better father and be there for her, and save the world at the same time. And I think that's really cool. Makes Scott a likable character, and he's developed as a character as well. He's still the funny, goofy guy he is throughout all these movies till this day, but that's what we like about him, you know. They made Ant-Man a very likable, more enjoyable character, while before he was just kind of a boring character.
Yeah.
Nobody cared about Ant-Man, but these movies, or specifically the first one, definitely did his character justice, made him more likable, more interesting. Even though it wasn't Hank Pym, but still.
Scott Lang.
Very interesting take. All the theme song, of course. One of the best theme songs in the MCU, I would say. That was good. That's another thing that made his character like just a lot more likable. Just they brought Ant-Man back to the spotlight. So yeah, I think this movie, this one's kind of tough. It's not like eek, but it's not.
Yeah, I don't think
it's a good movie.
I don't think it's S or A tier.
I don't know where to put it. I think I'd put it at B.
Yeah. Personally, for you,
I was almost gonna put it A, but I don't know. Again, it's not the greatest thing in the MCU or anything, but yeah, I'd put it at B, but it is pretty close to an A.
All right. Alright, so the movie's a pretty solid B tier. So technically, it's like in the same listing when it comes to Age of Ultron, Iron Man 2, and The Incredible Hulk, which I know someone like
Yeah.
Dwayne wasn't too happy about it. But either way, I guess that kind of says a lot, because this is very different from our Pixar tier list ranking, because the early Pixar movies was S tier, S tier, S tier, S tier, just like we did with part 1 of that stream. And now for this one, it's slightly different, where you got 4. Yeah, I just noticed this. We got 4 S tier rankings of Avengers, Guardians of the Galaxy, Iron Man, Captain America, Winter Soldier, and the B tier movies are just Age of Ultron, Ant-Man, Iron Man 2, Incredible Hulk, and then A tier is Cap and Thor's first MCU movies, and then C and D are Iron Man 3 and Thor: The Dark World. So I kind of find that funny.
Yeah.
So I'm going to agree with you on B tier. So just to recap my review for Ant-Man. So even though Ant-Man isn't 100% too refreshing, but for what it was back in the day, I know my dad's former woman that he used to be married to around that time loved this movie, not only because it's Paul Rudd, and everyone, that's the thing, everyone know who Paul Rudd was, whether if you watch Clueless or watch Friends or whatever, watch 4-Year-Old Virgin. So now you're seeing a popular comedian playing, once again, another C-list comic book character that not a lot of people know or care about. And like what Gabriel said, Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes and the Lego Marvel game got me introduced to knowing who Ant-Man is, but the Ant-Man that I was introduced is when Hank Pym is Ant-Man, not Scott Lang is Ant-Man. So I like that this movie took like a different direction, instead of just like trying to be like the first Captain America movie where they could have done the origin story route where Hank Pym was Ant-Man in the earlier times, thanks to what was her name? Not Hope, Janet Van Dyne. That was the original Wasp, but obviously she's not in the movie until like the later sequels. She's in a major role who's played by Catwoman, aka Michelle Pfeiffer. Literally, this movie, even though it does hint about Hank Pym's origin, and then obviously his one and only daughter, Hope Van Dyne, who's basically like the successor of being the Wasp, which that's what the sequel names itself after, Ant-Man and the Wasp. But the one thing I like about the first Ant-Man movie is the fact that, like what Gabriel said, I definitely agree. I will say this, Ant-Man, in my opinion, has the weakest MCU trilogy, because second one was okay, third one is, I'll talk about that for a episode of why the third movie sucked. But the first movie is easily the best Ant-Man movie, because not only, despite being a micro superhero just into action, I mean, the first Ant-Man movie kind of gives me, even though the fact that it was the last Phase 2 movie, it felt like an early Phase 1 movie, even though it just showed up late in Phase 2. Like, I know Ant-Man and Wasp could have showed up in the first Avengers movie, just like in the comics, Ant-Man and Wasp were like original comic characters. But I'll admit, Paul Rudd, you know, as usual, Paul Rudd does like the fun charm that he has as a fun comedian, as a guy who never ages despite a man that's already grown through his 50s. But he definitely plays the charm. He definitely plays the vulnerability of playing who Scott Lang is, just a troubled criminal that's been through a lot of, you know, rough edges around the sea. And I will admit, the first time when the MCU cast their first Latino Hispanic actor who was a scene stealer in this movie and parts of the sequel too is Michael Pena's character as Luis, where that bro's comedic timing, where he recaps everything. It's like, that's what my mama said, a guy could jump, a guy could swing. Like, I like the moment where Luis and other of Scott Lang's homeboys were talking about all of the recaps that they were saying about not just from the crime, but literally the moment where I think it takes place at the very end of the movie, where Luis was talking about Ant-Man was going to be a part of the Avengers Initiative, where he got from Sam Wilson, aka the Falcon, like that one chick that was talking to Sam, where she's like, I know like a guy who could jump, a guy who could swing, a guy who could crawl on walls, which is a nice reference to Spider-Man, since Spider-Man is in the MCU, they gotta put that reference there. And yeah, I almost forgot about that. I mean, the only Avenger that they could afford was Anthony Mackie's Falcon, because to be fair, he did not have that much screen time in Avengers Age of Ultron, but at least in Ant-Man, just to establish a Falcon to interact with the character. But I like that. In this movie, they always think like Ant-Man is such a joking name by saying, Ant-Man, seriously, that's the name that you could think of? I mean, I know it became a common joke in the MCU, like Taserface, Dr. Otto Octavius, like it's the running gag that most of these Marvel movies have done. But either way, their fight scene was pretty cool, just to see Ant-Man's abilities of how he can hack Falcon's wings and how he could be useful for Wink Wink Civil War, which that's why they had to drop his origin film, so then why Ant-Man's a major player in Captain America's team in Civil War. But back to the point about the movie itself. So I like that Scott Lang, he got released from jail, he got like reunited with his homeboys, and he needs to have a job. And the funniest thing is he ends up working at Baskin Robbins out of all the jobs. But then when his boss is checking his resume about the criminal records that he's been arrested for, he's no longer can serve delicious ice cream scoops anymore, which I thought that was funny. And I like the fact that I know most dads can relate to Scott Lang, where his relationship with the mom, who's played by Judy Greer, which is funny because Judy Greer played the mom in Jurassic World and Tomorrowland's. Like in 2015, that woman was just typecast to play everyone's mother/wife in a lot of these blockbuster movies, whether it's Ant-Man, Jurassic World, or a Disney movie. So she was often typecast that in 2015 until she voiced a random pig in Guardians 3. But either way, I like how Scott is trying to do his best to reunite with his daughter and celebrate the birthday with his daughter, but clearly relations did not work out with Judy Greer, including the new guy who's played by that Bobby, I forgot what his name was, but he was in that Jumanji movie with The Rock, Jack Black, and Kevin Hart, but I don't remember. But either way, I like how the fact that even though Scott Lang is still a thief that steals stuff, that tries to steal about an Ant-Man suit out of Hank Pym, but I like how the fact that Hank tries his best to convince of Scott to get out of that criminal lifestyle and actually become a hero of, passing the torch as the Ant-Man. And the one thing that I like what Scott tells Hank, or the one issue, like outside of, I guess, Captain America the Winter Soldier, is in Phase 2, where are the Avengers? Because during Iron Man 3, Thor Dark World, Winter Soldier, they didn't get to reunite, unless if it's happening at the same time, it wouldn't make sense. But when Hydra is back, that's when they reunite for Age of Ultron. But I like that Scott tells Hank by saying, I think the best move is call the Avengers. Like, that's what we've been saying the whole time, Scott. At least you're paying attention. But either way, like we said, Falcon was like the only supporting character, so we wouldn't want to overshadow. Because if you're introducing a new character like Ant-Man, it's better to get like a side Marvel character rather than a major one until Phase 3, change up the formula when it comes to that. So, it is what it is. But either way, I like the journey that we've gone from the shrinking aspects, which, like I said, this is basically Marvel's version of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, where you get to like this miniature-sized version, and just like in the movie, the kids interact with a giant talking ant. But in this movie, it's a bunch of CGI ants that Ant-Man has to get along with. And I like that during the training montage, it gets silly, it gets humorous, where obviously he gets afraid of the ants, and then the ants become very resourceful, where he has to communicate with them, ally with them, that the ants are supposed to be your allies, to be best buddies, and make sure you don't feel bad after when you crush these ants and start killing them, because just like ants in real life, they work as a colony. Which I'll admit, I remember the director of Ant-Man was going to be originally directed by Edgar Wright, who gave us Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, which is a unique movie adaptation based on a video game, anime, book, whatever you want to call it. He originally was supposed to make this movie, but due to creative differences, they replaced the guy who directed Yes Man with Jim Carrey and Zooey Deschanel. So, I mean, you at least got a guy who has a comedy background. But either way, it is what it is. When I went back to looking back to this movie, I could definitely see the Edgar Wright elements of how zany but how silly it could be, like the hilarious moment of Ant-Man, the Yellow Jacket fighting each other, being Thomas the Tank Engine, where he just rams over the entire house. And I like that Louise and Scott's best friends were like, yeah, let's just back out the van, let's get out of here. But I will admit, I haven't get to the flaws, so I will say the flaws of this movie, I'm not saying like, oh, it needs to be mind-blowing. I mean, the mind-blowing stuff is when Ant-Man shrinks and we get to see his perspective as a tiny hero just to take down these guys. But I will admit, Ant-Man, if we go to, like, Scott Lang is completely different from Tony Stark, but if you go from Hank Pym's storyline, outside of, not reuniting with Janet Van Dyne, which was like his wife around the time where she got stuck in the quantum realm, it's basically copying elements of Iron Man 1, where you got this billionaire philanthropist that runs this company. Like, heck, we even get to a flashback sequence where Hank Pym, where they de-age Michael Douglas's face, where he has a talk with Howard Stark, and we got Peggy Carter, where basically Stark and Pym had a feud, which Howard and Hank did not get along with each other, and their companies did not want to merge. So that's why Hank is basically not on Stark's side when it comes to that, when it comes to Howard around that time. So either way, they sort of copied the Iron Man trope, where you have a bald villain, except this bald villain is more sillier than the villain from Iron Man 1, and this time he's basically the better version of Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor in Batman v Superman, but he's set in the Marvel universe. And what makes it more silly is We'll talk about Quantum Mania in a separate stream, but bro, how do you get from Yellow Jacket to freaking MODOK and Ant-Man the Wasp Quantum Mania? Oh man, that twist did not take it seriously. But anyway, I'm not talking about Quantum Mania, I'm talking about the first Ant-Man movie. So it was fine, but I felt like it feels like a parody version of Iron Man, but tiny. Basically just tiny Iron Man as a whole, but replace it with ants and replace it with Paul Rudd just being the main lead, just to make it different from the Robert Downey Jr. Tony Stark type. But I will admit, the moment where we get to the final act where Hank got shot, Hope actually feels bad for it. I mean, the one thing is, we don't have any personal attachment to these ants, but for some reason, it made me feel bad where Darren Cross shot one of the ants, and Scott Lang was like, Anthony, you'll pay for that. I was like, oh man, not Anthony. I like that one because Scott named it Anthony because it's a silly ant pun. So, I will admit, the Yellow Jacket suit did look cool, like, on screen. And the one thing that was silly and cool is where Ant-Man and Yellow Jacket were fighting in the suitcase when they fall off the helicopter, which I thought was funny. But then what became more ridiculous when Yellow Jacket got stuck into one of those bug zappers that moths and mosquito die on. But then this bro, he literally almost screams by going where he got stung. And then next thing, the one thing that got so weird is when Yellow Jacket was in Scott Lang's, where he budged to his daughter's room. Gabriel, this one scene that got out of context, where Scott's daughter was like, I want my daddy, and then Yellow Jacket's like, I want your daddy too. I'm like, whoa, hey yo,
no.
hey yo, whoa, get that out of the context, bro. But either way, like, as messed up as it was, it's cool that Scott gets to reunite with his daughter, despite the daughter has to see the tiny fight during the Thomas Tank Engine, like, joke. And like I said, it was silly that the Thomas train grow big, crash the house, and during the moment where Scott was about to make a similar sacrifice for what Hank told Scott about how did Janet sacrifice herself just to stop the bomb and goes to the quantum realm, and Scott did the exact same thing. And I like the moment where Scott was like, I love you, Cassie, and we just hear the vocals of Scott's daughter just saying, Dad, come back. And during the moment where Scott goes to the quantum realm, where way before Doctor Strange was even out, we get to a very Doctor Strange-ish looking realm, and that's where Scott was gone. And then he finds a way to regain himself, stop Yellow Jacket, and then hooray, he gets to reunite with his one and only daughter. But either way, I forgot to talk about Hope. So I will say this, she's not the best love interest in an MCU movie, but their chemistry is decent. I definitely say she's a good character where she wants to be more like her mother for what she used to be, but Hank does not want to lose her daughter, just like when he loses his wife during the quantum realm in the flashback scenes of the first Ant-Man movie. And she wanted to join in the action along with Scott, but just like the Star-Lord and Gamora dynamic where, hey, the comedic lead is an idiot, and then you got this girl who's more of the tough cookie. But at least, on the other hand, compared to Gamora, like, she didn't have faith in Quill around that time until Quill saved Gamora's life. But at least for Hope, she at least tries to help Scott in a way of how they can re-emerge and how to not just toughen Scott up, but how tough can get to the hang of the Ant-Man powers and the Ant-Man suit, but also redeem more of his flaws and a little bit more of his clumsy acts. So at least Hope is nice. I mean, heck, just like the first Iron Man movie tease, even though it was a different actor, that Terrence Howard was going to be the War Machine, where he goes, next time, baby. Literally, the mid-credit scene of Ant-Man just sets up, oh yeah, Hank Pym is like, yeah, I gotta bring back my one and only daughter. Like, I believe you're responsible and strong enough just to take the Wasp outfit just to set up the sequel. And then she literally says, it's about damn time. And then after that, boom, it sets up to the post-credit scene. And I will admit, even though they clip a scene from Captain America Civil War just to clip a moment where Sam and Steve are talking to Bucky, and then Sam's like, I know a guy. It's like, okay, I can understand why Falcon's in the movie. Not only Falcon's affordable, but at the exact same time, just set up Ant-Man. So, like I said, despite the flaws where it just copies the same trend as Iron Man, but except obviously Iron Man's a much better movie, and two, even though clearly it's not going to break anything when it comes to the superhero origin formula, but for what it was, like what Gabriel says, they upgraded the Ant-Man suit of how it looks good in live action, and it definitely has much better glow-ups in Captain America Civil War, and I'm pretty sure it looks the same in Ant-Man the Wasp and Avengers Endgame. But either way, despite being like the last Phase 2 movie in the Phase 2 era of the MCU. Like we said, it definitely gives you that Phase 1 vibe just because it's a superhero origin movie. Yes, it takes place in the MCU, and sure, you can drop a Marvel character, but I just love the simplicity that the first Ant-Man movie's done, which clearly Quantumania decide to not do that at all. Ant-Man 2 kind of took the similar steps, but it wasn't as good as the first one. And like I said, Michael Pena as the first MCU Latino, bro, is hilarious. He easily steals the show when it comes to his moments in the movie, so I like to do from mi hombre to hombre. But either way, the first Ant-Man movie, it's definitely a B tier, like easily. I mean, I remember around that time, back then I actually prefer over Age of Ultron just because it was more a simple movie to enjoy. But I know in terms of spectacle and story, Age of Ultron is by far the most entertaining movie. But if you want something that's more with simplicity, then Ant-Man is definitely more for you. And like what Gabriel said, it's definitely family driven because, you know, you got, if I'm going to be honest, I think Ant-Man is the only MCU character around Phase 1, Phase 2 that is a dad. If I think about it, think about it. If we're not thinking about Thanos, Tony, Steve, Hulk, Black Widow. I mean, no, the only person I can think of is Hawkeye. Hawkeye has kids, but we never get to know much about. Hawkeye is like one of the only MCU characters in Phase 1, Phase 2 that is a dad. So it makes sense why Clint and Scott were not in Infinity War, not only because they were house arrest, both of them, like, they're dads to their own respective kids. So it makes sense. So, yeah, I think it was quite refreshing that we see that for an MCU character like one that's in a parent's perspective. We'll get to the teenager aspects with Spider-Man in the next stream. But for now, I would say this, like, Ant-Man is a pretty solid origin story. Paul Rudd shines in the movie. And like I said, the simplicity and also the miniature-sized elements of the MCU, that was entertaining enough. So, first Ant-Man movie, it's a B tier.
Yeah.
It is what it is. So, whoa, what do you know? I just finished the ramble at 8:30. So, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all are still watching the stream or not, we've enjoyed 5 hours of our ramble. I expected people to show up more, but Lesnar couldn't show up because I don't know what the reason is. Dwayne's too busy. Surprisingly, Trevin hasn't show up. And if I'm going to be honest, I think this stream was going to be good enough just for me and Gabriel, just like we did with the Sonic tier list, because I feel like me and Gabriel are like the die-hard fans of the franchise, and we have a lot to say about these movies. So I felt like you agree it was just okay just to have with just you, me, and Gabriel.
Yeah, I mean, Dwayne's always welcome, but he's busy.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, okay, I'll mention this off stream, but I guess we'll talk about how we'll handle part 2. But you definitely want to do part 2 somewhere soon, like Monday.
We can think about that, yeah.
Yeah, we could, because part 2, we're just going to talk about Phase 3, from Captain America Civil War to Far From Home. But the stream's already been long enough. It's been 5 hours, and we got to eat. So, just to recap, so for S tier, we got Avengers 1, Guardians of the Galaxy, Iron Man 1, Captain America the Winter Soldier, Captain America the First Avenger, Thor, and those 2 are in A tier. B tier is Age of Ultron, Ant-Man, Iron Man 2, Incredible Hulk. C tier is Iron Man 3, and D tier is Thor the Dark World. So that's our recap. That's our thoughts of Phase 1, Phase 2, and we'll see you guys next time for part 2 of MCU tier list ranking. But this time, it'll be the Phase 3 era of the Infinity Saga. So, Gabriel, any words to say before we head off with the stream and just call it a night?
Yeah, thank you, fellas, for sticking around this stream. Hope you enjoyed us rambling on about the Phase 1 to 2 MCU movies. And if you agree or disagree, let us know in the comments or wherever. Make sure to follow Daniel on his socials. Keep up with his streams, his videos. Feel free to like and subscribe to this channel.
It's growing.
Keep up with more live streams and tier list videos and streams. And yeah, we'll see y'all in the next one.
Yep, we'll see y'all for MCU tier listing part 2, the Phase 3 era of the MCU. So, thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to call it a day, and we'll see you guys next time. Excelsior, my true believers. Excelsior!